sound okay? Do the levels look all right?
Looks the same as they were last time to me, but hopefully any of those fine people in the chat will let us know if you sound too,
Hopefully they do.
yeah,
All right. Well,
too
I'm
annoying or bitchy or something, and maybe we can.
I'm ready. Oh, you already went live.
I would, yeah, my sneaky little
You sneaky little fucker.
brutalist.
You sneaky little brutalist. Well, anyway, thanks for the warning. Hello, everyone in the chat. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a fine Sunday. It is the Sunday before the Oscars, and we are continuing our arc talking about the 2025 Academy Awards nominees for Best Picture. Supposedly, allegedly, the best movies from 2024. So we're well, actually, we're halfway through that arc.
Yeah,
We're gonna talk about two movies today,
a little
and then we're
more
gonna
than
talk
halfway
about
through now, aren't we? Like we've only got three
because
left
we
to
have
go after this.
well,
Out of 10?
yeah, I mean, yes, but we haven't done today's, so we're halfway through
Hmm.
because
Hmm.
there's 10. We've talked about five already. You silly goose. Anyway, so we got three more to talk about next week. That will probably be the least watched of all of these streams, I predict, because next week it's I'm Still Here, which no one knows anything about as far as I can tell.
I
Nickel
sure don't.
Boys, which, has, both of these obviously have some good reviews, or else there wouldn't be Oscars buzz around them, but no one seems to be talking about them. And A Complete Unknown, the Bob Dylan story with Timothy Chalamet. And so that will be next week on the day of the Oscars itself, which I don't think I'll be watching. Even Conan isn't really enough to get me interested in actually watching the ceremony. But I'm a little interested in what wins Best Picture. I think it's going to be one of the movies we talk about today.
Oh,
That's what I
oh yeah,
think.
you think it's gonna be? Obviously, you think it's gonna be Wicked.
Obviously, yes, Wicked Part One. No, I suspect a brutalist sweep. That's my prediction. That was my prediction before I saw the movie as well. But now that I've seen it, I still think that's probably what's going to happen for a few reasons. For one, a lot of Academy Awards voters don't actually watch all the movies. They just kind of listen to the buzz around them. And so I think that will be enough for the brutalist. But anyway, today we're going to be talking about Wicked and the Brutalist.
Wicked
Thank you all
Part
for joining.
One. Wicked Part
Wicked
One.
Part
Let's
One,
clarify. They
yes.
did not include that in the overall title of the film. They include it
Nope.
only after we've gotten about 10 minutes in.
13. It's like 13 minutes.
Yeah.
I looked at the runtime because I couldn't believe it. Yeah, they finally get to the title and some of the opening credits 13 minutes in, and that's when you realize, if you didn't already know, that this is part one of two. So it is 2 hours and 40 minutes long, and it's not even a whole story. Isn't
It's
that
the first
exciting?
half of the story of of how the Wicked Witch of the West became the Wicked Witch of the
Wicked.
West.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to see that? We'll talk all about that in a minute. Before we do, thank you all for joining us in the chat. We already have a super chat. Thank you very much. Calark says, what movie scores would you two recommend for studying working? Thanks for the stream. Oh, well, you're quite welcome. Let's see, movie scores for studying and working. You know what? It's a go-to for me if you like a certain amount of like tension and grit in the music you listen to. I think the Social Network score is really good for doing work, studying, working, whatever it is. As long as you know, if you're the kind of person that can ignore instrumental music and doesn't get too sucked into it, I think the Social Network score is a really good one, especially the sort of up-tempo, blippy bloopy like coding pieces.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
think
Those are
they
nice.
have they have a nice motivating I'm doing shit energy. So those are good for studying. Recently I've just been listening to a lot of Bach. I know that's not really a film score, but Bach is the greatest of all time. And so if you're looking for nice
The
background
absolute goat.
music, yeah, I Bach, especially the Brandenburg concertos, I'm especially fond of them. So that would be my recommendation. What about you, Hugh?
I would. I don't know. There are some of the Hans Zimmer, Christopher Nolan ones that I think make good like getting shit done background noise. Particularly, I would say like probably his Dark Knight or his Batman Begins scores. There's a lot of
Mhm.
like hustle grinding kind of that
Yeah.
I find very motivating and energizing. Uh, I usually go more for like video game music when I want some background
Sure.
noise to
Yeah,
to do
that
some
seems
work
more
to.
deliberately designed for that, I would say.
Yeah, and for that, I would say like any of the compositions by Jeremy Soule for like Guild Wars 1 or Oblivion or Morrowind. Those all usually are like 10-hour loops of those on YouTube are easy to find and very
Hmm.
enjoyable to just have playing in the background. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah. Great question. Thanks, Calark, assuming I'm saying that right. So, yeah, today we're going to talk about Wicked and the Brutalist in that order. Um, so I suppose we could talk a little bit about what Wicked is before we jump into the actual story. Wicked, as you will likely already know, is an adaptation of half of the Broadway stage musical of the same name, which
Mhm.
is itself based on a book. And the story of Wicked in all three adaptations is the story of the Wicked Witch of the West, except maybe actually she's not purely evil. Already I don't like this. Um,
Yeah,
I'm,
how did
I'm,
she
I'm,
become wicked? The movie wants us to be very concerned with that. Um,
yes.
what socioeconomic pressures caused the wickedness of the witch?
What
Uh,
racism did she undergo? So I am quite fond of The Wizard of Oz, the movie. I think it's a great film. I think it's one of the great American films of all time. And I think it's a really just a nice, fun, like child's dream fairy tale musical story, right? And so there's a Wicked Witch of the West in that movie, and she's evil and she's green. And when you watch the movie, you just assume that she's green because she's evil. Like she was probably normal looking at one point, and then she became green because she's evil, because it's a fairy tale child's dream story. And so you don't really think too much of it. So when I heard the whole point of Wicked is like, oh, what if, maybe she was persecuted for being green and that's what made her turn wicked. I'm just like, stop. I don't care. Stop. I don't. I had,
so the
I
inherent premise rubs you the
yes.
wrong way a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm first of all, I'm sick of the trope of, oh, what if classic movie villain was just misunderstood, especially if they were a woman. I'm sick of that trope. I hope that it dies completely. Obviously, Wicked has been around a while. It was just finally made into a movie. But so this isn't exactly a news story, but I don't like it at all. I
Now,
don't like the core premise.
have you seen it on the stage or ever
No,
read the
but
book? Okay.
I have okay. I understand a little bit about the book from my girlfriend Jen, who has read it, and I've seen clips like shitty cam rips on YouTube of certain musical numbers from Wicked, and I watched a couple of those clips after watching this movie, and I was like, okay, at least I get the appeal of the stage show because Adina Menzel, or Adele Menzine, as John Travolta would say, and Kristen Chenoweth are just incredibly talented performers, right?
Yeah.
I'm not especially a huge fan of the music. We'll talk more about it. Of Wicked itself, it's not my favorite kind of musical music. It's very poppy. It doesn't really have some of the jazzier big band sort of influence that a lot of the musical movies that I like have. So I'm not a huge fan of the music, but at least Kristen Chenoweth and Adina Menzel are just incredible performers. I watched the clip of, you can find it on YouTube, of Kristen Chenoweth singing Popular, which is one of the big songs from Wicked. And I'm just like, okay, I get it. She's great. She's funny. She's an incredible singer. She's really projecting. She's doing a lot of really subtle things in her performance that really help sell the scene. So I watched that and I was like, okay, this looks like a fun show, even if the core idea of the story is just something I'm not interested in at all,
Yeah.
really.
That's one of the things that so I've seen it live on the West End in London, what not obviously with the original performers, but one of the things that I found really appealing about it, and I've read the book a couple times, and it doesn't do all that much for me anymore. I think it's like when I was younger, I was kind of interested in seeing what the hype was about. But then I read the book, I went to see the play, and it's a very starkly different adaptation. A lot has been changed.
My
There's
understanding is that the Wicked book kind of covers her whole life, and then the musical mostly focuses on her time at school, where she was like college roommates
with
with Linda.
Galinda.
Linda, yeah.
Yes. The book covers the scope of her whole life, and it is a lot less. It's less of a comedy, which is something that
Mhm.
I found, especially on watching this movie. They don't nail very well on the stage when you're watching it. It is played very much for laughs. Like it is
Yes.
a very lighthearted poppy comedy, and the performers on the stage are playing it as such. I would say that there is one person in this movie who's playing it that way, and it is not the our lead. It's not the Wicked Witch of the West. It is Ariana Grande. We can get into that a little bit more,
I would
especially
say
at the
Jonathan
front.
Bailey a little bit
Oh,
as
Jonathan
well.
Bailey a bit too. Yeah, the guy who plays
Yeah.
Fiyero. Yeah, so they are playing it very comedically. The tone of the movie overall does not
Strange.
support them for that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it does not support them in their comedic efforts.
Yeah.
Not much
Surprisingly
past the first
serious.
hour,
Surprisingly
actually. Yeah,
serious. It really thinks it has a really valuable, relevant social message to convey. And it's obvious what it is, but like it's taking itself very seriously in a way that the stage musical clearly isn't as much. A lot of
yeah.
the same themes are there, of course, but it's just played to be silly. You know what I mean? Like
It's a lot more fun. Yeah,
yeah.
and even in some of the songs, right? I mean, you and I talked a little bit about this. The popular song is probably one of, if not the best song in this
I
part.
would say so. Yeah.
And the way it's done in the movie versus the way that you see it on stage, it has a very different tone in a way that I don't think like really gets across the best part of it. Right? That it's like
Hmm.
it's a very shallow joke. Right? It's got a like there's an air about it, the way Kristen Chenoweth performs it, that just isn't helped by the way I think they slow it down a little bit for the movie, and they make it a little bit more of a personal one-on-one than a performative comedic
For the
beat.
audience kind of
Yeah,
thing. Because
and
when you watch Popular on in the stage adaptation, there's a lot of Kristen Chenoweth kind of playing to the audience. You know, there's a there's definitely, I don't know, there's something much more kind of comedic about the inherent way that it's performed on stage than it is in the movie. But even still, I think Popular is the best part of the movie. This movie adaptation.
you were not holding space for Defying Gravity.
No, I think that kind of sucked, but we'll talk about it. So a couple things in the chat. Clamp is saying Wicked popularized the trope of the like, oh, what if popular villain from older stories actually just misunderstood? Sure, it's definitely not the first to do it though. This has been a pattern that's been happening for a long time, really ever since people tried to say that like Lucifer was the good guy in Paradise Lost, actually. You know what I mean? Like, this is an old trope in a lot of senses, but it's become very popular recently, especially for whatever reason in like Disney cartoon stuff, like Cruella. Like, what the hell was up with that? Oh,
I
what
think
if her
this was the
parents.
first example because like the Paradise Lost one is more of an academic argument. Not a lot of people read
Well, but
Paradise
there have been a
Lost.
lot
Yeah,
of there's a lot of things downstream from that, is what I'm saying, in
yeah.
terms of like, oh, what if this villainous figure, this villainous archetype is actually something of a, like the push to make Dracula into something of like a darkly tragic
Oh,
figure,
that's true. He
romantic.
did do that. Yeah, around the 1990s were a big time for doing that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah, and it predates that a little bit. All I'm saying is that
Yeah.
Wicked isn't like the first to do it. But the other thing Clamp said here is that it's not about good to bad, it's about a second look into a popular story. Yeah, except with the intention of showing how she goes from good to bad. Like that's what
I
happens.
mean, the main question that sort of sets off our story at the beginning is a Munchkin pushes her way out of a crowd and asks Glinda, "How does wickedness happen?" and this is supposed to be the explanation
What is
that
the nature of evil, Glinda?
yeah, why do wicked people happen? I don't
Yeah.
know how you can like make the argument there that it's not
Well,
about that. Like it's a
the other
pretty
thing we see that the Wicked Witch is not wicked at the start of the movie, and she's not wicked for most of the movie.
she's
She is presented as a deeply sympathetic figure basically the whole time, except for a couple times where on accident they kind of reveal that there's a darkness within her, but I don't think they quite realize how unhinged it makes her look. But in general, they're trying to make her a very sympathetic figure who only really turns evil because of other people. And so that inherent idea is incredibly lame, especially when it's applied to the Wicked Witch from The Wizard of Oz. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, why would you, I don't know. I'm just not interested in the idea.
Well, and
But that
what's
said, go
interesting,
ahead.
I think, what's more interesting to me and why I read the book, twice as opposed to see like I've seen the stage musical once and I had no interest in seeing this movie until it was nominated.
Yeah.
But I think what's more interesting to me is that in the book, it's very clear that she's not the like misunderstood sympathetic figure who is propagandized by the evil patriarchal power structure
Yeah.
into like everybody just buying and believing that she is wicked and evil. In the book, she's a domestic terrorist who is like killing people
Yeah.
like in the name of something that she believes in, but they don't try to justify that. He doesn't like the author
Yeah.
Gregory Maguire doesn't really try to make that seem as if it is the morally correct character decision. It is just
Hmm.
something that like she believes is okay to do. And
In this.
the overall ending of the book is that Dorothy comes and asks forgiveness for killing the Wicked Witch of the East, you know, and the witch freaks out because she has never met somebody as good and innocent and well-meaning as Dorothy before, and it causes her to go on a bit of a rampage because her
Hmm.
character just and her psyche just can't handle it, and Dorothy attempts to help
Actually,
her.
kind of, I like that actually.
Yeah, I
That's
yeah.
kind of interesting.
Like I said, it's much more interesting in the
Yeah.
novel version. They took it in the play and made it a little bit more heavy-handed in
Hmm.
the direction of, well, she's not like really evil, she's the only one who cares about
The animals.
the
Yeah.
animals and the truth, um
Hmm.
which
And
I
everyone
find
else,
that far
society
less
just kind of,
compelling. Yeah.
sure, I agree with you. And this movie, like, and remember, this is part one. This is only half of the whole story. So by the end of this movie, she still hasn't done anything wicked. So
Yeah,
it's
she's
kind of, they're really, really, maybe even more so than the musical. I don't even know, but it seems very much like she's obviously a sympathetic victim the whole time. And I find that really boring, essentially, as the sort of core arc of this story. I find that incredibly uninteresting. But the film is not without any merits. I think one of the things that it does well is that it has a couple good songs and a couple good funny moments. That's about as
yeah.
much praise as I really feel like giving it, honestly. I like the popular song. I thought that was pretty well done, but then I saw the stage version. I was like, oh, that's way better. But still, it is pretty good. The popular song, that's the silly, sort of like Mean Girlsy sort of thread that also runs through this movie, which is just way more fun and even, dare I say, interesting
Yeah.
than the overall very seriously treated plot with Elphaba and the Wizard of Oz and corruption and deceit and the scapegoating, no pun intended, of the animal population and all that sort of stuff, which the movie treats very seriously. Um, there are,
Absurdly, you could even say.
yeah, such that the
um
tone is very, very strange and uneven.
It
There's a
very
scene
much
later
wants
in,
you to be sorry. I don't mean to
you're
talk over
fine.
you entirely, but it very much wants you to be incredibly invested in the political situation and the machinations behind countries like Munchkin Land and Winky Country and the uplands. Like it's a very, and the book has struggles with that a little bit as well, right? Like it's a difficult thing to reconcile this like very dark domestic terrorist kind of plot
Yeah.
with, you know, somewhere where like they say things like Splendoriferous and
Yeah.
Munchkin Land and the Lollipop Guild is
And the
yeah.
Willy somethings, I don't know. There was some town in Oz or, you know, community called Willy somethings. I don't remember what they're called, but very silly stuff. I wish it was just more silly fun, you know. When it is silly and fun, that's the best stuff in the movie, I would say. And Popular is kind of like the height of that. Popular feels out of place in the movie because it's actually pretty good as a scene, as a sequence, and because tonally the rest of the movie around it is not really supporting it. There are some jokes here and there along the way, mostly that kind of fall flat, in my opinion. We'll
Most
talk
of
about
them
that.
also in the front half.
Yeah.
Like not even front half, first hour. Out of the hour, 2 hours and 40 minutes, which we should also talk. It's excruciatingly long to sit through it all in
It
one.
is too long. It is way too long. Well, first of all, this is longer than the stage musical, which has a built-in intermission. The musical, the
Yeah,
stage
at
show
the
does.
Defying Gravity bit, yeah, is when
Yeah,
the
yeah, and
intermission
then
happens.
so this is the intermission is between two movies here, essentially, and it's way too long. I felt it really was patience testing, especially in the second half of this movie. I found it like, okay, oh my God, get on with it, please. For example, right before they do Defying Gravity, the song, there's a scene where they're just like talking to each other while people are trying to break down the door to get them. That scene lasts for like 5 minutes, and there is no urgency on their part to hurry this conversation up because people are about to bust in the door. It's pretty painful,
Yeah,
like how drawn out some things are here. Yeah, and especially because okay, in the very beginning of the movie, we see a little bit of Elphaba as a child. None of that is especially useful to the story, I would say. It's fine at best, but that's stuff you could cut. Like it doesn't really matter. Like you could just have her show up at college. You could start there essentially,
yeah,
but you
it's
don't.
world building for something that they really are hoping that you already kind of know, right? Like the
Yeah,
Wizard of Oz, you know, that it is
yeah,
has
okay,
arrived in
yeah,
a balloon. We should
and
get
then
into it, right? Like let's
yeah,
just
go ahead.
go. Let's start from the opening number. Um, where the Munchkins are running around. Well, actually, the opening bit is a long and slow tracking shot through the cat, like basically the part of the castle where the witch has been melted. We'll put that in quotes for now. Um, and an overall like, you know, voiceover of Glinda announcing the time of death and the cause as if she's some kind of detective, you know, or like a police spokesperson talking to the
Yeah,
media. And
yeah.
then the monkeys run out of the window and they fly away, and then there's a waterfall, and we go over the waterfall to
Sweeping
the
CGI
Munchkins.
vistas. Sweeping
Yes.
CGI vistas that have no real awe, but really want you to feel awe. Far as I'm concerned, this is another trend that I would really like to see die. I just don't really see much awe and wonder and splendor in these like vistas that are all just kind of entirely CGI.
Entirely, yeah, fake.
Yeah,
Somebody's riding away on a horse very quickly from the castle, and then we do like sweep up and see, right, like the crew, the gang, Dorothy, the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and the Lion, all, you know, walking back down the yellow brick road.
la 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 la. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
going home.
going home. Now here is some space where I would cut. I don't think we need any of that, honestly. I think
Yeah.
we can go straight to the Munchkins
Well, here's
running.
the other thing. I think it's a mistake to do anything that too directly references The Wizard of Oz because this movie basically has nothing to do, really, with the tone and the musical style and the type of sort of fairy tale storytelling that The Wizard of Oz is concerned with. So putting them in that opening was kind of annoying to me because I'm like, I know this has so little. The best way to appreciate this movie is to completely cleave it off from the Wizard of Oz in your head because they like you can't imagine these two worlds coinciding. There's too many things that happen. You go like, Wait, really? Like, how does that line up with The Wizard of Oz? So just don't bother. Just don't bother. That's my advice to them, but too late for that.
Yeah. So there's a
Yeah,
lot
oh,
of
and
there's a
some
lot of these like long stretching bits where not much is happening, where you could easily
yeah.
trim a few minutes here or there
Yeah.
and probably
Yes.
get it down to 2 hours of like after all is said and done. There's probably about 40 minutes of just extraneous crap like this that just takes a lot of time
Yeah.
and doesn't accomplish much of
Probably.
anything.
Maybe like 215. You
Yeah.
could cut a decent bit. And as Clamp mentions, I hate yeah, he mentions that the lighting is very bizarre and it makes the CG look worse. Yes, I hate the lighting in this movie. It's been a while since I've seen a movie where I so consistently hate the lighting. Um, I don't know if it's obvious in all the trailer shots, but the movie is so consistently backlit by extremely bright sunlight that it completely washes out the frame. You have these giant lens flares that run through entire scenes, and everything's very like washed out. There's a lot of color ostensibly, but the color is very kind of washed out and desaturated. Like, so there's lots of pinks and greens and blues and stuff, but they're not vibrant like you might find in like an old Technicolor movie.
Like the Wizard of Oz,
Like
for
the
example.
Wizard of Oz, yes, for example. Everything's kind of washed out. And I know that John Chu, is that how you say it?
Yeah.
He's director of this movie. I've seen him in interviews talk about like, well, it was really important to me that it felt like a real place. Why? Why do you want naturalistic lighting for a movie like this? Really? Like he's so intent on having naturalistic lighting that a lot of scenes are just lit by like the light coming in through windows. He's like afraid of front lighting anything with like actual, movie lights. Unrealistic lighting inside of interior scenes. So like they're just so washed out and it's like the backlighting is crazy. There's like lens flares through like a solid 30 to 40% of the movie. It's wild. And it really drives me nuts. I think it's quite ugly. Especially, I tried to watch this on my TV during the day. That was a mistake. Because of the lighting, it's actually kind of hard to see what's happening in a lot of these scenes. And any of the night scenes, oh my God, horribly underlit. Like, what are you doing? Why, like, this is in the same universe as The Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz, almost all of the interior stuff was on giant sets with giant lights, right? You know what I mean? Like it can
Yeah.
feel a little unreal. Like the matte paintings in The Wizard of Oz actually add something to it
Well, it's a
because
fantasy movie where people are
yes,
like we have a race of
yes,
people called fucking Munchkins. We have a prince who's from a place called Winky Country. Like we can be a little silly and unreal here. It doesn't have to look hyper realistic. Like we don't
yeah,
need that. Also, the photorealistic animals talking, right?
yeah.
That is not
Mistake,
something that they even
mistake.
attempt to do on the stage musical, right? They have a guy in a goat costume who looks like the guy in the lion costume from The Wizard of Oz, right?
Yeah,
You can do that.
sure.
We would
You
be
can
fine
do
with
that.
it. That would
It would be
actually
better.
be really that would be a lot more interesting and probably
It
would
would
help
be.
make your point a little better
Yeah,
overall.
yeah. And it would feel more like there's so many things they do that just do not line up at all with The Wizard of Oz, so that they threw that little thing in at the beginning to be like, oh, see, look, there they are. They're the characters from the movie you like. We're never going to see them again, of course,
Well,
because this isn't about that. But,
well, one of them we're gonna see.
oh, they're going to come back.
Huh?
Ugh, are
Oh
they
no,
going to come
you've met
back?
one. You've met one of them already, actually. Are you not aware of this?
No.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm not aware of this because, okay, so it's not the lion.
Well,
Is it the lion?
we've met the lion. We've met two of them now. Now that I'm thinking about it, one of them has speaking lines.
Does someone turn into one of them?
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Does one of them turn into them who doesn't currently look like them? It doesn't currently look like one of the characters.
So you remember?
Is it Jonathan Bailey?
Oh, yeah, it is. You
Which
remember
one
how
is
she
he?
Remember how she tells him to get stuffed?
No fucking way.
Yeah.
Why?
Yep.
What is that? That's not the same character at all. Why would he? Ugh,
And
it
the
doesn't matter.
lion we have met as well, because he was in a cage in the classroom. See, like it gets into like, especially in the back half of this movie, it gets into like almost Avengers level insanity with the like the setups and the Easter eggs and everything, right? Where it's like, oh, that
Okay,
little
well,
lion cub is the cowardly lion. Oh, man,
oh,
look
that
at that
makes
broom.
sense.
Yeah, look at the broomstick. That's wow. Don't you remember that?
Yeah, well, the broom, obviously, sure, and the lion, I kind of figured might be the cowardly lion because he was so timid because they put him in a cage. Oh no, how terrible! I did not remember, or if I did know that he becomes a
That
scarecrow.
Fiyero becomes the scarecrow.
Because
Yeah.
why would he though?
I I'm trying to remember. I'm fairly confident it's because he's tortured magically into like and he won't give her up is the thing.
Oh, well, here's the thing. I don't intend to watch part two.
Well, until it gets nominated for
I
best
don't want
picture.
it to. I don't want it to be nominated for Best Picture, and I don't feel like watching it because I did not like this movie. I thought this movie was very, very, very stupid. That was a very stupid movie. Um, we'll talk about it. So yeah, we open with this long tracking shot through Oz at the sort of the after the events of the Wizard of Oz, ostensibly. And then we go all the way back to Munchkin Land, where the people in Munchkin Land, who are not dwarfs anymore, they're just people. They're just regular people. Maybe they're kind of short.
Oh my god, I forgot we've met all of them. We've
Who the
met
fuck
every
is the
single
Tin
one.
Man?
That would be Bach, the red-headed munchkin who left
Oh,
his
shut
wife,
up.
his pregnant wife, for Ariana
Shut up.
Grande.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Anyway, whatever. I'm mad at that. Like, why?
he
Why?
become he
I
becomes
didn't.
the Tin Man.
I didn't realize it was that obnoxiously on the nose. Like, oh, I mean, I know there's some of that in this movie. I guess I just didn't realize that there was more flying under the surface. But there were scenes in this movie that definitely have the same energy as the Han Solo scene in Solo, where he gets his name because he's alone.
Yeah.
Like, there are scenes like that in this movie where it's like, oh, so that's the origin of that. Wow. And I find them cringe. I guess I just didn't realize that there was even more cringe that I wasn't even picking up on. Wow. Great.
Yep.
Anyway, so there are no the Munchkins are not little people anymore. For shame. Now they're just kind of short, maybe. And so
Shorter a little bit than like the others, but not by like it's strange, right? Because like Bach, Woodsman, the Tin Man, has a few moments in this movie where he kind of like shows that he's a little bit like insecure about his height. So he like at one point he steps on a book to try to make
yeah.
himself a little taller, like Fiyero, or like that he'll
But he's
like
just average person
he's a
short.
very average height. He's still taller than Glinda,
Yeah.
like which is
Yeah, 'cause
funny.
she's tiny.
Yeah.
She's absolutely tiny. Yeah, so the Munchkins learn that the Wicked Witch is dead, and they're all celebrating. And then Galinda,
No, Glinda now. Remember, she
right? She's
changes her
Glinda
name.
now, right? This is like he gets like a biblical name change. Anyway, so Glinda comes to say, "Hey, what you heard is true. The Wicked Witch is dead." And all the little Munchkins that are not really very little anymore, they're so happy about it that they throw a little party and they're singing and dancing and cheering, and then they make an effigy, Wicker Man style effigy of the witch, and then they burn it and they sing about how no one mourns the wicked. Everyone hates wicked people.
Goodness
No one's.
knows the wicked die alone.
Mm-hmm. But then one of them steps out of the crowd to ask Glinda before she leaves, "Hey, by the way, weren't you her friend?" And everyone is like shocked, and she's like, "Yes, we did know each other once. We we went to school
Well,
together, actually."
before any of that, like, because we got like right in the middle of this scene of this like dance scene is when we get the sympathization, the beginning of the sympathizing with the witch because we see her childhood, right? Where
Yeah.
someone who's totally
Yeah, you
not
could
Jeff
cut that.
Goldblum,
You could
yeah,
cut that.
yeah, you probably could. Somebody who's totally not Jeff Goldblum comes along and sleeps with Elphaba's mother after getting her drunk on green elixir.
Hmm.
Like, wow, I wonder, is the guy who's obsessed with green
Yeah.
possibly the one who caused this in the first place. Um, which
Really quick on that. I feel like there's things in this movie that are so obvious and unsubtle as to be kind of appropriate for a very, very young audience. But then much of the movie seems aimed at theater kid adults.
oh, it
You know what I mean?
absolutely is aimed at grown up theater kids. Yeah,
Yeah, but like there's some like inherent in the story is a logic that is so unsubtle and obvious that it seems like it's designed for 6-year-olds, but the movie is not for 6-year-olds. You know what I mean?
well, it's kind of for 6-year-olds.
Well, yeah, but I guess
People who have
what I
an
mean,
understanding of the world akin to a 6-year-old, you could say.
yeah, like for example, that like oh, like yes, that's obviously Jeff Goldblum. Like you know what I mean? It could not be more telegraphed, but it's the kind of thing you might do in a story for young children.
Yeah.
But this is very much the target audience is theater kid adults for sure. Not that it's like super lewd or crude, but like in terms of the type of jokes and humor and tone, it has multiple tones. It doesn't really have one tone, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. Well,
It's just kind
and
of strange.
there are moments. So in these flashback moments of her childhood, this is where we sort of get like why she's so sympathetic to the animals, right? That's how we're establishing this, because like we have to have this. I don't even know how exactly to put this, like a colonizer subplot of like where Oz was originally controlled by the talking animals, and then I suppose people came, or like maybe they all lived in peace and harmony until the Fire Nation attacked.
I
I,
mean, essentially, that seems to be the logic is that humans and animals, talking animals and humans, all lived in perfect harmony until the Wizard of Oz came along.
yeah,
And he kind of like the Bene Gesserit invented his own prophecy that he fulfills in order to become their leader, essentially. Um, and
yeah.
then eventually, like quite late into his tenure as Wizard of Oz, he decides, well, he and the people who are on his side, I guess, start dividing between the animals and the humans for the sake of scapegoating the animals when there's a drought, for example, and eventually rounding them up like Jews in Nazi Germany, essentially, and like, I guess, putting them into ghettos, and then eventually they'll lose their ability to speak, and that's his evil, dastardly plan. Um,
Part of which involves the invention of cages. So this is like the world building in this is like practically, you have to really get over the fact that like it's practically asinine. It doesn't make any sense when you
no,
get into it, because you want this to sort of be like a reflection of society in some way, but nobody's ever had to invent a cage to keep, I don't know, criminals in before. Like it's just
yeah,
literally all been perfect until. But then there was a great drought. We don't know if the wizard arrived at the beginning of the great drought or at the end of it, or like that he like. You kind of get this idea that maybe he FDR'd them out of it a little bit. Like
I don't know.
I don't know, but for some nebulous reason, all the normies started blaming the talking animals for the drought, which is okay. Like it seems like up until that point they were just kind of like normal citizens who held
Yeah,
positions. So
and everyone seemed to like and get along with.
yeah,
Yeah,
like it
I'm
doesn't
not
make
sure
any
how
fucking
that
sense. I'm
happened.
not sure how that happened. I can't remember the details exactly of when the wizard arrives from, like, because I think that gets more clarity, not much, but more in part two. But I'm
Sure.
pretty sure that he hasn't like become the wizard at the point where he impregnates Elphaba's mom with his green elixir. He's just like
Okay.
there, and he's a traveling showman. And then after that he go I'm pretty sure, anyway, I can't really recall. So like the timeline is all fucked up. There's these weird little details like, oh, nobody's ever had to invent a cage, but like they've, the animals have had like pedals to control entire classrooms, or like teapots that are specifically designed for things with hooves to pour
Hmm.
the tea, right?
Yeah.
They've never had to put anybody behind bars in this world before, I suppose,
Yeah,
is
it's
kind of
not
what we're getting at, right?
the weird thing about it is it would be so easy to not think about the world building for a movie like this, except that the whole plot kind of revolves around the world and the world building. You know what I mean? Like it's a movie with like the central themes are about like discrimination and, you know, the animals being treated as second class citizens and a sort of political revolution that needs to happen because there's an evil tyrant in charge. So like the world building matters to the story, unfortunately, because this movie is kind of a silly nonsense world that a child dreamed up
Yeah,
back in
like a
1939.
child with a concussion dreamed up
Yeah,
in
yeah.
1939. Yeah,
And it's
it's
super easy to not think about the world building in Oz, in The Wizard of Oz, because it's a dream and it's a
yeah.
fairy tale. But
It,
in this, they've made it central to the story, and so you kind of have to think about, well, like, well, how did any of this happen?
well, and the other thing that really kind of drives me a little nuts about the inherent premise of this, right, is that Elphaba is an outcast because she is born green, right?
Yeah, that's the thing that you wouldn't have ever expected if you watched The Wizard of Oz, but she was actually born green. And even though this is a place where there's magical talking animals and all sorts of goofy, crazy stuff, everyone treats a green person like, oh my God, what is that hideous, ugly thing? Oh my gosh, I can't believe there's a green person. Ew, gross.
Now, and more than just that, right? More than just the fact that there are talking animals and like an entire
Magic.
country full of midgets and and magic and everything like that. More than just that, their literal god, right? The Wizard of Oz. They say things like, "Oh, sweet Oz," "Oh, dear Oz," "Wow, praise Oz," these kinds of things, right? He's the Wizard of Oz. He is literally their god, their messiah. He is obsessed
Hmm.
with the color green. He's built a holy city, essentially, that is the color green. And you
Mm.
expect me to believe that all of these people who practically worship this guy who loves green things look at this green child and go, "Wow, that's repulsive. That is a sign of
That's a
wickedness."
that's a great point. Actually, they would be like, "Oh my God, it's a holy child
Yeah,
because green." That would
green.
actually that would make more sense,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, it would be a good omen, not one where they would all be like, "Oh my god, fucking gross, yuck, damn, doesn't that betray her outward wickedness?" Well, if it does, then their whole city betrays. Their whole holy city betrays its wickedness in the fact that it is green, right? Like it is a
Yeah.
color of emeralds. She
Hmm.
even has a point, like she has a pop-up book about this where she says like, look, he loves green things, right? He like this
Hmm.
is his one of his
Maybe he'll like
like
me.
maybe he'll
Everyone
like
else
me.
hates me for no reason, but
Everybody else hates me because of this color. It's like, yeah, but they all worship him. So why do they not look at her as if this is some kind of like good omen, right? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
like, that is a good point, actually. I wouldn't have thought about that. A couple things in the chat. Clamp says, "Oh, hey, if you want something darker, watch Sweeney Todd." I have heard some of the music from Sweeney Todd, the stage show, and I really like it. It's so I'd love to see that on Broadway at some point. That's one of the things that's on my list to see at some point. Yes, they invented trains, but haven't invented the cage. Correct. They also haven't. They've invented the train, but not roads.
Yeah, they've never invented roads.
Yeah, because okay, to be clear, Kevo, there is a train that leads to the Emerald City from Munchkin Land, but there are no roads leading to all the areas of Oz. It is the yellow brick road is invented in this movie, and there's even a scene where they speculate on what color the bricks should be.
And it's almost like a random choice that it's yellow.
Yeah. So, um, yeah, it's pretty stupid, that aspect of it for sure. You know, he has this amazing sort of, I don't know, there's something sort of kind of vaguely Art Deco about the Emerald City in this. It's obviously been redesigned from the
Yeah.
original movie. But there's, you know, it's all gears and gold and technology and stuff like that. But like, they've just invented the cage. They've just invented roads. It's just, I don't know. It's stupid. There's no other word for it.
Yeah.
Um,
Like, well, and there's a train that goes directly from the University of Shiz. Stupid fucking
mhm.
name, by the way.
Oh yeah,
Right
it's called
into
Shiz.
Yeah.
You might be wondering, okay, it's a university. Is that an acronym? No, just shiz. They just call it shiz, and they say shiz a lot.
Yeah, and now to be fair, all of the names in this movie are stupid, right? Like at
Well,
the Munchkin
yeah,
Land is like that. At least one that one at least implies like
I
it
like
is.
Munchkin Land.
Yeah, that
That's
one
a
at least
nice name.
implies like
I
who
like
lives
it.
there, right? But Winky Country, where Fierro comes from, and like
Yeah.
yeah, it's it is insane. Like, but Shiz is a stupid. But there's a train that runs straight from the university into the Emerald City. Nobody told Dorothy she could just take a train, though. She has to
No,
walk the
just the
whole
walk.
way.
Well, maybe we'll find out in part two that he destroyed the trains, or maybe Elphaba destroyed the trains, as a revolutionary act, or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Opinionated Meerkat says that felt like such a Marvel thing about the yellow brick roads. So you don't need to
Oh, it
explain
sure
why it's
did.
yellow. Yeah, like a lot of the like back half of this movie feels like a Marvel thing where they're kind of just like jangling the keys of what
Mm-hmm.
you remember about the Wizard of Oz in your face, right? Like there is the broomstick. Oh my God! Look, she used the broomstick to block the door. Whoa! I wonder what's gonna happen. Yeah, like I bet you it's gonna start flying.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. It's someone I forget who said it already in the chat. Sorry, whoever made this joke, but someone said like the most horrifying aspect of the movie is the implication that she's never showered in her life.
Yeah, well, and yeah, the book she cleans herself with oil because she literally now this okay. Here's the other thing about this, right?
Okay.
In the
Hit me.
book, she is allergic to water. Water is like acid to her, and it will melt
Mhm.
her, right?
In
So
the yeah, and in the movie as
no.
well. No, sorry, I mean the original movie.
Oh yeah, in the original movie, yeah, in the original movie, that is yeah. In this, that like they keep some of the hints right about how she's allergic to water, but she's quite blasé around water for somebody who might melt if she were to fall in. She jumps over those skipping stones at one point at the beginning, her first big musical
Mm,
number, right?
yeah.
um to actually, and this is going to be revealed in part two, I'm just going to go ahead and spoil this for you, Jamie. She's not allergic to water in the play, and she doesn't melt.
Oh,
She
but
fakes her
the
death to run
uh,
away with her true lover, the Scarecrow.
kill me. She's trying to kill like Dorothy and all her friends in the movie, right? Like, don't they like try to rip him apart? Or was that
The
the
monkeys
tree?
do.
The monkeys do.
The
Yeah, her
monkeys rip him
minions.
apart. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but that was actually her true love the whole time. Oh, fuck off. Yeah. No, this movie's stupid. I can't stand everything about it that relates to the fact that it's a prequel to The Wizard of Oz. And because, Clamp has said this, other people have said this, that like it's kind of more like an Elseworlds tale or whatever you would call it. Except that there's so many things in the movie that are going to like directly reference the Wizard of Oz, including the very beginning where we see those characters and how they look in the original movie walking back down the yellow brick road. So like the movie starts with a big puddle of water with the hat next to it, and I guess we're going to reveal that she faked her own death and that didn't
She
really
went
kill
through a
her. Great.
trapdoor beneath where the water was supposed to
Oh, that's so gay, dude. That's so lame.
go.
It's so
Yeah, she went through a
that
trapdoor.
that sucks so much.
Yep.
Anyway, okay. Well, everything about that aspect of the movie is incredibly stupid, and I dislike it very much. Um, let's talk about what is the other thing that really sucks about it, as far as I'm concerned, is the whole central thing about how like, oh, she's discriminated against because she was born green, actually, and really the reason that she might become wicked later is because everyone was just so mean to her because she's green. Even though this is a magical world, and even though, as you mentioned, green is like the color of the holy emperor that they have, essentially.
Yeah, their Paul
Um,
Atreides is green.
yeah, yeah. Well, so that's quite obnoxious, but that's like half the movie if you really think about it. It's
Yeah.
just like her being discriminated against for being green. That she gets a little tiny little baby arc where at the beginning she thinks that maybe the wizard can help turn her not green because she doesn't want to be green anymore. But then eventually decides, you know what, I'm gonna be green, and we all clap and cheer and go, yeah, you go, girl. Um, so
Nobody should ever be told to pipe down and shut up. Nobody should ever be laughed at or bullied. Like that's essentially her worldview. We find out, around
yeah,
the midway point of the
people
movie.
should just be nice to each other.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. So
So
anyway,
okay,
in the middle of the opening number, her childhood is revealed. She, it is. They show that she has magical powers, and one of the things that they telegraph as to why she's so sympathetic to the animals is because her father absolutely hates her because she
green.
is green.
She's a
Um,
horrible monstrosity.
yeah, she is
And so instead
disgusting.
she's raised by her bear nanny.
Yes, Nessa
I
Bear
guess
or something like that.
like a CGI bear family friend nanny character.
Yeah, and like so in the scene with where her powers are revealed, a bunch of kids are bullying her because, and this is one of the hints where they drop that maybe she can't shower, right? Is that they have a little rhyme where they say like somebody should tell her that everyone can smell her because she stinks because she can't shower because she's gross.
Oh, I
Being
forgot
green.
about that.
Yeah, and so then she flings some stones at them as her
Maybe
like
that's why people don't like her.
yeah, because, while her dumpy baby sister is like screeching for like holding her ears and screaming and crying for some reason,
Mhm.
which I don't quite understand what about that little rhyme made that kid freak out like that, but they're kids, who knows. Anyway, she throws some rocks at them, and then her dad comes out and obviously blames her because this is the kind of movie that it is. And we are telegraphing really quickly that she feels more sympathy for the animals because the bear picks up her book and goes, "It's okay, little one. He shouldn't have blamed you. It wasn't your fault." Like says it straight out loud so that because,
Mhm.
we all know
Mhm.
that, but we have to make sure that, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Um and
The bear didn't see what happened, but she just assumes.
yeah.
Kind of funny because the dad assumes that she is clearly a fuck up and it's all her fault, and the bear's like, "No, you didn't do anything wrong." It's like, well, you're both just assuming,
Yeah, neither of
actually.
you actually know what happened here.
Yeah,
Here,
yeah.
um,
But
but
anyway,
yeah.
so
So then they continue. They burn the effigy, and then right as Glinda is about to leave, because apparently there's a lot to do. The wizard had a very unexpected departure. He's gone.
mm,
Nobody has mentioned. She hasn't mentioned that to them before, right? But like, he's fucking out of here. He has disappeared. So
mhm.
somebody right before she's about to leave, somebody comes out of the crowd, asks if it's true that Glinda and the witch were friends, and Glinda basically goes, "Well, yeah, I mean, we knew each other at college," and then finally we get the intro sequence of the movie, all the
Mm.
way 13 minutes in, and it's
Oh,
another
really
long
quick.
spectacle tracking shot of
Yes,
CGI moving through.
that is not especially awe-inducing or awe-inspiring. Just to put a fine point on it, the thing that happens when they ask about like, "Oh, but Glinda, you said you knew each other. How does wickedness happen?" And she's like, "Well,
Well,
I'll
I'll
tell you."
tell you.
And so the whole point of this movie is how she becomes the Wicked Witch of the West. And central to it is the fact that she's actually discriminated against for being green. And also she gets betrayed by the Wizard of Oz. And so it's really society's fault. And I'm already out. I'm out. I'm out of this movie. But and then because okay, let's talk about the music in general. There's a lot of songs in this, and I would say there's maybe like two good ones, as far as I'm concerned. There's a couple things to talk about. So you're obviously not as big a musical fan as I am, though you appreciate, some of the good ones.
Yeah.
Um, I don't like any of the musicals in terms of the way they're shot. There's so much cutting happening, like really quick cutting. We do a lot of tight close-ups and stuff like that, so you can't really see dance numbers and choreography in its entirety. It's very kind of disorienting. You don't really get sort of nice spectacle that you get with old-fashioned movie musicals where they present things in as simple a manner as possible, where there's just kind of one shot and it kind of moves around with the actor through the space and we see their whole body and we see them interact with the environment and do these complicated dance routines. Like, I don't really want to see dancing in a movie if you're going to hide the dancing. If you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, the choreography is incredibly boring in this movie. They move like it's especially the dancing, I would say. They a lot of times they barely move their feet. They just kind of move their heads and arms around in sort of herky-jerky motions to like give the illusion of lots of movement, even though they're actually not really doing a whole lot. Um, the singing. Uh, Ariana Grande's voice is not well suited to a Broadway musical style of singing. She has a very small, kind of like breathy, close to the mic, kind of small voice. Not a big belting sort of voice that you might expect and that really is important for this style of music, I would say. If you want a good example of that, Kristen Chenoweth in Wicked is way better than Ariana Grande's singing. Also, even Cynthia Erivo, who is a better singer in terms of being able to really belt and really go for it on the big bombastic musical numbers, they auto-tune her
They
sometimes.
auto-tune her, and I don't think, especially at the beginning, that she's doing a very good job on like
No, I
of
was
singing
not.
it like she's play. So one of the other things that I think they change a lot of between the stage musical and the movie is that the stage musical, they're playing to an audience, they're doing the belting, they're really leaning into the comedic aspects of the
Mhm.
lines of the songs. This, they especially at the beginning, and I believe Cynthia Erivo, I don't, I probably mispronounced that, but I'm pretty sure she had an interview where she talked about how she wanted the character to evolve from being rather meek at the beginning to
Mhm.
being, a more full singer, by the end, right?
Sure.
And she does that through her performances of the songs. But the problem is then, like, songs at the beginning, like when she's singing the Wizard and I song, she has these lines that are very clearly meant to be jokes, right? Like, do
Yes.
you think the wizard is like this, or like Munchkins, so small-minded? No, is how she says it, right? But
Mhm.
that's a joke that you're supposed to let the audience hear and kind of laugh along with when you're
Yeah.
performing it on the stage, and she's not allowing for that to happen. So the songs kind of come across as just not, they're lacking the energy that they need.
Yes. Oh, for sure. Yeah, the songs are silly. The songs are silly. And so sometimes the songs come out of nowhere tonally because the movie has been treating everything else so dramatically. Um, that it's like, oh, this feels inappropriate because this is kind of goofy. There's songs that they sing, especially towards the very end. I think it's either Defying Gravity or right before Defying Gravity, where the stakes, as the movie has made them clear, should have the characters being scared for their lives.
Yeah.
But they're singing about how they're best friends and stuff, and it's just like, oh, this just doesn't work at all. But I totally agree. I think my big criticism overall, and there are exceptions to this, but my big criticism overall is that like I'm watching the movie and I'm hearing them say words, and then my brain is going, "Oh, that was supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
Like that was supposed to be a joke, but they didn't say it like it was a joke. They didn't nail what's supposed to be funny about that." Like, okay, for example, there's one in particular that stuck out to me. So this is Ariana Grande, who like she does have some funny moments. Don't get me wrong, but I think for the most part, she kind of missed how funny some of these lines are supposed to be. Like, and I think it's just because she's not the best actress. She's okay. She's not terrible, but I think, especially when you watch the Broadway version, you're like, oh, they understand how to play that as funny. So there's one in particular. She's talking to Munchkin Man, who apparently fucking becomes the Tin Man. Anyway, I'm still annoyed at that. So she's talking to him. Now he is in love with Galinda, but
Or,
it's
well, yeah,
unrequited.
he's smitten by her. It's a little, the movie plays it very fast and loose with like who's in love with whom. It's
Yeah, he's
yeah.
he's very inconsistent, and it's quite annoying. But at least in this scene, he's smitten with Galinda, thinks she's the greatest. Um, and there's a big dance coming up. There's the prom, essentially. or the homecoming dance, whatever.
No, they're going
And
to the illegal club because like right at the midway point, basically it turns into Footloose for a second because dancing is illegal in Oz, I suppose. Which is
wait, what? I don't remember that.
yeah. So when Fiyero shows up and they say, "Let's go to the Stats Club" or whatever, she goes, "Isn't that place illegal? Because you can get arrested for going and partying."
Oh, I thought it was like a big dance.
No,
No,
they're
it was like a
sneaking off
secret.
campus.
Well, it was like everyone was there. It was all, I thought it was like homecoming or
Yeah,
prom.
no, everybody's there, but they all snuck off of campus at the same time, very loudly, in bright dresses and get-ups to go dance at an illegal club.
Okay, sure. Well, I didn't know. I missed that bit. So anyway, they're all going to go out dancing illegally because this is Footloose now, and he wants to go with her because he's smitten with her, but she is like, she sees the sister of Elphaba, which is the green wicked witch. She has a sister who's in a wheelchair, and Galinda's like, oh, you know what? Like, look at her. She looks so lonely. Someone should invite her. Now, the obvious comedic bit here is that Galinda is trying to convince him to take the girl in the wheelchair to the dance without making it seem like it was all her idea. So she's like, "Oh, look at her. She looks so lonely. You know, I bet she would love to go, whatever." And then he goes like, "You know, I could take her." And she feigns surprise, like, "Really? You could?" Like that's what's supposed to happen. But the way she plays it is like, "Oh, you and I both know that that's what I was trying to get you to do." Like the comedic bit would to be like, "What? Oh, are you sure?" Like, like that's supposed to be the joke
Yeah.
is that like obviously she was trying to convince him to do that, but she's pretending she's inceptioning him in a sort of very silly comedic way. There are lots of moments like this where the obvious joke is requires you to play it a certain way and then they don't play it that way. And so you watch it and you go like, "Oh, that was supposed to be funny or at least amusing." You know? And there's a
Yeah.
lot of moments like that, especially in the songs themselves. But there were moments that were kind of amusing. There's one in particular when they sing Popular, and she's kind of doing the makeover scene, if you will, because Galinda is the mean girl, popular girl, and she's going to teach Elphaba how to be popular, give her a little makeover. And so they do the thing where she tries to take Elphaba's glasses off and looks at her and goes, "You know what? Never mind," and puts them back on.
Yeah, that's like, so right at the beginning too, like when Galinda first shows up at Shiz, right? That's really where her comedy bits are sort of shining for me, where she's like doing the mean girl, like she flips her hair in that really funny way that's like awkward to look at when you look at it from afar, but everybody is like completely smitten by it, and she does it, just because. When she
There's one moment in particular where she's like shocked and amazed that she didn't get her way,
Yeah, I
and
need
she
to
kind of
lie
says
down.
that. Yeah, like there's moments like that where she does successfully make the joke.
Yes.
But I felt that there were quite a few moments where, because she's given the most funny things to do, but she didn't really nail it for me. And I was just like, oh, well, I mean, I appreciate that at least she was, so like her character's supposed to be funny because Elphaba is not funny at all,
But
really.
she is supposed to be. Like that's one of the like that moment
Not in
where
this.
not in this, but in the stage play, like I remember this very very distinctly when she like shows up and everybody goes, "You're green," and she goes, "I am." Like people laugh when you
Mhm.
see it in the stage, but the way that it's played in the movie, it's not played like a joke. It's played like a
It,
snarky,
yeah, it's
like
snarky sass, like,
smart
you
ass
showed
comment.
her.
Yeah, like wow,
Yeah,
you really like gave it to her, queen. Yes, let's go.
yeah.
Like it
You
that
clap in agreement, you don't actually laugh, kind of thing. Like that's what they're going for.
yeah. It's bizarre that they like made it so it is a humorless. I,
Ilar says, "How could Elphaba ever be popular? She has glasses and a ponytail and paint on her overalls." Yep, it's true.
yeah,
It's true. Except that she takes her glasses off and then goes, "Never mind. Maybe you should keep these on." Which is,
that is
you know,
funny. Yeah.
it is amusing, and there's some stuff like that But like in terms of that sort of Mean Girls humor, I mean, I think it pales in comparison to better versions of it. You know,
Yeah.
like I think Mean Girls is actually like quite a good movie. It's very funny, very consistently funny the whole way through. And this is kind of like, or that thread in this movie is just kind of like a
There's more of it in
mediocre.
like 10 Things I Hate About You than there is in
Sure.
this, you know?
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot of things like that, but especially Elphaba, she's played so seriously. So seriously, and she's not funny. And she's just
Humorless.
kind of,
It is
yeah,
a rather humorless adaptation of what the play
because
looks
the play's
like.
very silly. The play's
Yeah.
so silly. There's another thing that I felt was like probably a joke in the stage show. You tell me if this got any chuckles or laughs in the Broadway version, but this is the scene where they meet the goat professor, and the goat professor scene. We learn that animals are not like he's one of the last animals that still teaches at Shiz. Um, because it used to be that they had all sorts of they had a snow leopard professor and all sorts of and a bear and all that sort of stuff, but now he's the only one left because very like slowly animals are becoming second class citizens, and they're being driven out of their jobs and things like that, scapegoated for droughts and all that sort of thing. And they're talking about how they're losing the ability to speak, the animals. And then there's a line where Elphaba says, in all seriousness, in this movie, she says like, can you imagine that a world where animals can't speak, or like animals and humans don't live together and animals can't even speak? But she says it very seriously, like, oh my, like she's actually horrified by the thought.
I
But that
don't remember
strikes,
that line but it sounds like a joke, right?
but it
Like,
sounds like a
yeah.
joke because you laugh as an audience because like, haha, in our world, that's the way it is. Like, it's not the funniest joke, but there's like, it's supposed to be kind of amusing, I think, but the way she says it is so serious. Because the movie is dead set on really playing up this like the mistreatment of animals, discrimination, and second class citizenship thread, where they're like the Jews before the Holocaust, or I guess maybe they think it's super relevant now because Trump and everything,
Is yeah, firing everybody left and right,
deporting
I suppose.
illegals or
Yeah.
whatever. Like I'm sure they feel like, oh, this is more relevant than ever. But it's like this is a silly premise in a silly world. At least in the musical. At
Yeah.
least in the stage musical. If you wanted to
Well,
do
it
an
is there.
adaptation of
The
the book,
the animal persecution is there in the stage musical. It is a little and I mean,
everything's lighter. There's just a
yeah.
lighter touch to
Yeah.
everything.
One of the other like I mean the version of it in the book is like very weird and dark, right? Like
Sure. So
there's
obviously they're not going to do that, but really quick, Trayvon Washington says, "But why are the Mean Girls mean? We should really have a prequel." Yes, we
yeah,
should.
and if it was a musical, that'd be, even better.
If we had a prequel musical to understand how Regina George became Regina George, maybe she was actually just discriminated against for being bisexual. I don't know. Who knows? Anyway,
Did a talking animal grape and murder a shiz student? Trivia on Washington. Well, not in the play. There is some weird bestiality, I'm pretty sure the Ozdust Ballroom in the book is like a weird Berlin sex club for people who want to fuck animals, which is like really, it's really, really bizarre. And that
uh-huh.
Elphaba decides that is worth preserving, so she decides to bomb innocent people throughout the city for a few years after she drops out of college. It's the book is weird. The book is very weird, but like
Mhm.
maybe more interesting than this. If you like, I would probably recommend that over watching this movie. Um,
Oh, for sure.
yeah,
But then the other extreme is the stage play, which is treats it all with a pretty light touch.
I would
And it,
just go see it on stage. Honestly, like if this
yeah,
seems
if
more
if
like
you're
what you're
if you're
interested in.
going to, even then, like it certainly would not be my favorite musical to recommend.
I wouldn't. I mean, I've seen it the once. I didn't pay for it, and I have never been interested in seeing it again. I enjoyed it well enough, like
Yeah,
while I was there. Kind of forgot about it by the time it was done. So,
yeah. So, Elphaba arrives at Shiz University, um, and she meets Galinda there. Galinda is the popular mean girl type, and Elphaba comes with her sister, who has a name, I'm sure, but I
Nessa
don't remember it.
Rose,
Nessa Rose,
the
and
cripple who's gonna
she.
have a house dropped on her in part 2.
Oh fuck, you're right.
Yeah.
Every time I remember how things are supposed to line up with the original movie, I get annoyed.
Yeah, that's why she's in the movie. Otherwise, because she's kind of like
Irrelevant.
irrelevant for this entire. Even in the stage play, honestly, she's not that important of a character. I don't remember
Yeah.
her being part of it in this, like, what is going to be the second half. My girlfriend and I forgot whether or not she even had a sister in the stage play, but I was like, well, she has to. A house gets dropped on her. She has to have a sister. It has to be.
Mhm.
It has to happen. It has to be there.
I,
I don't
I,
remember.
I don't remember. Okay, so I help refresh my memory because it's been a long time since I've seen The Wizard of Oz. Is that witch also wicked?
The Wicked Witch of the East, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so how does she become wicked?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't remember. Like, I remember she's in the book somehow too, but I don't, like, I could have sworn she was working with the wizard in the book version, because she's, more institutionalized than her radical sister. So, like, I don't know how she becomes the Wicked Witch of the East. Um, Maybe because she's related to Elphaba. Maybe that's why. It like the
Who
sins of the
knows?
sister. I don't.
Who knows? Anyway, so she arrives at Shiz, which is magic. It's Hogwarts, kind of. Well, it's not really Hogwarts,
Well,
but
because
there
magic
is.
doesn't really exist anymore.
Well,
Yeah.
There's a sorcery professor who quite openly teaches a sorcery class. So it's
Occasionally,
yeah,
she isn't planning
occasionally.
on teaching it this semester because nobody's impressed her enough to.
Yeah, okay, but
Yeah,
true. I'm just saying that like clearly enough people are aware that magic exists. Then it's not a secret.
yeah.
It's just rare, essentially. So obviously the wizard, everyone thinks he's magic, though we'll eventually learn he isn't, obviously. That much is made clear in the original movie. But Michelle Yeoh, who is this professor who teaches an occasional seminar on sorcery, if she feels that there are students that are impressive enough for it, um, she can obviously do some magic. And then Elphaba has magic. She has like Rey from Star Wars powers, where she gets annoyed and stuff, and then things happen, but she can't really control it. Um, and so Michelle Yeoh is like, "Wow, you're impressive. Can we talk about the scene where her powers are revealed? Because it's so bad." Okay, so they arrive at the school. The sister is there to go to school. Elphaba isn't actually planning to attend the school.
No.
She's just there to help her sister, who was in a wheelchair, remember? And so they drop her off, and they keep setting this thing up where her dad is pushing her around in the wheelchair, and Elphaba's like, she doesn't need help. She can do it, Dad. Like, stop patronizing her. Let her, she can move herself around
Stop
in a wheelchair by herself.
patriarchally controlling her life, Dad.
Yeah, exactly. And then so there's a professor or someone who's in charge, like dean of students, whatever the hell her title is. She is like, "Oh, let me take you to your room," and she kind of grabs her wheelchair and is going to like take her away. And Alpha at first is like, hey, she doesn't need help. But the lady just kind of insists, and she's going to push her, like, "No, I'll take you right there. Don't worry." And she's going away, and then Alpha gets so mad that her powers go crazy and like destroys the whole courtyard. Essentially, all these benches and chairs get thrown around. There's a giant like mural thing on the wall of the wizard that falls off and reveals animals painted behind it. Ooh,
Sainted animals, yeah, like
generations of animals. Yeah,
basically like
imagine
done up in the style of stained glass windows in a Catholic church.
Yeah, essentially. And so, but can we talk about her reaction here? Because she's so sympathetic in the rest of the movie, but this was so unhinged that it caught me off guard. The lady perhaps is being a little patronizing and wanting to push her, the lady in the wheelchair, and take her right. But she's just trying to be nice, and then Elphaba freaks out over this, and the movie presents it like she was kind of justified in being upset, and I couldn't fathom why. It was very
Because um, shut up.
okay. You got me there. Can't argue with that. Um, so Michelle Yeoh sees Elphaba and she's like, "Wow,
She
you."
covers for her. She comes
She
down and
covers
goes. She
for her.
comes down like because everybody at
That was
first
me,
is like
by
kind
the
of
way.
freaking out. They're like, "Holy shit!
I did that.
Maybe this
I
green
was
bitch is
just.
actually dangerous. She almost killed us all." So like,
I mean, she is. She is
oh,
dangerous.
she's very dangerous. She literally
Yeah.
almost killed everybody. So people are like starting to put two and two together, and they're thinking like maybe we burn her, like maybe for the safety of the group, we should beat her to death. Uh, and Michelle Yeoh comes in at the 11th hour and saves her. Goes like, "Yes, that was me. I did that to teach you to expect the unexpected here at Shiz." And she decides to
Everyone.
basically offer a full scholarship to Elphaba so that she can study sorcery under her tutelage because she's been
Yeah.
looking for somebody special all this time.
Mm-hmm. Galinda wants to be a witch, but Michelle Yeoh doesn't think she's special.
Yeah, she wrote an essay called "Magic Wands Need They Have a Point?"
And that's an amusing line that I didn't
Yes.
feel like was delivered very well.
Again, yeah, it was like, yeah, could have been funnier.
Like like that could have been silly. That could have been a nice silly joke, but it's fine. Yes, and so at first, Elphaba and Galinda have a rivalry because Galinda's obviously the popular one, and she's always used to getting her way, and she wants to be taught by the sorceress professor because she wants to be a witch. But the sorceress professor doesn't want to teach her, and she's giving all her, tutelage and attention to Elphaba instead. And so they are forced to room together
Yeah,
originally.
a little funny set of circumstances causes them to basically become roommates
Mhm.
accidentally,
Yeah.
and it sets up, the the entertaining part of the movie, I would say, where it's like a conflict between the two of them, like classic college roommate stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and so they don't like each other at first. And, this section's kind of a little long and boring to me too because I didn't especially like the song that they're singing. Like I like something about loathing,
yeah,
unadulterated loathing.
unadulterated loathing.
Yeah, it's that song did nothing for me, but so it goes. And so what happens next? Let's
I
kind of
did
brief.
like the part that introduces it, where they're like each writing letters to their parents. And she starts
Yeah.
off with like, "Dear Mama and Papa, guess what? I cannot hear your guesses because this is a letter." I was like, "Okay, like that's funny.
Yes,
I
that's a
like
funny
that."
joke. Yeah, I like that bit. Yeah. So, they don't like each other. They're rivals. They don't get along at all. Um, eventually, how does is it Fierro or what's his name? What's Jonathan Bailey's name?
Fierro, Prince
Fierro.
Fierro of Winky
Prince.
Country. Yes, the great.
Prince Fierro of Winky Country. This is a movie with a real serious message, you, and I wish
Real
you would.
serious political implications
I really
about
wish you would take it more seriously.
tyranny, and yeah, you know
You
what?
know,
The Winkies are a proud people.
they're hardworking people.
Dating all the
You
way
know,
back to Tinky, their founder,
And-
Tinky Winky, the founding father of their country.
yes.
Just like
How,
it's so stupid, dude. He gets introduced because she's like out in the middle of the woods doing something. I can't remember what, right?
I
Like,
can't remember why she's in the woods either.
is it after the first class with the goat where he baws, or no, he doesn't baw, like on like
Someone writes on the big chalkboard that like animals aren't even people or whatever. I don't remember what it said, but
animals
it's
should
something
be
like that.
seen and not heard.
That's
Um,
it. Right. Yeah.
anti animite slogans written on the chalkboard. Um, and he immediately dismisses class 15 minutes in because he's so visibly shaken by this, real um, resilient stuff from the persecuted animal.
Yeah, he doesn't show his strength
Really
very well.
bowed, bowed but not broken kind of behavior going on there. But yeah, he so I think it's after that, and then she sneaks off to like spy on the secret meeting of the Jew animals as they
Yeah,
as
they're
they
having a
like
secret, meeting where they're trying to figure out whether they want to stay in Oz and fight or whether it's too late and they need to leave. They need to flee to America or whatever. Um, and then she runs into Jonathan Bailey, and when he entered the movie, I was like, "Oh, cool, he's funny. I like him."
yeah, they meet in the woods, and she
At
does
night,
her.
and you can see fuck all because it's a modern movie,
He
and
almost
they just
runs her over,
yeah
like
because he
and,
blends
yeah,
into the
with his
foliage.
talking horse, who's
Yes.
his friend, right? Who will not show back up again for the rest of the fucking movie. By the way, which is like, so we're gonna eventually establish that he's like, despite his fuck all attitude, that he kind of cavorts around with, right? He is more sympathetic to the
The
animal's
animals.
plight
Yeah,
than
sure.
anybody else besides Elphaba, probably. And like she kind of
Mhm.
like works her way into like he believes what she's doing, he believes in what she's doing, and he is one of the only people who doesn't immediately like reject her. He's more fascinated by the fact that she's green. Like
Mhm.
in this scene, right? And I really feel like the relationship between him and his horse friend that he rides around with would have been nice to have a little more of, to see
Yeah,
why he has that kind, like, because we get it from what we
because
see sort of, but like a
but
little more
but
would have been.
the like 2 seconds we get with him and his horse are kind of amusing though and fun. So like he's like they almost run into Elphaba in the woods, and he's like and then Jonathan Bailey said Fiero says like, "Oh my God, I didn't see her," and then the horse says, "Neither did I," and it's like, "Oh shit, I didn't expect the horse to talk." But like I don't know, that's like it's an amusing moment. And then he's like, "Sorry, I didn't see you because you blended into the
You
foliage,"
must have
which is
blended
also
in with the foliage.
that's
uh
kind of funny.
yeah.
And then
Well, they're a
and
little back and forth here, where she's like, okay, let's get this over with again, right? Because this we've seen this already, right? She's like, I'm not seasick. He goes, neither am I. Like, I did not eat grass as a child. Oh, you didn't? I did.
yeah, he's funny. He handles it well, and then he's like, he calls her out for being defensive, and
Yes.
it's like, yeah, he actually cuts through that because that's quite an obnoxious thing about her character. She's got a real chip on her shoulder about it, and not for no reason, but everything's just so cartoony that it's hard to actually feel much sympathy, in my opinion. But I like him when he shows up. I'm like, oh, okay. He's like a reasonable person who can kind of like cut through that a little bit to be like, oh, you're really defensive, aren't you?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Yep. I like him. He's fun, and I like him when he's in the movie, and then we kind of lose track of him a little bit. And also, he gets a song that I just don't think is very well executed. It's not his fault,
No,
but
no, not really. So Georgius Rex says he rides a talking horse. Sounds kind of gay. Well, wait until you see him dance.
yeah, uh, he passes enough for a straight guy until the dance number. He's
Yeah. Well, is he maybe supposed to be bisexual? I don't remember. I think he's one of the people who helps gangbang a tiger in the book, if I'm
oh
remembering right.
well,
In a
I don't know.
hedonistic sex party at the Ozdust Club. I can't remember
Here's the
entirely.
thing: banging a tiger sounds pretty
That is
straight to
pretty
me.
masculine, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty masculine behavior. Anyway, yeah, but yeah, he's kind of fun, and he's got a fun, charismatic energy, and he feels like he understands that he's supposed to be in a musical, whereas not everyone does. So that's kind of fun. But just in terms of like poor execution of these dance numbers, for example, Fiero gets a dance number later. I don't remember the name of the song. If you do,
It's
shout
the
it out.
Dancing for Life, Dancing Through
Dancing
Life
for
one,
Life.
right? It's literally the next scene where, because like he is, we find out while he's riding through the woods at night on his horse, on his way to Shiz, where he is now
Shiz.
enrolled because he has been kicked out of every other university he's ever attended. because he's that kind of character, right? He's a
Uh-huh.
rich prince who doesn't, give a fuck about anything
About
except,
school and yeah.
yeah, nothing matters, but knowing nothing matters, which is, the part of the song.
Hmm. And so he's dancing and he's sort of like helping is not the right word, but he's encouraging a lot of the other students to like have fun and have a good time and like not care so much about school and not be so uptight, essentially. It's basically the extent of his musical number.
He is Kevin Bacon's like a gayer Kevin Bacon in Footloose, like he shows up to tell them like, hey, we should all go to this illegal dance club, which if you wanted to establish that the Ozdust Dance Club is illegal, you maybe I don't know, like everybody, like this is the thing that kind of pisses me off a little bit about the movie, right? Is that like everybody's dancing throughout the entire first hour of the movie because it's a
Yeah.
musical and they're fucking dancing all the time. So when has this become illegal? Like
And
why?
when they never really seemed uptight,
Yeah,
really at all. They seemed normal, and dancing has been a thing they've been doing the whole time. And so when he comes in, like, hey, you guys need to let loose, and like, it's funny the whole footloose thing. I didn't even pick up on it because it was so like poorly executed. I think
yeah.
it's just like, oh, I guess that now in hindsight, I'm like, I guess that was what they were doing. I guess, but not very well. It comes out of nowhere, essentially. He's just like, hey, let's. I didn't even remember that it was an illegal dance club. But anyway, I want to talk about this dance number because they built, and they did this for real. They built this whole circular chamber set with a whole bunch of like, it's like a circular
That shit's real.
bookshelf. Huh?
I didn't think that looked very real when I was watching it. I was like, oh,
Because of the
fuck.
way they light it and shoot it. That's
Yeah,
like a real set they built that actually spun around, kind of like I don't know, like the hallway in Inception or the spaceship in 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's an actual thing that they built that actually spins in a giant warehouse, but then they quickly cut around so much that it doesn't look or feel real. You don't actually get to take in the spectacle of like, oh wow, that's an actual room they built. And it's actually, spinning and they're actually doing choreographed dancing on this spinning circular bookshelf turbine
well,
with,
that's pretty fucking
ladders.
impressive. Now that I know that that's an actual real set, that's kind of
Yeah, but
cool.
you wouldn't, but there's nothing especially impressive about it in the movie
Yeah,
because we've talked about this before. It's like it really matters how you shoot things because you can lose that sense of like, oh wow, look at that, look at them go. If you quickly cut around constantly, they're always cutting away from the interesting part to get like reaction shots of like Ariana Grande and everyone else watching instead of just appreciating an unbroken shot of the dancing happening. You know what I mean? Because if you watch old Hollywood movie musicals like Gene Kelly musicals like Singing in the Rain, like they only ever really cut during musical numbers when the magazine ran out. And like they had about 2 minutes or something like that in the magazine. And so they would do this sequence, and then towards the end of it, he'd kind of run sort of off towards the right or left of the frame, and then we'd pick him up in the next section where we'd have another unbroken take for like a minute and a half, depending on the choreography of the scene. But as much as possible, everything played out in big wide shots where you can see the whole thing. You can see the environment. You can see everyone's full body, and we don't cut around. We don't cut to reaction shots of people watching him dance and stuff like that. And like, so you get the vibe that if one of those movies were made today, that Gene Kelly would want to do the whole thing in one take. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So you can really see the whole choreographed number because, these are professional dancers that, make their living performing in front of people. So when they make the jump to movies and stuff like that, they want to present it like, they want to show off the dancing. Whereas this feels like we're trying to hide the dancing. We're trying to hide the fact that like, it doesn't need to be consistently good for a whole 2 or 3 minute unbroken thing. We just get a couple little bits that we like and then we can cut around. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Totally undercuts it. Totally undercuts the wonder you're supposed to feel. What should happen when you see a movie musical, among other things, is that you should go, wow, that's like some of the best singing and dancing I've ever heard in my life. Like that's what we should be aiming to do. I feel like too often modern day movie musicals are happy to be fine or
yeah,
serviceable. But really, the whole point of making a theatrical experience of watching people singing dance is to wow them with the singing and dancing. So stop fucking auto tuning them. Cynthia Erivo is a pretty good singer. You don't need to auto-tune her, but they do anyway. They do anyway. They auto-tune especially when you hear people singing in harmonies because they really want the harmonies to be like crisp and perfect, like unrealistically perfect. And it's like you're ruining the magic, first of all. And then just like let singing and dancing play out in longer shots, wider shots, so you can actually see it and appreciate it and look at the dancers and go, wow, they're really doing that. Because the worst case scenario is something like this. Let's say they actually had a really complicated, uh, highly choreographed number in the spinning bookshelf room, right? That was actually really hard and impressive to do. But then when you see it in the final movie, it doesn't even look like they did it for more than 5 seconds at a time because we can't hold on a shot for more than 5 seconds. You're undercutting your own performers if you're doing that. And
Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
I
I
just
mean, like, that's part of the reason why I can handle watching these, on a stage more than I can, on a movie, is because I'm getting to experience that. Like, they don't have cuts on the stage. It's just all one big
no.
long fucking thing. It's a two
Yeah.
minute performance. You're watching everybody
Hmm.
dance in tandem, right? The
Hmm.
choreography is, got down to a science on these stage plays, and you've got lots of people having to, lots of moving parts, and it's
Yes.
impressive to watch. And they're singing, like projecting singing while
Hmm.
they do it, which is essentially what you want out of a musical. You like
Yes.
this kind of like John Chu action movie GI Joe cutting is not doing the
No.
musical parts justice. So
No,
like
it's not.
and the way that they lit it, I didn't think those bookshelves were fucking real. I thought that was like all CGI from the way that they have
Yeah.
it lit, which is
They
undercutting your
they
own hard work.
There's a lot of green screen, there's a lot of CGI in the movie, but there are some pretty giant sets that they built for real. But the way they're lit is kind of ugly and isn't they're doing okay, they're shooting everything very wide open even when it's outside during the day, which is a big pet peeve of mine. Wide open meaning that the lens is completely open, so the depth of field is very shallow. It's letting in a ton of light, so like there's no depth of field. Everything in the background is very blurry and out of focus. It's the way they shoot it with the backlighting and stuff like that is the way you would shoot it if you were trying to hide bad CGI, which is why it reads for a lot of people as bad CGI even when it's not.
Yeah.
It's like the kind of tricks you would do, like especially nighttime scenes where it's super dark, you can barely see anything. That's another trick that you would do if you were trying to hide bad CGI. So like that, when they're in the woods, that could have been a real built set with no CGI at all, but you can't really tell. Your mind kind of assumes, oh, it must be kind of fake because they're trying to hide it. You know,
Yeah.
like you can have that effect without trying to if you shoot things in ways that are not doing justice to the hard work of your production designers, your choreographers, your background dancers, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So anyway, yeah, Fierro gets introduced in a musical number that's like maybe the most impressive choreography wise, I guess, throughout the movie, I would say. Like if they had
probably
yeah.
I didn't find any of the choreography especially impressive.
Yeah.
In part because of how it's edited, but in part because it seemed like a lot of like upper body movement without any actual lower body movement.
Yeah. And so he gets introduced here. They make plans to go out. This is where go out to the illegal dance club. This is where Galinda has the Tin Man invite the Wicked Witch of the East on a date.
Mhm.
Putting it that way, you kind of start to really get the sense of like this is fucking insane. Or like the Tin Man dated the Wicked Witch of the East in college. Um,
Yeah, he never mentioned that to
yeah,
Dorothy.
Glinda dated the Scarecrow. But the Scarecrow actually fell in love with the Wicked Witch. And also, the Wizard of Oz is the Wicked Witch's father. Like,
Yeah.
secret. Yeah, God. Okay,
None of
anyway.
this adds anything.
No. Um, But anyway, so he invites the Wicked Witch of the East out, and as she's getting ready to to go out with her friends, Glinda's friends notice a pointy black hat. That for whatever reason, given like all of the fashion is as ridiculous as the names, right? And the setting.
Yeah.
But for some
Well,
reason, this pointy black hat that her grandmother knitted for her is hideous, as she puts it, as she's getting her
to be
makeup.
clear, for anyone who has not seen the movie, the pointy black hat is Galinda's
Yes.
grandmother's hat, not Elphaba's. This is Galinda's hat. Why? Who fucking knows?
But she hates it. Her grandmother knitted it for her, and she hates it, right? And she decides to pull a prank, or like, the gay Asian friend convinces her to pull a prank on Elphaba by having her wear the hat to the party tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at first, Elphaba is kind of like now we've had a song right like, about how Elphaba and Glinda hate each other at this point,
Yes.
and they don't get along.
Loathe each
Still,
other.
they loathe each
Mhm.
other. But Elphaba comes home, and Glinda goes, "Hey, you need to come out with us tonight. I don't, and don't tell me you don't have anything to wear because you can wear this." And she gives her a hat, and she's not immediately like, I mean, she is a little bit suspicious. She's like, why are you doing this? But she like, it's one of those weird things where it's like she has no reason to believe that Galinda is being sincere in this moment, and she's
Yeah.
not. She doesn't come across as being sincere because she's
Yeah.
like she's just behaving the way she does whenever she wants to manipulate people, which Elphaba saw right through at the beginning
Mhm.
of the
Yes.
movie when they first met each other, right? But for some reason, Elphaba's like, "Oh my god, thank you so much." She's so inspired by this outpouring of kindness from Galinda that she goes to the sorcery professor before going out to the party and convinces the sorcery professor, asks her for a favor to let Galinda into the seminar with her.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to talk about that when it came up because I didn't assume at first. I think you're right. I think your interpretation is correct. But my assumption was that she told Michelle Yeoh that for some other ulterior motive.
No, it's
Like,
because that
I
was
know,
like the
I
olive branch in her
yes,
mind.
you're right. But when it first happened, when it's revealed at the illegal dance club that Michelle Yeoh is letting Galinda into the sorcery seminar at the request of Elphaba. I thought this was going to be part of some strategy on Elphaba's part to like humiliate her or something or get back at her.
Which would make more sense.
That would make more sense, but that's not what happened. Even though her behavior has always been perfectly transparent as manipulative and mean girl-esque, Elphaba is convinced that Galinda is giving her a hat out of actual goodwill, and so she decides to extend the goodwill back to Galinda by telling Michelle Yeoh that
Tenfold,
she's
honestly. Like
tenfold.
that is
Yeah,
some
way
like
more,
that is
way
the
more.
literal thing that Galinda wants more than anything, right? And Elphaba, because of one very suspicious conversation with a weird hat that came out of nowhere, right? She like who knows where she got this hat. Doesn't match any of her stuff, right?
Yes.
Clearly feels like she's just pawning something she doesn't want off on Elphaba.
Mhm.
However,
it even clearly feels like she's doing it to sort of make fun of her.
yeah.
Not just to get rid of a hat, to make fun of her. But here's the other thing. So we've established that when we go to the party and she shows up, as soon as they see her, they all cackle and laugh at her. But here's the thing: there's nothing more ridiculous about the hat than the outfit she already wears on a regular basis.
And there's
It
nothing really
matches.
all that much more ridiculous about what she's wearing than what any of these other little fucking
Except that she's dressed like a goth. Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
So the witch hat is perfectly in keeping with the outfits, the black outfits she's wearing all the time. So what is more because they don't immediately laugh every time they see her in the rest like leading up to this. When they first saw her, they're like, "Oh my god, green, ew, gross." But like it's not like anytime she walks into a room everyone cackles at her, but when she shows up at the dance party wearing a black hat that matches her outfit, they all think, "Oh my God, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life." It's like, "What? What? That's not how that works.
No,
Why is that so funny?
this is
It's
the
not
point where I
funny."
was
Like,
hoping that she would start deploying some of the forbidden magic of racial slurs with everybody laughing at her. So I don't know what you're laughing at Flawinkle. You're and just hit him with the hard R. It would have
yeah,
been
it's
uh
very strange. It's like it's just that beat doesn't work at all for me. I'm like, why is this so funny? It's not extra. She's not any more silly than she normally looks. And they don't normally laugh at her on an everyday basis. She's just wearing all black and she's got kind of a pointy hat. But they're all like, this is the funniest and most humiliating thing I've ever seen in my life. And then the scene continues, and I want to talk about what happens, but I want to respond to a couple things in chat. Um, Mordaka says, I would have preferred if the Tin Man had no heart, so he was a deadly John Wick assassin. Yeah, I've heard several jokes to the effect of that, like Wicked being a John Wick prequel. That would have been more amusing than this, that's for sure. Auntie M and Uncle Henry had a three-way with the mayor of Munchkinland. Yeah, that's that's a fun. Who wouldn't love a fun fanfic style addition to the lore like that, right?
this whole
They clear
thing like reeks of
exactly.
fan fiction anyway. So
Oh,
yeah, why not?
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, apparently Galinda just brought this hat with her, even though she hates it, and it happens to perfectly match Elphaba's outfit. And this is seen as an olive branch, even though it's perfectly obvious it's an act of humiliation. But then also, it shouldn't even be an act of humiliation because it's not even that humiliating. It doesn't really make her look any more ridiculous than normal. But everyone thinks it's the funniest thing ever. So, what happens? Right before,
Real quick, actually, before we continue with that, Georgius Rex said if no, Kevo was
on a bunch
asking
of muggers.
why are they calling her Galinda? What Glinda wasn't good enough for the fan fiction? So what they do with Galinda versus Glinda is the goat can't pronounce Galinda for some reason. He can't
Yeah,
say
he can pronounce everything else perfectly fine, but in the logic of the movie, because he's a goat, he just can't say Galinda.
yeah.
Why? I don't. They probably should have established that he struggles with some other similar sounds, but they literally don't. It's the only sound he can't make is Galinda. So
Yeah, it
continue.
doesn't make any goddamn sense. But eventually, what she'll end up doing in solidarity, like it as a performative bit of solidarity with the goat professor, she changes her name from Galinda to Glinda because that's how he said her name.
Yeah, and it's an act of like her performative virtue signaling,
Yeah.
essentially, that she's on the right side of being supportive of the animals because she wants to be political and stuff, kind of like Stan in the South Park movie. And so she wants to show that she's political, and so she changes her name to Glinda as an act of solidarity with the animal kind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then if she wanted to read sorcery, why didn't she sign up for the class? She tried, but she's not good enough at it for Michelle Yeoh to pay attention. And then
hmm
Michelle Yeoh comes to the club while they're there and gives her like before Elphaba shows up and humiliates herself in this incredibly stupid looking hat. Apparently, Michelle Yeoh comes to the club and it kind of like gives her a little like eye roll and says, "Here, this is a training wand. Your roommate told me to give, begged me to give this to you."
I would have never given it to you otherwise, but she insisted, so we'll see how you do, kind of thing.
And that is where Glinda realizes that she's made a horrible, horrible mistake by giving this person such a
Pointy
stupid
hat.
looking costume to wear to the dance tonight.
Yeah, and so she walks into the room and everyone immediately points and laughs like it's the most hysterical thing they've ever seen in their life. And and
All these
then
incredibly like flamboyant costumes. Like somebody mentioned that they look like rich people from the Hunger Games all the
they
time.
do.
So it's
Yes,
just
they
like
do.
it just doesn't make any sense to me
No.
that this is like the thing that is and I like as quoted by one of the audience members who's watching this happen, right? The people who's there. Wow, that is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life. Her walking in
Why?
that outfit.
Why?
It's like you look like
You look
you
like
look like a fucking queer. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's what I was hoping it was gonna happen. Was like she would just start like lashing out and really kind of earn the name of the movie. Like, really just hit them where it hurts. You know, because it's like it's bizarre to me that like all the movie wants me to believe that I guess Elphaba is the only person who's ever been awkward, like in the
who's ever
world.
been picked on,
Yeah, the
essentially.
only person who's ever been picked on in Oz is
Well,
because
they
it's
didn't. They literally never. They had trains and all this stuff, but they literally never invented roads or cages. So I can believe they never invented bullying.
yeah, I guess that's true. Even it's like it's a very multicultural, group of people. So you would expect that somebody would have got
There would
bullied.
be
Like,
some
you have to pick
banter. Yeah,
someone to be the
come on,
punching bag.
come on,
Come on. This is like
come on, come on. Yeah, I also, if we're going to make her into the Wicked Witch of the West, and we're going to say it's largely the result of being picked on and ostracized by the rest of the people in Oz, then maybe you should finally start showing her severely overreacting. So we can be like, well, maybe even if what she went through is a little bit sympathetic, she went too far in her overreaction. But what does she do instead when everyone's laughing at her? She just starts interpretive dancing silently to no music.
yeah.
Why?
It's so
Why?
weird. It's
It's
so
so weird.
strange.
I mean, if it were me, that's funnier than the outfit she's wearing, for sure.
Yeah.
That's more deserving of humiliation than anything. Because, okay, there is a big band, and the band is all performed by CGI animals, right? Because this is the illegal jazz club. This is where the underclass animals all perform. So I guess they're also kind of like black jazz performers in the Jim Crow era, I guess. Is sort of the
Oh
logic.
God, I
Anyway,
didn't even think about that, but yeah, that's probably what it is.
it's a little bit of that. There's a little bit of that going
Oh
on. And so
no.
they're all performing, and I don't like the music they're performing, but whatever, personal taste. And so they're playing songs and everyone's dancing. Elphaba walks into the room and the music just stops. And then for the next like 10 minutes, I swear to God, it's so long. The band just doesn't play again, and there's this long sequence of everyone laughing at her, and then interpretive dancing silently, and then
Where are your
Galinda.
animal companions now, Elphaba? They all just sat there and let this
They hung
happen.
you out to dry. They could have just kept playing music, and it would have moved it along. But instead, we just linger in this humiliation moment forever.
Even the
And so,
fucking animals think you look like a retard, Elphaba. Like what?
so, so yes, everyone's bullying her, and instead of doing what you might do in a story like this, if you were trying to take this stupid premise a bit, seriously, you would have her kind of flip out and overreact with magic and maybe hurt a few people or something, Not to the full extent of like the finale of Carrie or anything, but something more in that direction, maybe, if she's going to become the
Maybe,
Wicked Witch of
yeah.
the West.
Because at
But
least then,
instead,
like, damn, I didn't even think about that. But like, the Carrie story makes way more sense as like an origin for the Wicked Witch of the West than this.
doesn't it?
Yeah,
As she goes through all sorts of awful things and she has magical powers, but she doesn't handle everything she goes through well and becomes basically evil and murderous as a result. So basically Carrie is the movie that this should have been, honestly.
yeah.
Anyway,
Fuck.
but even if you wanted to treat it with a lighter touch and have all the musical numbers, clearly you need to have her start like overreacting to the discrimination and the bullying and the humiliation at some point. But no, she just starts interpretive dancing silently. Remember, there's no music. She's just, I wish I could describe it. She's like moving, she's doing an interpretive dance silently in the middle of the room while everyone's laughing at her. And the laughter kind of dies down. And everyone's just kind of like watching her, like, what the fuck is this bitch doing? And so and then Ariana Grande, sorry, Galinda, has a moment of like, I feel bad because she helped me get into the sorcery seminar that I went to get into.
When
I'm like,
Fiero whispers in her ear, like, I'll say this much. She doesn't care what anybody thinks. And Glinda goes, well, of course she cares. Of course she does. And so this gives Galinda the courage to dive in. She's like, "Oh fuck, I'm going in." Here we go. And she goes and does the same interpretive dance silently with
Along with
Elphaba
her. Yeah.
for what feels like another 5 minutes before anybody else joins in.
Yeah, so and that's the thing that bothered me about this because this is a very simple kind of cliche beat, but this is not hard to do. What you would do if you're Galinda in this moment is you start doing that dance and then you start encouraging other people to do it too. Like, oh, this is actually kind of a fun dance. Come on, guys, join us in. But instead, they just have this one-on-one silent dance for a really long time. Like way too long. And then eventually people go, "Hey, maybe we should start joining in." But it goes on for so long. It feels like a mating ritual between
Yeah,
two like birds of paradise. That's what it feels like. It's so long.
it's weird
And
because I don't know where she got like I don't know where she came up with the moves. Like
she just starts doing it.
she
She
just
just starts
starts
it makes
doing
no
it.
sense. It makes no sense.
And it doesn't.
Okay.
So Kevo says she pulls a Joker. It's like, yeah, you could have put the Joker music over the dance that she's doing, and it would have fit. Like,
Yes, the bathroom scene. That's exactly how she starts dancing in front of everyone and they're just like, what?"
it absolutely could have been played for a horror, like psychological horror
Yes.
purposes.
Yes. Oh, that's really funny. I didn't think about that. That's really great. You can see it so vividly. Oh man. Okay, so I wanna step away from the story because this scene was so evocative to me of the weird relationship that Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo have, as made manifest in some of the interviews and promotional materials done for the movie. Hugh,
Yes.
you're aware of some of this, right?
I'm at the very least aware of the whole, like, people have really been holding space for Defying Gravity, which
Yeah.
made Cynthia Erivo, like, break down in tears of joy.
And then
Um,
like Ariana Grande's like looking at her like deep into her soul and like holding her by her pinky finger. It's
yes.
just the
And then
strangest
the
thing.
the interviewer kind of looks and goes, "I'm in queer media." Like, as a it's a
I
very
mean,
it's it's such a strange this cast is really strange. They feel alien. It feels like I'm watching Aliens.
especially those two. Especially
Yeah.
those two. Jonathan Bailey seems fine. You know, he seems just like classic kind of charismatic theater gay. But these two, oh my God, they're so strange. And when I was watching the movie, I didn't really get that energy from them until this scene. And this scene felt like the same energy as that interview to me, where like they looked like they could kiss by the end of it. I was
Yeah.
like, what is happening? They are so weird. They're so weird. And that I don't know. It's like this is the moment in the movie where like filming this movie where Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo fell in love. And God, they're a bunch of weirdos. First of all, Cynthia Erivo looks very strange as bald as she is in real life. It's very disorienting. But then when you watch the movie, you're like, oh, that's a really bad wig.
Well,
It's
the
not a
wig
good
looks
wig.
exactly like the one that they use at like on the stage. Um, which I was like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Like we're sticking with you want the rest of it to look real, like a real world place, but you don't really give a shit about whether or not her hair looks real. Sure, whatever, that's fine. Can we also talk though, real quick? Because
Mhm.
not only like it's not just Cynthia Erivo who looks like very strange, like, generally. Ariana Grande looks frighteningly thin.
Like we just pulled her out of the camps. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what she looks like. It's not good.
very terror. Like she's been
As someone
surviving
said,
on 4 hard-boiled eggs a day. Like
as Kevo says, Ozempic is a hell of a drug. That I mean, that's exactly what it looks and feels
it
like.
looks like
It, sh-
that for sure. She claims Pilates and just like general exercise. I don't know
yeah,
how much of
right.
that to believe. You know?
You do. She's slightly at least. She's at least mildly starving herself. You don't get that with from Pilates. Like I can see like there was some press red carpet thing where like you can see like her chest bones.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh,
Well, you
you
can see
you
that when
need to
she's
eat
wearing the
something.
dress, the Glinda dress at the beginning of the movie. Like
Yeah, you can.
she looks like bone, like a wet bird.
He
Like,
looks, yeah, and it's worse now in the promotional phase. It's only gotten worse since the movie itself, but she is very skinny in the movie as well. It's not flattering. It's not healthy. It's a little tough to look at, and I hope she
putting clothes on her throughout most of it, like, helps. You know,
helps for
like
sure.
it helps with my feeling. You know, like it,
Okay, so
but
Trayvon Washington, I'm not talking about the ribs. I'm talking about like on her actual chest, you can see all the bones like of her like clavicle and down. It's
yeah,
like, you know, like at the upper part of the
like the
chest.
collarbone and down.
And
Yeah,
and
like
just yeah, it was not pleasant to look at. Um yeah, so that's not good, and hope she turns it around. You know, I had a roommate in college who she got like really, really, really skinny, and people had to be like, "This is not good for you. You need to stop doing that."
yeah.
You know,
I had a friend who dated an anorexic girl for a while, and it was.
mm,
I mean, other mental problems, you know,
sure,
usually accompany that, but there were times where it would be like, she, you look terrifying. Like,
yeah,
this
it's
is,
not good. It's worrisome. You need
yeah,
to.
I'm frightened for you is the thing.
Mm,
Yeah. Yeah. So she does not, like, they that doesn't help the strangeness of the two of them when they're on screen together, their weird chemistry. Um
mhm.
but like, yeah,
Yeah.
and then there's also like the weird fact, behind the scenes fact, that like the guy who plays Bach, the redheaded weirdo who played SpongeBob on the stage music, you know, in the stage play of SpongeBob,
Yeah.
left his pregnant high school sweetheart of many years, like, who about to give birth for Ariana Grande after meeting her on this film, like on this set.
Um, what that happens all the time in Hollywood. It's crazy how
It,
many like
yeah,
home records there are in Hollywood. To say nothing of all the other terrible things that get up to way more than you'd like to see. That seems to happen a lot. It's crazy. I mean, I remember like just a couple of years ago when there was that whole big thing about Ewan McGregor and Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Very similar situation there. But I didn't know this guy left his like she was pregnant when he
she was
left.
like 7 or 8 months pregnant, and he left her.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Here's the other thing. He's weird looking. Like he's not especially
he is,
attractive.
he is a strange, yeah, he is a strange man. I think a lot of people have made that joke, right? That like it doesn't quite add up that Ariana and him would be a thing. I don't know if they're still together, honestly. After all of that, let me see. Ariana and SpongeBob man currently linked to Ethan Slater. Yeah, apparently he does. Like, okay, so this is the thing about him, right? Is that he does look like the human embodiment of SpongeBob. That is kind of his vibe, you know. So
Yeah,
top
yeah.
tier casting for that.
Well, here's the thing. You know, when he sings in this movie, I'm like, oh, he's got like Broadway chops.
Yeah,
Unlike Ariana Grande, like he actually has Broadway singing chops. You can tell. You know, he like projects and he's very big and animated, and so I'm like, okay, like he's fine in this movie. I wasn't wowed by him, but at least I was like, okay, you hit kind of a minimum threshold for me. So good for
yeah.
you.
It's really fun. I just Entertainment Weekly ran an article about how the voice actor for SpongeBob SquarePants had to clarify that he is not the one who is dating Ariana Grande, because people were like, "How could you?" Oh my god, that's wild.
What? Oh, that's so funny. It's that's amazing. That's amazing. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Um,
there are a lot of weird moments, like the fact that his character is smitten with Galinda in this movie, right? Like
Hmm.
there's a lot of weird moments when you're watching it
Yeah.
where like like at
If
one
you know that.
yeah,
Yeah.
if
I
you know
didn't.
all of that, like there's a line specifically where he looks her in the eyes and says, "I'd do anything for you." It's like, ooh, like, he
Yeah.
felt that, he believed that.
he he left his pregnant wife and or girlfriend for her in real life.
Wife,
So yeah.
divorce. It
Wife.
was a
Yeah.
divorce. They had to
Yikes.
like, yeah.
That's really terrible. That's terrible. Because I bet you it doesn't last, my dude.
I would not be surprised. I mean, apparently they are still together at the moment, but you know, I feel like it's most people are just counting down to when it's gonna implode. Um,
That's crazy. That's terrible. Fuck that guy. Um. Anyway, yeah, bunch of weirdos in this movie. You get a little twinge of some of their weird energies in the movie for sure, but mostly not. Mostly you can kind of separate it. It is kind of crazy though, like that scene with the lady from Pink News. It's like I'm in queer media, and I've heard a lot of people are holding space for defying gravity. And Cynthia Erivo is like about to cry, like, oh my gosh, I haven't heard that. Wow. Wow, oh my gosh. Wow. That energy is like really palpable in this scene where they silently interpretive dance at each other. It's very uncomfortable. It goes on for way too long. Nothing about how this scene was constructed makes any sense. Um, it's very tiresome. And finally it ends, and we're now at the part where they're friends. Hooray. We've made progress in the story.
we are an hour and 40 minutes in now because the scene has taken 40 goddamn minutes.
So I don't remember exactly what happens next, but at some point, now that they're friends, Galinda is going to give her a makeover and teach her how to be popular.
That actually that doesn't happen until I'm pretty sure that doesn't happen until after the goat gets hauled out of class.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
Oh no,
you
no, no,
take it
you're
away
right.
then. I
Sorry,
don't
never mind.
remember.
They go back after the dance and do the popular number. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the
Uh,
next day, I think, is when they go into goat class, goat history, and Peter Dinklage is
no,
there.
sorry. I like it much better imagining it as actual goat history class instead of history class, like goat history 400.
Yeah.
Hostman's Lounge, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. The cast of this movie are like the unholy spawn of The Hunger Games and Terry Gilliam's Brazil. Yeah, I would say that's
Yeah.
apt. I'm gonna give that a little heart. There you go. Good job. That is apt. It's they have very bizarre, creepy energy. I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan of it. I wasn't especially interested in the movie because I saw the trailer for one, and what I know about the story wasn't interesting to me. But then when I saw that information, sorry, when I saw those interviews, when I saw how the people involved in the movie are acting in the press junkets, I was like, oh, I really don't want to see this movie. And then it was nominated for Best Picture, and I said, well,
Fuck.
fuck, I guess I have to now.
Yeah, so they do the
Anyway,
popular number, then they go to class, and so the goat has a
really quick,
very
just
important
because
announcement. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
really quick. The popular number is good. I
Yes.
like it. It's funny, it's amusing. It feels like either the last thing they did or the first thing they did, in that it feels very different from the rest of the movie. Like they either gave it the most amount of work or it was like the final thing they did, so they really put their heart into it. Whatever the case, that popular number is almost a decent enough thing in isolation that you can just be like, ah, I wish the movie was this and really not a whole lot else.
Yeah.
Pretty good performance. Well, it's the catchiest song in the movie, in my opinion. It's a real earworm in a good way. I'm not a big fan of the music in this movie. It's very poppy. It's very I don't know. It's not what I look for in a movie musical typically, but popular. It's a catchy tune.
Yeah.
You'll be humming it for days.
Well, and funny you should mention Poppy, because the goat is rushing everybody in to sit down. We've established that poppies are his favorite flower, by the way, so he keeps them on his desk at all times. That is an important
But
thing.
he's a heroin addict.
Yeah, that's well, as architects so often are, apparently.
Really quick before you continue. Kevo, thank you very much for Super Chat says for your service. Thank you for
We
your
appreciate
service,
that.
Kevo.
Yes.
And then the other thing, Hostman's Lounge says, how many of these numbers are in the Broadway musical? Most of them, but there are a couple that have been added.
Yes.
Um,
And those are the more immemorable ones, I want to say.
except for the one where Kristen Chenoweth and Idina Menzel show up to steal the show for a couple
Yes.
minutes
Yeah, that is pretty.
and remind you how that this could have been way better. We'll get to that. Anyway, poppies are his favorite flower. He's got some on his desk.
Yeah, and he's rushing everybody in because animals are now forbidden from holding positions of authority at the university. Apparently, a new policy has passed. Why they allowed him to get into the room in order to announce this to everybody is beyond me. Like, if he was the only one, you would think they might have been able to, stop him from getting into that classroom to announce this problem. But the guy with the funny mustache from The Wizard of Oz, the head of the Emerald City Police, say, you remember him? He marches in the middle of the speech and hauls the goat professor out and replaces him with a man, a person,
The man person,
a
yeah.
man person who reveals that they've built cages now. They've just invented cages.
They invented cages, yes.
And they've got a baby lion cub in the cage.
It looks like Simba from 2019, The Lion King, so that was kind of funny.
Yep.
To see him in a cage.
I'm glad that actor's doing well. Yeah. But he's in the cage. The guy is basically like, this keeps them safe, and with any luck, it'll stop them from ever being able to speak. Won't that be great? Which is kind of funny because like it does. It's just they're so bald faced about this, as if people haven't lived side by side with animals forever. Like at this point, and like it just because of one drought, a nebulous drought. Apparently,
I don't even who's to say how many years ago that even was. I can't remember. They don't really specify, do they? Anyway, it's very nebulous. There was one drought, and they got scapegoated because people always need a scapegoat, so they chose
the animals
animal
instead of, I don't know, the
population.
Asians or something. Like, there's enough of them. You could probably have done that. Like, I don't know.
Well, why? There's not even like enough logic because you don't need a lot for a movie like this, but there's not even enough logic to imagine how scapegoating the animals for a drought even works. Do they?
I thought for a second, I thought like, oh, did like the people start eating the animals that can talk? Is that what happened? Like they couldn't grow food, so they ate their neighbors? Like Alex Jones? Is that what happened? No, not really.
Georges Rex asks an interesting question. I don't remember this. Are all animals talking animals except for the ones that have forgotten how to speak? Is that how it works in this world?
I think so. They don't. Yeah. They really don't. They don't do a good job of explaining that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it's implying. Is that all animals can speak and invent and like do math.
And read Shakespeare sonnets.
Yeah, and all of that. All animals can do that, except when they are beaten into forgetting how to talk.
Georges Rex continues down this line with, do the lions eat other animals? Like, how does that? Don't think about that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure anyone eats in this entire movie, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know if there's a single person that eats.
Well,
I don't remember any
not
food.
Ariana Grande.
No. No. That's why she agreed to be in the movie. It's like, oh, a character that doesn't eat?
I'm in. I was born to play this role. And then SpongeBob was like, a character who's obsessed with Ariana? I was born to play this role.
Yes.
Oh God.
So, they start rounding up the animals, and so most of the people in the class, there's this moment, right? Okay, so they haul away the goat, and they bring in the new professor. This happens all very quickly. Most of the students in the class are just kind of in stunned silence, and then approximately a whole 2 seconds pass, and then Elphaba goes like, "Are you all just gonna stand there and be silent?" Like, lady, it's been like 2 seconds. Like
Silence is violence.
it's not like they even had the opportunity
To
to like
process
stand up
any of what
and to
happened yet.
process it. Just and she chides them for it so quickly. That was annoying to me. I was like, you didn't do anything to stop this either. And then you turn around and go, are you just going to be silent? And they're like, what? Like, what do you, what? I'm still
Hold your
processing.
horses, green chick. We just accepted you as one of our own.
We could have you rounded up too while we're at it. You're green. Are you an animal? Who's to say? Anyway, they don't do that. Instead, um, uh, okay, S- Elphaba's magic. She gets so upset, right? And when she gets upset, her magic goes out of control, and she can't really, control what she's doing. Usually, that causes things to levitate and crash into each other, and things to fly across the room, things of that sort. So,
This time, what it does
mhm.
is it causes the poppies on the goat professor's desk to emit a heroin that puts everybody except the lion cub, Fiero, and her to sleep. Presumably because Fiero has built up a tolerance.
Yes, I was going to make that joke if you weren't. So I'm glad you did. So the other kind of funny thing to imagine now is that all of them are addicted to heroin. So that's good. As
Well,
a
it only
result
takes
of this.
one. It only takes one dose, as we will learn from our second movie.
It's true. It's true.
uh,
Trayvon Washington says, I hated goat history. I'm glad he's gone. Yeah, I never really cared for goat history. It's kind of a snooze fest, as
they
far
don't
as I'm
do much.
concerned.
They haven't done much of interest. Those goats
No.
climbing mountains and button heads. It's
Yeah.
a lot of boring shit.
Eating,
None of them have
eating
ever built a
anything.
pyramid.
Eating anything. Oh, there's a I think it's kind of cool, actually, just as a random side note, when people like use goats and stuff like that in certain areas to like eat all the vegetation and clear vegetation. There's a property right near my house, right down the street, where like it had been completely overgrown, so they like fenced it all off and just let a bunch of goats loose in there for a while. So that was kind of cool. Anyway,
That is pretty neat.
uh, yeah,
So the couple of questions going through here, right? They wait, did they do an ice raid and deport the goat? That's amazing. Kind of,
yeah,
basically, and even better,
potentially.
the man with the funny curly mustache from The Wizard of Oz, who like at first denies Dorothy the ability to enter the Emerald City. He is the one who leads the raid on the goat's classroom. So we
Hmm.
have a nice little callback to the movie. You know, we've clearly set up an antagonist or a minor antagonist for part two.
Yeah,
Um, then there's the questions. Oh no, the cub is the cowardly lion and Fiero is the scarecrow, right? Yep, both true. Both true. So we've now officially met the whole gang apart from Toto and Dorothy and the wizard.
are we
Um,
gonna meet Toto in part two?
oh, probably. Dorothy and Toto are
Probably.
probably going to be there because like she
They
has
can't
to
help themselves.
well, she
Yeah.
has to melt the witch somehow.
Oh,
They
right,
have to
right,
like
right, right.
decide.
What they're gonna do there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not looking forward to that. So where are we? Okay, so
Well,
yeah,
they
so
sneak the cub out. They go to the woods.
yeah, while
It's
everyone else
so
is
boring.
incapacitated by the poppy that emits some sort of opiate into the air that knocks everyone out except for Elphaba for some reason. I guess because she's immune. Fiero because he's built up a tolerance because of his years of heroin abuse. And who's the other one?
The lion cub in the
The lion
cage.
cub.
Like the lion cub
Yeah.
isn't affected at all. So they get the lion cub out of the cage. They go to the woods. They have a tender little moment as they release the lion cub, which it's so boring and it
It's boring.
drags. And I
Hmm.
would prefer to just like move on to the next. So Michelle Yeoh, as they are in the woods, she walks into the classroom and sees everybody asleep and instantly realizes what's happened, right? And so she immediately goes to write to the Wizard of Oz to it's like because this is the breakthrough moment, right? To tell him about this great potential candidate, I guess she's found to be his partner in crime, essentially, to be his like second in command. She's like, "Oh my god, this bitch did magic again. This is like the breaking point. We got to write to him right now." And
Sorry, I'm
go for it.
sorry, but Georges Rex pointed out something very interesting. Why does she hate Toto so much if she loves animals?
Because Toto is Uncle Tom.
A race traitor. That's right. Oh my goodness.
She,
Uh,
the Cowardly Lion, doesn't she like? She hates him too.
yeah. Yeah. Well, shut up.
He
Shut
can
up. Shut
talk.
your mouth.
Uh, oh my god! But yeah, so Michelle Yeoh sees this and writes to the wizard, and so I want to talk about this real quick too because I just don't understand she what she thinks is happening and what she thinks she's achieving by doing this, right? Because so she is well aware because she's witnessed this multiple times that all of Elphaba's magical ability surges when she feels her sense of social justice being like trampled upon, essentially, like
Yes.
infringed upon.
Sure.
She's well aware that that sense of justice is tied directly to the policies that the wizard is implementing. She's in on these policies. She's all on board for enslaving the animals, which she is well aware Elphaba does not like. So
Yeah.
why, at this moment, does she think, okay, now this is the time to introduce her to the wizard and reveal our secret plans?
Uh, no, I have no earthly idea.
Okay, yeah, because it just doesn't make any like,
Because that's what the plot needs to do,
yeah.
and we have to go meet the wizard because we need to reveal that he's a fraud, and uh, so that needs to happen. Even though Michelle Yeoh should be quite aware of the fact that Elphaba is not on board with what the wizard is doing, she still thinks that because Elphaba is a special. Okay, so Michelle Yeoh knows that Elphaba is a special witch magic person, right? So obviously she wants, because she knows that the actual Wizard of Oz is not actually magic. They have this book full of spells, and they want to use the book full of spells to do magical things to help their cause. She can only read a few words. She's not really special enough herself. That is Michelle Yeoh. So she wants Elphaba to help them do spells and stuff, even though she knows that Elphaba is directly opposed to their cause. She's still going to try and do a horrible job of, honestly, of tricking her into helping them.
It's not even
Uh,
really a trick. They reveal their hand
they
immediately.
do. They play their hand. They overplay their hand incredibly in an incredibly stupid manner. Yes, but that's why she needs Elphaba. But she just does an awful, 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 awful job of playing her in the right way. Because what you would need to happen, what you would need to do is to convince her that actually the wizard is actually opposed to all this, and this isn't actually coming from the wizard, but it really is coming from the
Well,
wizard.
but,
You know
like,
what I
it
mean?
has to be coming from the wizard because we have no, like, he is the ultimate power, like, he's the
Yes.
autocratic dictator of
Yeah, but
Oz,
also
and the
Elphaba doesn't
police are
even.
doing this. Like, they're pulling him.
Yes, I agree with you. Elphaba doesn't even really ask that question because she's also stupid. So
Yes.
like, well, like the police are rounding up the animals, and her thought isn't even that this must be the wizard doing it. She's like, "Well, I'll go to the wizard and ask him." It's like, "Well, he's in charge of everything. He's your emperor. Like, what? What? Who else would be? Do you have a legislature? What's happening here? Like, there's the question isn't even raised. So it's stupid on a number of different fronts. But yes, they overplay their hand in an incredibly obvious way immediately. They do not do a good job of manipulating Elphaba. What you would want to do is try as long as you can to convince Elphaba that, like, oh, these policies of rounding up animals are actually, it's actually something the wizard is opposed to, and it's like he needs to have created another figure, below him or beside him who's doing all this stuff, but they're actually on the same side or something. That's the only way to make it work, but that doesn't happen. Instead, it's just, well, the wizard is obviously the one behind this because he rules Oz, and she never once thinks about it that way because she's stupid. And also, they don't do a good job of manipulating her. They just go, oh, yeah,
Well,
help
obvious.
us,
Yeah,
join
help
us.
us. Join us. Like, we can keep doing this. It's going to be great. And she's just like, it makes It makes no goddamn sense. There's
No, it
also a
makes no
couple of
sense.
questions, right? So I'm just gonna like fast forward because like from this part forward, apart from the one musical number that kind of gives some backstory where Kristen Chenoweth and Indina Menzel, Danny
Adele
Amendola,
Menzine.
and Adele Menzies, Danny Amendola. Yeah. Apart from that one musical number where they show up to kind of save our time for a couple of minutes,
Hmm.
not much really happens moving
No, it's
forward.
very boring. It's very boring, and this is like all the fun silliness is gone.
Yeah.
It's gonna get like weirdly horrifying in a way that feels very out of place, and we're gonna treat everything very, very seriously until we're distracted from the very real stakes by a silly song that now feels out of place because we've treated everything so seriously, and then the movie ends. That's essentially the arc of what happens from here on. It's incredibly tiresome and boring and uninteresting for a while.
Yes. But like they get to the wizard, and Jeff Goldblum, not really like they're doing the whole thing. He's just apparently just setting up the giant face that terrifies people, right?
Hmm.
Into believing that he has like real power, that he's the man behind the curtain. So he's kind of workshopping it, and he seems to be more of like a nice person, but maybe a little goofy, right? He's a showman. He's tap dancing around. He's doing his whole thing, but he reveals essentially that he's in possession of a book, the Grimoire, that controls magic in Oz. And Michelle Yeoh, they need Elphaba to read it, or to try to read it, because it's the only way that they'll be able to like everything seems to be. This is another problem, right? Is that everything seems to be going great. There is no like there apart from the animals being slowly transformed into second class citizens, all we see is people having a grand old time, right? We don't see impoverished people. We like in the Emerald City, everybody's fucking living it up. We don't see, the plight of the Munchkin, or any Marxist revolutionaries who are trying to overthrow the government. We don't hear slogans about like real slogans anyway about political subversives trying to undermine the autocratic power of the god emperor wizard, right? We don't see or feel any of this, so everything just looks like it's going great, but for some reason it is urgent that they have Elphaba come in and read from the Grimoire to use the magic to make things better or to secure their position, you know
Well, yeah, so the first thing they ask her to do is to cast a spell that gives the monkeys their wings. Oh, remember the flying monkeys from the Wizard of Oz? Well, they were just normal monkeys, and then she gave them wings with magic. Aren't you glad that that additional piece of lore has been given? Aren't you glad that we explained how they got their wings?
well, it caused them pain, and she felt really bad about it, and so like she promised. I'm
It's like a
fairly
body.
confident.
It's a body horror scene when
Yeah,
the monkeys get their wings.
but it's a body horror scene, but it's all CGI monkeys, so I don't
Yeah,
fucking
it's
care.
not
Like
exactly.
it doesn't look good.
No, I agree. I agree.
Kevo's asking, was Goldblum acting or just being Goldblum? He's just being Goldblum. He's not.
He's just well. Here's the thing. He's just being Goldblum, but I like Goldblum, so it's fine.
Yeah. No, I think he is.
He's one of those people that, especially nowadays, he's always the same. He's always Jeff Goldblum because they cast Jeff Goldblum because they want Jeff Goldblum. They want him to do all this. Ah, yes, I'm Jeff Goldblum. He's doing
Yeah.
all that sort of
Oh,
crap.
look at this. I think this is well, a bit much, but here, look at this. I've been trying to figure out what color the bricks of the road should be. What do you think? I'm gonna push this button here. Yeah. Oh man. Wow. Purple. Yeah, purple is really great. There's that.
He is just doing all the stereotypical Jeff Goldblum isms, but I just find him really compelling, so it's fine
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned.
And yes, there is a scene where they decide, based on essentially like a bunch of buttons, like a couple of Snapchat filters, they swipe through and land on yellow for the bricks in the road because, yeah, you know what? That one looks better than red or purple or blue.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I guess yellow. He's like, oh yeah, yeah, Yellow Brick Road, yes,
A nice sound to it. Hmm.
yeah.
um, Nails asks, "Who is better as Oz, Goldblum or Franco?" I have not seen that James Franco Journey to Oz or whatever the hell that movie's called. Do you know what? Do
Oz
you
the
know
Great and Powerful.
that's the one? Yeah. Have
Yeah,
you seen that?
nope.
I have not seen
I've
it, so I
seen
can't
parts
say
of Tin Man, that sci-fi show
what.
about
A
Dorothy
what?
and yeah,
I'm
the
sorry. What?
yeah, I've seen parts of that. Hold on, let me see if refresh my memory on this. I believe yeah, it lasted for one season, and a cyclone drops a waitress out of her boring life into what the OZ, the Oz, the outer zone, um,
That's
where the Tin Man is
Ugh.
a cowboy and the Scarecrow is a what's the word for like a subversive, played by Alan Cummings, and so they must solve the yeah, the problem of the evil witch who controls the Oz.
Zoe Deschanel, Alan Cumming,
Yep,
Richard Dreyfuss. Okay,
yep.
never heard of this.
Yeah, I've seen parts of that. It was it sure was. It sure was a
It
thing.
sure was. Yeah, I would imagine Jeff Goldblum probably better than James Franco. I would probably assume that about most things, even if I hadn't seen either movie. I would probably pick Jeff Goldblum just because I don't know, he's got a charisma about him, even if he does play the same sort of mannerisms in every movie at this point.
Yeah. So yeah, he does that, and then they have her read the thing and get the monkeys some wings. She Ray syndrome, of course, right? Like the most powerful witch who is teaching her at school can only read a few words, but Elphaba can read entire chapters just
Yes,
right
she's amazing.
from the get go.
She just needs to learn how powerful she really is deep down inside.
Yeah, accepting herself and her own voice. That that really is what does it for her, you know. But she does this and then realizes that the wizard has no real power because he actually can't read any of it. And somebody asked in the chat, this is a good question, and there's not really a good explanation. I don't think you can really find one because the movie doesn't think about it. And none of it really does. If sorcery is taught in the schools, right? If there is magic at any point in this world, right? Then
Hmm.
how does the wizard's snake oil showmanship, charm trick
Work.
them all into giving him ultimate power, like
Okay.
over everything?
The best you could say is that he brings technological wonders that people assume are magic because everything with him is very like industrial coded,
Yes.
with gears and machinery and, stuff like that. So it seems to be like he's presenting advanced technology from wherever he's from as magic. With like
Yeah.
levers and gears and stuff like that, where there's actual magic that people can conduct, like levitation and whatever, maybe transmutation, whatever other magics they have. But so he's using technology to present himself as genuinely magical when he's not. Seems to be what they're going for at best.
Yeah, at best, but like that still begs the question, right? Because like they've lived side by side with animals forever, and the animals have invented their own systems of things like that. Like we see that in the goat's classroom. There's a
Yes.
complex system of pedals that he can kick in order to dim the lights and start a slideshow, and then there's a
What you're
particular.
saying is they already have pretty advanced technology, it seems. Yes, I
Yeah,
agree.
they already have like they already have a lot of technology that seem like it.
If they were like a primitive, medieval world, and then he shows up with future tech essentially,
Yeah,
and so he
maybe.
seems like a wizard, sure, sure.
Yeah,
But
but
that's really not how they present it, honestly. They have
no.
electricity in the school. And so I mean, okay, that granted that is his school, but like I don't know, it's just all so
Well,
confusing
it
because they
is
have
his
giant
school
trains but no
now,
roads.
but it used to be the animals. Like
Yeah.
that's why that like when they break the mural of him and it reveals
Yes.
the sainted animals, the disciples of animal Jesus on the thing, right?
They
It's
might
like,
not have had electricity, is all I'm getting at there, but like they were pretty advanced.
yeah.
So really, his tech shouldn't be so good. I don't know. They don't do a good job of explaining that. They could. They would just have to fix a few things, I would say.
Yeah, did they have trains or did he bring them? We don't know. Probably
Well,
he brought them,
it
but that would mean that he put railroads down before he put a regular
roads.
road. Like,
I would assume he did because he built Emerald City himself. He didn't like usurp Emerald City and remake it. Like that's all him.
yeah. What
And Emerald
again though?
City,
Like that's so fucking crazy. Like he brought
yeah.
all of that. Like he was able to just get them to do all of that.
I
Really?
don't know. I don't know, man. Who cares? Who cares? Doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense.
Kyle,
Kentucky.
same thing happened with Barbie. They unintentionally wrote it so one based chud white man, Sigma Riz, charms an entire society into following him. That's, that is,
Yeah,
yeah,
that is what happened in Barbie. Barbie is so unintentionally hilarious. It's crazy.
yeah,
It's crazy, like the implications, because just to refresh our memories, Ken comes back from the real world and simply tells everyone else what he saw there, and immediately convinces them all to start a patriarchy instead. Even the women. He just describes how awesome it is, and they're on board too. I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. Like, like, what did they mean by this? Anyway,
yeah.
so where are we now?
Jen was saying that the movie is so poorly lit because they don't have electricity.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, well, now we're at Defying Gravity because she steals the book and she runs away because
Mhm.
she realizes that he has no real power and that, oh my god, he's the one who's been
Oh, anti-animal. Do we ever get a good reason why? No.
well, because people need an enemy. That's the one thing he's learned from where he came from, which is our world, by the way. That
Mhm.
is what it like. He comes from fucking Kansas or some shit. Like he's a vaudeville performer from America who took a balloon to Oz, right? So what he learned was Jim Crow laws, basically. He's like, that's the way to form a society that works, and
Yeah, well, the other
all we
funny thing is,
see is it working. So, like, what did the
so
movie
here's
mean
the
by
here's the
this?
thing what did the movie mean by this? Here's the thing that's confusing about it is if everything was working in peaceful, beautiful harmony, and then he comes along and he builds an awesome city and installs railroads and everything, why did things would have to have gone wrong for him to decide that what would really bring people together is a common enemy? Like, what social strife was there for Jeff Goldblum's Oz to decide, you know what, I should probably scapegoat the animals because things would be better that way because all the humans would unite. Is there sectarian conflict between the different human tribes? Like the Munchkins in the land of Winkies? Is that what's happening? Like
the
what?
deep, the deep racial hatred that burns between the Munchkins and the Winkies.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
The
otherwise,
great Munchkin genocide of '88.
yeah, they're like the fucking Rwandan tribes or something. Because otherwise, what is like discriminating against the animals a solution to? Like there has to be a problem for that to make any sense.
It's a
He wouldn't.
nebulous drought.
So
That
he decides that because there's a drought, what would really help fix everything is if all the humans could unite in hatred of animals and that will fix the drought. Like no, like there has to be some sort of like human, like all the different tribes or kingdoms of Oz have to be like fighting, and then he decides, well, they could all unite as one humanity if we just turned against the animals. Like that's at least, it's all silly and stupid, but that's something, right? Otherwise, he comes into a world that was apparently perfectly peaceful and harmonious and decides, you know what, we need a caste system. Why? It sounds like people were already united. Like,
We
I
need,
just don't get it.
you know what? You know what you're missing here? An underclass, slaves. Where?
We got to lay the railroads. We got to blast holes through the mountains. We're
Where
gonna
are the
need.
urban poor?
so, so there's that. There's that obviously, and then
This is so fucking funny.
yeah, there's a lot of good comments in the chat. I like from the river to the sea, Munchkin land will be free. That's a good one.
Oz is an allegory for South African apartheid.
Yeah,
This is yeah, because the political drama that it wants you to be invested in to the
that's the
point
central conflict of the story.
yeah, moving forward. Yeah.
Yeah.
When it was just fun, goofy, mean girl shit at college between roommates who didn't like each other, it was much more tolerable. Once you get into this part, you're like, okay, you really don't want me thinking about this. Like, I know you don't want me thinking about this. So stop trying to get me to think about it. Like stop
No, you
giving.
don't understand. It's just so relevant now because the bad MAGA Republicans are trying to kick all the illegal immigrants out, and that's like the same thing. So it's more relevant than ever.
Yeah.
If they win if this wins any awards at the Oscars, it would not surprise me at all if someone tried to imply something like that during their speech.
Wicked is too wicked is to resist.
Anyway, yeah, all this stuff is incredibly stupid. It's an incredibly stupid movie.
It's very stupid and shallow, and it ends on a very shallow and kind of boring song.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
and it's made worse because like you said, okay, she's trying to run away because Oz has completely like blown his load and overplayed his hand and made it really obvious that he's the one rounding up all the animals to put them in camps or whatever it is he's doing so that they can't speak anymore. And obviously silencing people is no good, very bad. And so now they're being chased through Oz's castle essentially by the flying monkeys, and it's all horrible and terrifying. And then they find themselves in a big tower where they're going to try to ride a balloon out, but that doesn't work because there's a gate at the top that crashes closed and destroys the balloon. So now they're stuck in there, and the foot soldiers are pounding on the door. The monkeys have just disappeared from the movie for no especially good reason, and they're trying to get in. And now we need to have like a 5-minute long scene where they sing a song about actually how they love each other and are friends now, even though Ariana Grande, she's Glinda now. She was taking the side of the Wizard of Oz when it was perfectly obvious that he was evil, and I'm like, oh, is she just retarded? Like, what's happening?
Yeah, well, obviously they all are, clearly.
Yeah, but it was crazy to me. Like, she saw all the same things that that Elphaba did, and she's like, well, I'm sure he's doing it for a good reason. It's like, oh, you're just
He literally said he's not. Like he literally
yeah, she's such a stupid. But then they have a song that feels more like the tone of Popular in terms of energy and vibe and their relationship, and it feels tonally out of place. And they have this long scene where they're like having this emotional moment together, and it's like there is no urgency at all on the part of the filmmaking, on the part of the characters to get us the hell out of this scene, which makes no sense because they're running for their lives.
Even funnier too is like the only thing that's keeping them from being arrested immediately, right, is that she puts the broom over, like the barn doors close, and there's like that little bit like in Helm's Deep where you can put a big piece of wood to bar the gate, and she puts the broom in to bar the gate and then drags a little popcorn making machine in front of the door. And like the guards come charging down the hallway with a battering ram. She starts working on a spell to give herself the ability of the ability to fly, and it doesn't like give her wings, but it makes the broom fly to her hand. And they still are battering the door. It's not opening. The bar is gone. The broom is in her hand.
Yes.
So there's no reason that door shouldn't just fly open the popcorn spills all over the place, and then they're arrested and sent to prison for the rest of their lives. Like, there's no good reason for it.
No, this and it drags on even more after that when she gets the broom in her hand. It's like, will you come with me? Will you not? Oh, blah 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 blah. It just goes on and on and on. And finally, it's time for singing "Defying Gravity," and "Defying Gravity" has a big high note in it, and then the big moment happens, and I think she kind of flubs it a little bit,
Yeah.
honestly.
Oh, and
It
then,
was
well, Glinda gives her she's like, well, oh, wait here, hold on, and like runs over and finds a cape, in this rack of costumes that they have just stashed in the tower
why does
of this
she need a
castle.
cape?
Huh?
Why does she need a cape right now, Glinda?
Because it's
Why?
cold flying up in the sky.
But it's going to be blowing around in the breeze. It's not gonna. It's not a coat. It's a cape.
It's a cape. And you'll notice as you watch the scene, it gets longer and longer and longer.
I did not. I did not notice
It
that.
just keeps getting longer. It's fucking crazy. It looks
Ridiculous.
It
Yeah,
looks
and we're
ridiculous.
wasting more time, and it's crazy. And then eventually, when they do kick in the door, they like pounce on them immediately. But then she manages to like start to fly away, and then she comes back just to sing a sassy high note that I
Well,
don't
she
know, she
holds
kind of.
them off by pointing a broom at them for a few minutes before she jumps off the balcony and
Well,
almost kills herself.
that could be a gun. Who knows?
Okay, it's just she's got a gun. Now that would have been
Just
fucking hilarious, as if she
if they
like,
just shot her.
well, yeah, like they haven't invented guns. They haven't
Wow.
invented the Smith and Wesson
Well,
45
if they
caliber
did, in
six
the
shooter
final act, in
revolver.
the final scene of the movie, played out in like body cam footage style.
That would be fucking
That'd be
hilarious.
pretty wild. Opinionated Meerkat says, we have elections in Germany literally at this moment. I can't handle all these Nazi allegories. Yeah, well, Americans love doing them, so
Yeah,
apparently we're not going to
buckle
stop.
up, buddy.
Buckle up, because we got another movie to talk about
We
today,
got
too.
another movie to talk about, and we got 4 long years left.
Yeah, well, but good luck with your elections. I hope it all works out. So then she sings a couple high notes, then she flies away, and that's the end of the movie. That's the end of part 1 of Wicked. It's not even a whole story. It's patience testing, to say the very least, to watch a 2 hour and 40-minute movie that
That
isn't
doesn't
even a
even
whole
have a
story.
fucking ending. Yeah.
It's tough. Like, you really, there are movies that can get away with that a little bit. Even then, I still think the end of the first Dune is a little like, man, that's an odd place to end. But at least what you could say about the first Dune is way more story happens than in this. So little story happens in this movie, honestly, all things considered. Very little actually happens of consequence.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, that's only half of it. Why if the stage play was shorter than this movie and this is only half the story, like we could have cut things. I do not believe that there is nothing we could have cut. You know what I mean? Like I know you could have cut things because you've adapted it from something that was shorter. So like
Wait, is the stage play shorter
the
than
stage play including the built-in intermission is shorter than this movie. Yes.
which is half of the adaptation?
Correct.
That is insane. That is a crazy thing to do.
Mhm. 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 Yeah.
And like now, I do think it was smart of them not to bill Wicked as Wicked Part 1 when they were doing all the advertising.
Sure,
Um,
because yeah, no one would want to
because
see it
nobody
that
would
way.
have gone to see it. People would have been
Oh,
like,
I
"What? Really?"
on a related note, when I saw Across the Spider-Verse coming out of the theater, I heard people audibly complaining because they had no idea it was only going to be half a story.
Yeah,
They had no idea it
yeah,
was
I
like a
bet.
to be continued ending, and they were mad about it. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm a little with you because they hid it in the advertising essentially. It had been reported on in places like the Hollywood Reporter and on Twitter and stuff like that. But for most mainstream people, just, oh, the news. I liked Into the Spider-Verse. That was good. My kid liked that too. Let's go see the next one. Oh, it's not even a full movie. And it's longer too.
Yeah,
Yeah. The people were annoyed at it, and I agree with them. Also because it's a step down in a lot of ways from the first movie. But I guess
yeah.
how bad it ultimately is kind of depends on how they stick the landing, which I suppose is also true of this movie, though I'm not really especially interested in finding out, unless, of course, it gets nominated for Best Picture, and we have to find out. Postman's Lounge, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, how much better is the stage play than this movie really? Well, it has a very similar story. So if you're not into the basic archetypal trope thing of, oh, what if she was just sort of misunderstood? Then you probably won't love the stage version. But by all accounts, and from everything I've seen, Hugh can speak to this more than I can. It is just way better performed. It's funnier. It's sillier. It has a lighter touch. It's not trying to take itself so seriously. And Broadway actors tend to be better at musicals than movie actors, and so you'll be more impressed with the singing and the dancing and stuff like that. So I would assume it's just categorically better in every way, even if you don't actually love it. Does that ring true for you?
Yeah, pretty much. I wouldn't recommend seeing it really if it's not my kind of story, right? Like I don't care for this. But I did see it because my aunt and uncle wanted to take me out to a play in the West End when I visited them in London. And it was a perfectly enjoyable and forgettable experience by the end of it. It's way better performed. It's funnier. It doesn't take itself as seriously, but there is still some, theater kid gravitas to it that I find a bit cringe and
Considering the
uninteresting.
story,
Just
unearned,
but
and
that
yeah.
that's just part of the story. I also can't say I would recommend reading it. The book's not all that interesting overall. It's just not.
It's weird.
It's really strange. I mean, it's worth it for that at least a little, But
Yeah.
it, it's not good.
Yeah, so Wicked Part 1 of the movie. I don't recommend it. Oh, we forgot to do the part whether we'd recommend it
No.
because we're going to spoil it. But no, I don't recommend this movie.
I'll spoil the big bits for you. It ends with the witch faking her own death so that she and the scarecrow can run off and build a life together, in the new Oz. Away from the public eye. Her boyfriend,
Yeah.
her college roommate's boyfriend, is transformed into a scarecrow. Because out of torture by the wizard. Maybe yeah. I don't know why. I don't remember why Nessa Rose
No,
is.
I mean, I don't mean spoiling the next movie. We forgot to do a spoiler warning before this one, is what I'm saying. But because usually I like to start with the would we recommend it part, but I guess we can do that now. I don't recommend it either.
Yeah, no,
I don't.
and
I
no, and
don't.
I'm just gonna get this out of the way. You don't so
Sure.
that you don't have to see the second one. Now you're free and clear. Topaz Dude also says your middle-aged boomer parents and under 35 female friends' favorite movie of 2024. My parents hated it, so there you go. Not
Yeah.
all boomer parents are in on
No.
this. Are on the Wicked train.
I'm. sh-
Mostly only the gay
I'm like.
ones.
I'm like 95% sure my mom has seen the stage show, and I think she liked it. I think because of that, she would probably see this and go, "Eh, it's fine."
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of people, a lot of average moviegoers, their kind of standard for movies goes from "it was fine" to "it was amazing." Like, they don't tend to hate
Yeah.
things as much as people like us do. But yeah, I'm sure if she watched this, she'd go like, "Oh, it was fine. It was cute." That's probably the most you would get from her about this movie. I don't think she would love it.
Yeah.
She's very much the sort of like average movie going boomer parent, if you will. But yeah, no, I don't think it's very good. I think, if you like the story of Wicked, just try to go see this stage show or listen to the album or whatever. You would enjoy that more.
Yeah.
This is not the kind of movie that will win over musical haters, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Certainly not. I think those movies do exist, and I like showing people those movies. Movies like Singing in the Rain. It's just a personal favorite of mine. It's a go-to. But there are movies that I think are musicals that are so good they can win over even the musical haters. This is not one of them. This is for a very certain kind of theater kid, and even then, I'm not sure they even loved it. So why it's nominated for Best Picture? Because they campaigned for it, probably. That's why I would bet.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
a
if,
lot of people seem to enjoy it enough, and I think it probably is better if you haven't seen the stage show.
or and honestly, it's better if you haven't seen The Wizard of Oz in a really long
Oh,
time.
for sure. I see. I love The Wizard of Oz. That's a great movie. It's a great one of the great American movies. Unironically, I think it's fantastic, and so just watch that again. It's infinitely better in every way. Here's the other thing that annoys me about I talked about why I don't like the music of Wicked itself, even in the stage show. The music, because The Wizard of Oz also a musical. I think people often tend to forget that. It's a musical, and it's quite a good musical. And the music, it has so many incredibly catchy, iconic songs, and none of the musical vocabulary, none of the musical style of The Wizard of Oz is in the music of Wicked. At best, there are themes kind of hidden in the background of like, counter melodies and things like that. But in terms of style, especially, there's nothing in common between those. And like some of the songs from The Wizard of Oz are like songs that are in the Great American Songbook. They're like part of this great tradition of like very jazz influenced, American songwriting. And this lacks all of that character as far as I'm concerned. Somewhere over the rainbow, and I wish I had a brain, and we're off to see the wizard, and all these great songs from the Wizard of Oz. None of those themes, melodies, use of chromaticism or any of the things that make those songs so good, none of those are in the music of Wicked, and I think that's a real shame. It does help you separate it from the Wizard of Oz in your head because it sounds and feels and looks nothing like it. But if you're going to try and build something off of the Wizard of Oz, you could maybe do a better job of imitating the music from it and why it was so good, if you really cared about it, which I do. Anyway, maturity is realizing Oscar campaigns are just as paid for as the Golden Globes. They sure are. They sure are. I mean, I think, well, that's actually a decent segue to start talking about The Brutalist, because The Brutalist is a movie that would have been a major flop were it not nominated for Best Picture. I think it probably will win Best Picture, but there's a certain kind of movie, especially indie movies, where like central to its ability to make money and be successful is whether it gets nominated for awards during awards season. And so that's a good a transition point as any to start
Yeah.
talking about our next movie, because it's a long one. It's a chonker. Both these movies.
They are both. We picked two of. Are these the two longest? I want to say they are.
Well, other than Dune Part Two. Dune Part Two is slightly longer than Wicked, but they're the two longest of the ones we haven't talked about yet, which is why we did them together
Together,
instead of
obviously, yeah. Instead of break.
yeah.
Well, funnily enough, though, like the Brutalist is long, but rather empty of like happenings. You know what I mean? Like it felt like not much happens in this movie, really. Um, which is
I'm inclined to slightly agree with you. Obviously, it's a very different kind of movie in basically every way from Wicked, but it's a character drama, and there's long stretches where we're doing sort of, I don't know. There are scenes that feel more slice of life than building onto a big dramatic through line that runs through the movie, if you will. It's a sweeping, slightly meandering scope of an artist's life. Like
I would
you
call it
mentioned this when you
meandering.
yeah, well, yeah, it depends on your perspective. But before we get into any of the nitty-gritty, before we spoil this movie, because we are going to spoil this movie, let's start with overall thoughts and whether you would recommend the movie. Hugh, would you like to go first?
Uh, Probably not. No, I would not recommend it. I didn't hate it. I didn't enjoy it very much though. I found it excruciatingly boring and rather uninteresting. I did not. The characters are weird. They're weird people, and I don't know, man. I don't know. I
Yeah, well, I'll pin you down on some of those things as we go, but I this is a movie that I was liking enough in the first half, despite how long and slow it is. By the end of the movie, I think I kind of hated it a little bit. Um, but this movie is not without its merits, and I want to talk about those before we start talking about the things we don't like.
yeah.
So I think this movie, and this is one of the better of the 10 movies that are nominated for Best Picture. To be clear, in terms of how it's made, though I still have criticisms of the filmmaking and things of that nature and the storytelling. It's not one of the worst things nominated for Best Picture for sure. Um, it has its merits. Let's talk about its merits. I think the acting is really solid all the way through. Um, I really like Adrian Brody as an actor. I think he's very good. And, problems I have with his character aside, I think Adrian Brody, his performance is pretty remarkable in this. I'm impressed by him because he has a lot to do. Same with Guy Pearce, same with Felicity Jones. Some of the other smaller actors, they just don't have a ton to do, so they're just kind of, I don't know, they're more like fine rather than
Yeah.
good or bad. I think, but overall, I think the acting is very solid, and so if folks in this movie win awards for best actor, I wouldn't be too mad about that. I think the score is very good. I really like the music. Now, I think the music is in service of a story and some themes that I find quite annoying. However, it's very effective, for what it's doing with like a sweeping grand orchestral score that also has sour, kind of curdled like elements to it that like are portraying that something is kind of wrong underneath the surface here. I think the music is doing a really good job of the heavy lifting of telling this story as an aesthetic experience. I think the score is very impressive. I wish it was in a better movie, is sort of what I'm getting at there. Um, he
Yeah.
deserves a lot of credit for that. The cinematography is mostly pretty good.
Yeah,
So,
I would say that
the,
too. I think that there's
but
a lot of great shots,
yes. So this is a movie, if you've heard anything about the buzz around this movie, you might have heard that this movie was shot on VistaVision. VistaVision is a now antiquated film format that was created by Paramount. I don't remember the company anymore. Anyway, uh, where basically, so 35 millimeter film has sprockets on the side of the image that move the image through the camera and through the projector that are on the side, and the film moves vertically through the camera and through the projector. IMAX film, like the film that Oppenheimer was shot on, as well as VistaVision films, move horizontally through the camera and through the projector. And so this is still 35 millimeter film, but it's been turned on its side essentially, which gives you more room for each individual frame. So it's a slightly bigger image with more resolution, more detail. That changes subtle things like the depth of field and the how fine the film grain is and things like that. But it's essentially it's a now defunct film format that creates a sort of large format image, right?
yeah.
And it looks really good, right? Especially when it's used properly. There's a lot of really nice details, especially for wide shots, especially for shots during the day. There's outdoor scenes during the day of architecture and things like that. I think a lot of that stuff looks really, really good. The colors are really nice, the texture and everything. However, the other half of the cinematography in this movie is stuff that takes place inside or at night, or I think it's horribly underlit, in my opinion. It's the depth of field is very shallow and everything's handheld, so the focus is really kind of drifting in and out for scenes in a way that I don't find pleasing to look at. For example, there's one scene where, and I understand that there might be a thematic reason for this, but it's still a real pain to actually physically watch, is a scene when they're leaving a um a marble mine in Italy and they're walking back down the mountain. And the camera is handheld and it's bouncing like crazy. And it's dizzying and kind of nauseating and hard to watch. Um, and there's a lot of scenes like that where I think the cinematography is actually kind of clumsy and the focus pulling is not fantastic, and it's been so severely underlit for the
Mm,
sake of
yeah.
using realistic lighting that I actually don't find it very pleasing to look at. And it kind of gives me that same sense that I got from a little bit of Oppenheimer, where I'm like, I feel like this is a waste of really nice film a little bit. Um,
The night scenes are almost impossible to follow at times.
it can be, yeah.
There, it's pretty those. Now there's not much of those, but what there is are not very interesting to look at. Yeah, like that is a
Yeah.
problem.
So the cinematography, I don't know, half really good, half not so good in my opinion. But really more important than any of the aesthetic stuff, which I think is mostly I would say aesthetically the movie is quite strong. Mostly. There's some nice shots and there's some nice sequences and the music is really effective and all that. But the story of this movie I found quite cynical and ugly. Um, ugly is a good word for this movie because the story is ugly and it's a movie about ugly architecture. So this is a movie about brutalism. If you could not guess from the title, brutalism, as you might well know if you live anywhere in the modern world, is a style of architecture that uses a lot of poured concrete, big rectangular, kind of jarring looking shapes, a lot of very small, tiny windows for some reason. So it's just a lot like big, ominous concrete buildings, often designed in a way where they look like they shouldn't be standing. They're sort of defying, sort of sturdy.
Defying gravity. You would
They're
say.
holding space for defying gravity. Yeah. Um, it's an architectural style that a lot of people really actively dislike. I am among those people. I think for the most part, brutalism is quite ugly. Now, let's talk a little bit about the meta before we get into the story of this movie. Brady,
Real quick,
yes.
I'd like to just point out that I find brutalism to be interesting aesthetically in the sense that it looks like it belongs in a like late 70s, early 80s sci-fi movie or a Kubrick
Hmm.
movie.
Or Dune.
Or Dune.
Dune has a lot of it. The Villeneuve Dune movies are full of brutalism.
Yes,
And
I find it interesting in that respect. I don't find it I don't find it as an appealing kind of style for the purposes that it is usually deployed, like in real
yeah,
life, you know. But
yeah.
without that, we wouldn't have these really interesting and unique looking, bleak kind of
Well,
alien
here's the thing.
sci-fi
Yeah,
movies. So
brutalism looks ominous and bleak, and it's good for stories. It's good for sci-fi stories where the embodiment of the state is supposed to be ominous and bleak.
yes,
But in a real world where you want things to look nice so people don't feel ominous and bleak when they look at your buildings, maybe brutalism isn't the way to go. So, okay, Brady Corbett, writer director of this movie. He also did movies like Vox Lux and a few other movies that I've not seen. This is the only movie of his that I've seen. I don't really didn't know much about him until after watching this movie and looking into some of the interviews he's given. And I think I really don't like him, but we'll talk about why. So in an interview he did, this is actually a Q&A after, I guess it's premiere at TIFF, or at least a screening at TIFF. He starts talking about what drew him to this movie. And among other things, he says that he was just curious as to why people hated no, he was curious about how much people hated brutalism, right? And then he starts talking about it. So this is ostensibly a movie about a guy who's interested in like people's reactions to brutalism and all things like that. But this is a movie in defense of brutalism, essentially. This movie, the writing and the directing and the filmmaker himself all think that brutalism is actually good, actually, and it's not ugly, and it's actually beautiful and genius. And so, an aspect of this movie, one of many threads that run through it, is the idea that actually this is supposed to show the genius of brutalism and why it's misunderstood and something along those lines. In that respect, I think the movie's an utter failure. We'll talk about it as we go through it, but I want to talk a little bit about the meta before we start going through the actual scenes. Because Hugh, I haven't told you about any of this yet,
No,
but I did.
I
I
await
did.
with bated breath.
I did rant about it on Twitter. So, um, Brady Corbett is someone who thinks that the only reason people hate brutalism is because they're irrationally afraid of anything new and different and unfamiliar.
Ah,
That's not an exaggeration. That's what he's actually that's what he said in that post film screening Q&A at TIFF. He thinks that people have no reason to like it, and he equates disliking brutalism with xenophobia. Now, that is a thread that runs through this movie, for sure. It's not just something he thinks in addition. The movie equates dislike of brutalism with
anti-Semitism, yeah.
with anti-Semitism, right? And I find that especially obnoxious because he doesn't give a shit about actually understanding what people don't like about it. He just assumes that there's no reason to dislike it. He actually says they're insane for disliking it. And then he went on a rant inside of this Q&A. He called Trump a neo-fascist and compared him to, I think, Albert Speck, I think that's his name, is a prominent Nazi, because Trump gave some executive order that said that he wanted to make federal buildings beautiful again. And so he thinks that's neo-fascist. And as I pointed out on Twitter, what's especially funny about that to me is that everyone agrees that brutalism sucks. As I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I found a study actually, and I'm going to read a little bit to you. So, according to poll results of Americans, especially when it comes to federal buildings, across basically every single category you could divide Americans into, everyone is practically unanimous in their dislike of brutalism. So 70% of Democrats, 73% of Republicans, 73% of independents all agree that they prefer traditional neoclassical architectural for federal buildings. Baby boomers, Gen Z are all in agreement. Women and men both more likely to prefer it. Black, Hispanic, and white people, all majority prefer neoclassical designs to brutalist designs. Elites, like whether you make less than $50,000 a year or more than $100,000 a year, over 70% for both groups. So it is
Jesus, okay.
one of the most agreed upon things in American life, of which there are very few things that people actually agree that heavily about. That brutalism is ugly and sucks and we don't want it anymore. And this guy comes along to be like, ugh, like there's no good reason to hate brutalism. They must be xenophobic.
You must just hate Jews.
Yeah, and
the movie does really lean into that. Yeah, that is what, like,
yes, it certainly does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so and and it's obvious in his interview that he's a sort of radical communist type as well. He talks about how we're all slaves to capitalism, so he's a real cheery fellow.
He works in fucking
Yeah. If you watch that interview, you can find it on Twitter, on my Twitter. You can Google it if you look up the Brutalist Q&A with Brady Corbett. He strikes me as a very sort of resentful and entitled artist who thinks that like society has an obligation to like and support the arts that he likes. And never mind that it's the that it's the democratic will of the people that we don't want brutalism in our public buildings anymore. It's actually neo-fascist of the president to say that we should make buildings in the classical style.
They have a line he has a line in the movie where his buildings are deemed anti-Germanic in character.
Yeah.
So, like, as if to drive that point home, I wanted to ask you too, because Topaz Dude, in the chat said that he feels like every review that he's read, positive or negative, leans into the idea that the movie's message is that art and the artist, and who has the ultimate say over its meaning.
Okay, so I already mentioned that this is a thread that runs through the movie. There are many threads, and we're going to talk about them. But one of them is that the movie is made in defense of brutalism, treats brutalism as beautiful and genius, and acts like everyone who's against it is actually just basically a xenophobe. The idea that hatred of any new art that's radical and different and strange is akin to xenophobia is one of the major themes running through the movie. Like
Yeah,
it is one
I
of
don't think that's really like I
you can't
I
argue
picked
against
up on that. I did not know any of this, but I picked up on that. Like there's a
yes.
pretty on the nose scene towards the end of the movie where he's yelling at his wife in the car about how nobody wants them here, right?
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
that clearly is like because he's worried his building will never be put up, essentially. Like he's at his low
Yeah.
moment. Yeah, that's like
Yeah, so this is a part of the movie that it's not the entire movie, but I want to talk about this part first because coming into this movie, this is a 3.5 hour period piece character drama about an architect in an architectural style that I think is ugly, and so that's a hard sell for me. So how the movie treats brutalism and the reaction to it is going to be an area of interest for me, and it's certainly an area of interest for the director, and he said as much. And I think this isn't like a situation where you want to go death of the author, because I think that thread is very much alive and well in the movie itself. But what he said about it is just illustrative of what he was trying to get at in the movie, right? And I think what he's trying to get at the movie is that he basically fails, because we're going to talk about the designs as we go through them, but I don't think he does a good job of arguing the merits of brutalism very much at
no,
all.
I would
You
say
see,
like that is my biggest problem with the movie, is particularly at the end when it's sort of like you have that architecture school lecturer explaining, you know, what the intent behind the building was,
Mhm.
but the the community center and chapel that is the centerpiece of this very long story, what the reason and intent behind the designs were, that immediately makes me go like, why would anybody want that? And we'll get
Yep,
to that when
yep,
we get
yep.
there.
We will get to it. So he is definitely approaching this movie trying to make a clear sort of allegorical, if that's even the right word, connection between dislike of brutalism and dislike of foreigners, especially the Jews. And I find that rather odious, especially given what is said in the second half of the movie. Because also his whole thing is like, people who hate brutalism, like they just hate anything that's new and different and strange. It's like, well, brutalism isn't new anymore,
But it
my
is
guy.
different and it is strange.
And it's ugly and people don't like it, and it's okay that they don't like it. And it's that is what most people
Well,
agree
I
with.
mean, especially even when like the merits of it are described as they are described at the end of the movie.
Yes.
It's like
Yes.
that's the thing that I'm supposed to like and want
Yeah.
for my community gathering place.
Yes. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, let's go through this story. Let's just jump into the story because there's a lot of threads running through it. That's a big one, and we'll sort of hit the beats as we go through them. Now, the movie opens with who we don't know who this is yet, but we will eventually learn that this is Adrian Brody, his name is Laszlo, right? This is his niece. They're in Hungary, um, at the sort of around the onset of World War II.
Is that the onset or the aftermath?
Uh,
I think this is
I think.
like general aftermath, right? Like they're getting
Oh,
out.
is
Yeah,
it is it
because
the aftermath?
she was in Dachau,
I
wasn't
know
she?
they were in the camps. I didn't know if the camps have been liberated yet or not. Maybe they
Yeah,
have.
I think they have been
Okay,
liberated by the
so
beginning of the movie.
immediate aftermath of World War II. His niece is still in Hungary, and then we get to, I guess, really the proper opening, which is Laszlo, played by Adrian Brody. He's on a ship heading over to America, and it's a long, unbroken sequence of which there are many in this film. I don't know if there are any like oneers that are like really trying to like grab your attention and be flashy like the beginning of, Boogie Nights or anything like that. But there are quite a few scenes in this movie that play out in rather long unbroken takes, or they're like very minimal setups, which is something that in general I like and I
Yeah.
think is effective in this movie. So he's in the ship and then he's walking out. He finally gets outside and he sees a guy and they sort of realize that they're here and that they've arrived and they hug and embrace and they're so excited. And then we look up and the camera tilts up into the sky and reveals the Statue of Liberty. But the Statue of Liberty is upside down, Hugh.
I
I
did.
I knew I was in trouble when I saw this. I knew I was in trouble when I saw this because but I told myself like, you know what? Maybe they're just kind of like it just seems so obvious to me right away that this is going to be an America Bad movie. And oh boy is it by the very end. They make the film makes its opinions of America quite clear by the end, and I find it really frustrating to say the very least. But so this is very clearly going to be and will continue to be a sort of anti-American dream movie. An American nightmare, if you will. Oh. So this is a movie that's like this is the dark side of the American dream.
Oh boy, how original. I've never
I
seen
know.
one of those before.
Feeling daring today, aren't we?
Well, it's okay. This is something that I saw. I think Topaz mentioned in the chat about like comparing this to There Will Be Blood, which is another, you could say, dark side of the American dream kind of movie. There Will Be Blood is a lot less preachy than this one is, I would
yeah,
say.
but There Will Be Blood is not like a full-throated condemnation of America itself as corrupt and evil, which is what literal characters do in this movie.
Yeah.
Because There Will Be Blood is about a psychopath who
Yeah.
thrives in this world, but he's a psychopath. Like he's not a good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's
not
actually
presented as like the moral victor by the end of the film.
or
Yeah.
victim essentially.
Or,
Yeah.
or victim. Like yeah,
There
he's
Will Be
not
Blood.
presented that way.
That's such an incredibly good movie.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite movies, I would
It's
say.
so good. It's unbelievably good. Anyway.
This feels very different from that. And to me there's a lot of scenes that feel like they drag in this one, and that they are extraneous, that like this 3 hour and 40-minute runtime was not, or 3 hour and 20-minute runtime was not necessary fully.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think everything here is necessary. I'm not opposed to a sort of long, slow, gradual, slow builds, being deliberate with the pacing and everything, even moving at a slow pace. But like, there are things here that don't feel necessary. And I think the main goal of a piece of art is to unite all the different parts of it into a coherent whole. And so if you have parts that aren't necessary, then you haven't done a good job at arting, ultimately, I would say.
Well, strikingly enough, right? Like, brutalism is about removing unnecessary components, and this movie did not do that particularly well, I don't think. But we'll keep on.
Yeah. So striking shot. It's obviously a striking image of the Statue of Liberty upside down, but it just this is not a movie that says, yeah, the American dream is real, but sometimes it doesn't always work out and sometimes horrible things happen to people. This is a movie that feels very much like it's saying, nah, the American dream is a myth. It's a lie, bro. Haven't you read The People's History of the United States? Like, that's the energy of this movie. And I hate that shit. I'm so fucking sick of that shit. Especially from like radical idiot communists like Brady Corbett. See, part of my thing is I made the mistake of watching him speak about the movie, and I realized how much I think I hate him and everything he stands for. And so that has partially tainted my opinion of the movie, but mostly what it's done is revealed that like, oh yeah, I'm not crazy for noticing that stuff in the movie. You know what I mean? Because it's all there. It's all there, except if you don't know what he really thinks about it, maybe you can sort of like get around it with plausible deniability, but like this movie is unbelievably cynical and nihilistic, and I would say in many ways anti-American on purpose. You know what I mean? This is written by a an American artist who equates being an artist and dealing with suits to being a Jew fleeing the Holocaust and coming to America. So there's a very sort of I don't know. I don't know if pretentiousness is the right word, but it is like
Dramatic,
yeah,
a dramatic framing of your own problems. You know, like that's
yeah. Anyway, let's talk about the movie itself.
yeah,
And because I think all of this is here in the movie and it's not just coming from his mouth. So he comes to America and he's really happy about it, but the movie's like, oh, see, the Statue of Liberty it's upside down
and
because
on
this
its
is
side, yeah,
yeah,
turned
it's
on
hard
its side.
because this is going to be a different kind of American dream story. Wow. Um, and so, and I don't know. I get annoyed with people glazing the shot of the upside down Statue of Liberty as if it's a stroke of genius. It's like it's just like, oh, it's the common symbol of something good turned on its head to symbolize something bad. Wow. And there's another one of those later in the movie too, really tying it home that it's very deliberate. I think it's even more annoying at the end of the movie, but we'll get to that. So we get this sort of arriving at Ellis Island experience, right? And so we're in New York City, and Laszlo, our main character, is immediately going to a whorehouse to have sex with a prostitute. At this point, he thinks his wife is probably dead.
Yes.
His wife and his niece, who we will eventually learn have managed to survive. He is surprised and very excited to hear that. At this point in the story, he thinks they're dead. And so he gets here. The first thing he does, and he goes and has sex with a prostitute. And then the next day, he takes a bus to somewhere in Pennsylvania. I don't remember exactly where. And this is where he meets his cousin, right? Is his
Yes.
cousin?
Attila.
Attila. Right. And so there's the opening credits with the bus driving. It says Philadelphia Express on the back, and we're driving through the countryside on the way
The
to
opening
Philly.
credits
And
were neat, actually. I thought that was
yeah,
kind
the
of
way
cool.
they move across the screen instead of up and down, and the music is really nice through this section as well, so like it has its merits for sure. And then we get a sort of like old archival footage of like a tourism ad for Pennsylvania thrown in the mix.
But yeah, like a board of commerce ad or PSA,
Yeah,
essentially encouraging business growth in Pennsylvania is the big
yeah.
one. But real quick, like the scene where he goes to have sex with the prostitute while he believes his wife is dead, right? He has trouble doing it. Like he can't move past. So like she asks him things about, like, don't you think I'm pretty or beautiful? And he says, oh yeah, all parts of you. And she says, oh, that's not true. Like, I don't believe that. Don't you think my legs are too short or too thin or something? And he at one point then like responds like, no, it's your forehead. Your forehead's too big.
Yeah.
And she goes, well, your face is ugly. And he says, yeah, I know, I'm aware. And he gets out of the whorehouse. Everybody, like the madam of the whorehouse, insinuates that maybe he's gay, and that he
Yeah,
want
like, oh, if you'd prefer a man, we can arrange that for you, kind of thing.
yeah. Now I would argue that that part is one of the things that might have been able to be removed. I think we could
Yeah, well,
probably have taken that
here's the
out.
yeah, I mean, it's ultimately unnecessary. I think it's a fine scene on its own, right? Like, I think, the dialogue is kind of interesting. It's an interesting interaction, but with a lot of scenes in this movie, it's like that was an interesting enough scene, I guess, but it doesn't really feel like it's necessary to the whole. It doesn't feel like it's contributing to the whole. It doesn't feel like the whole thing is one unified story.
When I don't know exactly what it is establishing about his character moving forward, apart from the fact that he has like high or odd standards for beauty that come out, when
Yeah,
he's
I mean, we don't learn a whole lot really.
Yeah.
there. I mean, we don't learn nothing, but it's just like if we're looking for places to cut, you could look there. And so, I mean, like I said, if this, I don't have a problem with the length of the movie if the movie is good. I mean, obviously, if it gets to the point where like you can't physically watch it in one sitting because no one's bladder can stand that, that's you're kind of pushing the limits of biology there. But I don't have a problem with the length of the movie, assuming that it's a coherent and compelling
Well,
story
that
all the
most of
way
it is
through.
building to like that. I don't have a problem with long movies if it all feels like it's necessary to tell me the story, right? Like
Yeah.
when we
Yeah.
start to have these moments that feel like little vignettes that then flit away and kind of they give you some tangential information, but nothing that you're not going to get from other scenes later on.
Hmm.
I just start
Yeah.
to lose patience pretty quickly because
Yeah.
I'm like, you're asking me to commit. For example, Lord of the Rings, the extended versions of the Lord of the Rings are some of my favorite films of all time.
Yes.
I don't think there are wasted minutes and very many wasted minutes across any of them. Even with the
Yeah.
extended editions, I think that that's one of the rare instances where a director's cut that adds length makes it better,
Well,
right?
it's part of the problem with the Lord of the Rings is that like when you start cutting things for the theatrical versions, you're like, no, but that was important. That
Yeah,
was
like
good.
that was a very yeah. So,
Like especially the death of Saruman, right? Like that's an
yes,
important scene.
that
Why
is a
you
very important scene that being cut from the theatrical version actively makes the Return of the King worse.
worse? Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I also have no problems with The Godfather, right? I think that
Mhm.
that's a really it's a long movie, but I think that almost every single part of it is well worth having in there to tell me the
I agree.
story. This one has a lot of moments that I feel are rather extraneous
I
and
agree.
could be cut down. Maybe not, as dramatically as Wicked could have been, right?
No,
But it did not have to be 3 hours and 20 minutes long. And I really like had to watch this in two sittings. I had to do half and half, and I'm glad there was an intermission. At least he didn't pigheadedly insist that
yes,
no
yes.
intermission
Oh,
made
I got to give him props for that. I got to
yeah.
give him props for that. Brady Corbett, you included an intermission in your 3.5 hour long movie. Good job. I'm proud of you. Can you please tell Martin Scorsese that that it's good. You can put an intermission in your movie and it's good. People will appreciate it and like it. Let him know for me because I don't think I'll get a chance to talk to him. You might though.
Yeah,
Please
but
tell
not
him.
not before
Please.
he croaks, but please tell him. Come on.
Please. No, I appreciate the intermission. I think it's well placed as well,
Yeah.
generally speaking, if you're going to put one in there. The build up to the intermission is actually kind of interesting because that's when we're at the point where like the film is actually starting to roll forward with momentum. And so that's a good a place as any to put it because then you're like, okay, I know what things I might expect to happen and can look forward to after the intermission, right? Because if you bring it in at a lull, you're like, ooh, maybe I should just leave and go home. But anyway, it's a long movie, but the intermission really helps. I ultimately, by the end, it was testing my patience a bit with the length of this movie, but mostly because I was annoyed with the story, not necessarily because it was too slow. Um,
All right, now
yeah.
here's the
Anyway,
problem though, Topaz dude. He does not find out his wife is alive at the intermission. He finds out right now in the movie, in the like next scene when he meets his cousin, he finds out that she's alive.
yes. What's the problem with
Well,
that?
because he says that this is a well-timed intermission. He finds out his wife is alive. Boom, intermission. That is not the case.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's not. She finds out that she's coming, right?
Yes, he finds out that they can get her over there. That like
Yeah.
yeah,
So
that
that's
there's a pathway to it, but not that
yeah.
like
So
yeah,
that yeah, it's a similar moment, but he does find out that she's alive sooner than that.
yeah,
Right now, actually, he arrives in Philadelphia or somewhere in the Philly area, and he meets. It's his cousin, right?
yeah. It's his cousin Attila. Yeah,
It's his cousin, and they hug, and they're very excited to see each other. They made it out, right? Because we will eventually learn that Laszlo escaped one of the camps.
yeah. He got out of Buchenwald.
Buchenwald, right? So that see, here's the thing that kind of annoys me about this movie, and especially the director's attitude towards America and where the story goes. At the beginning of the movie, he is very, very excited to be here, as he should be, because he escaped the camps, man. Like things were awful, like monumentally awful, and comparatively, America is way better, and that's his attitude for like the first half of the movie, despite some ups and downs, is that this is way better, and he's happy to be here because obviously he would be. But by the end of the movie, he's going to go on a tirade about this whole country is corrupt. And it's like, dude, you dealt with like two especially bad people. That's it. And you escaped Nazi Germany and you have this attitude like, no, we got to get out of here. This whole country's corrupt. And it's like, fuck you, actually.
Well, okay, so like we'll
That
jump
annoys me
around a little
inside.
bit here, right? Because like his tirade about how like the country is corrupt or they don't want him here, he feels, rejected like an outsider and everything. That is him at his like you can read that in a couple of ways. Now, like knowing the way that the director intends that to come across as like essentially a defense of why brutalism is actually good and not ugly and you're wrong to dislike it
Oh, that's
is
part of it anyway. Yeah.
yeah, or at least is a yeah. That adds that kind of ruins it a little bit, right? But like when you go and see what he's been through in this, right? He's arrived in America. His cousin has taken him in. Like he's been thrown out by his cousin by that point, but then he's a guy who didn't initially like a job that he did for him as a surprise, then comes to make things right for him and give him a bunch of money and then hire him on to another job. And then that guy loses his patience with the trials of doing something like this. And so he leaves and goes and gets another job.
Yeah.
He keeps like, and he is successful at making sure that he can build him, like that he and his wife can live comfortably, and he has plenty of money for heroin, and he has plenty of like he
Yeah.
he
He has a
takes
successful job. His
yeah
wife has a successful
yeah
job as well. But he
and
just doesn't get to be his pure idealist artist where he gets unlimited control to build ugly buildings in a place where people don't want him there. And so he thinks the whole country is
well, where
corrupt.
people don't want his ugly buildings is like
Yeah,
the
that's
main
what I
thing.
should
Like
say.
that's the main
That's
thing.
what I
Like
should say.
it's not
Yes.
really that they dislike him, although they do because he is an asshole about his ugly buildings. Like when people come up and
Yes,
say
he
like,
is.
"Hey, I don't like this," he gives them the whole like, "Well, you're just too ignorant, essentially, to understand why it's good." Then,
Yeah, he is an asshole and he's entitled, which, the movie is aware to some degree of his deficiencies of character, but I think the movie is on his side when he's telling that guy, when the guy is talking about ways we could maybe cut and like save money on this building by like maybe not making the build ceiling so high, and he's just trying to propose ways of making this not inordinately exorbitantly expensive. And he's like, everything that is ugly in the world is your fault. Like the movie is like, you go,
ugly,
queen.
cruel. Yeah, he's a jackass to
Yeah.
everybody, and it's like, well, yeah, no
Mhm.
wonder people don't fucking like you, dude. Like you want to build this building that looks like shit. It's like that people don't like and they don't want, and then in your defense of it is essentially to say you're too stupid and cruel and small-minded to understand why this
He
building
also he also hates the
should be
people
built.
that do want to support him in making this building. They just want to maybe save a little money because it's crazy expensive.
Yeah, which
He hates
like
them too for like getting in the way of his pure principled idealist artistic vision. And it's like, who are you, Zack Snyder? Get over it. Like, fuck
this
off.
is one of those things that really like you can feel, and I like knowing now what this director is like, right? You can really feel, especially later on, the contempt that he feels for people who work in creative fields that don't have this sort of like principled like pigheadedness about how
Mhm.
they expend their efforts. Like for example, right? I work in a corporate environment as a writer, and I am fortunate enough to get paid to write every day. That's not something that a lot of people can say, right? Like that is now granted it's a pain in the ass to work there a lot of the time, but
Mhm.
it's something that not like to get paid to write is a big deal to a writer, right? Like everybody could write a story, right? But getting paid to write something for someone is kind of the dream, you know? Like you could do that on your own time, but like getting paid to give your thoughts and ideas and your research, you know, a voice, that's something that a lot of people don't get to do. And there's a point later on in this movie where he will sort of essentially demean everybody who does that and who like, you know, enjoys doing that. And maybe not enjoys, but like pays the bills that way. It's like, well, I didn't go to college to write about lipsticks. Like, what's wrong with that? People need that, right? Like that is a
She,
type of writing that people need in their life. Like,
yeah, and she was in Europe, right? And then the Nazis destroy everything and lock her up in death camps. And then she's saved by Americans and then brought over to America where she can live and have a job and have relationships in the community and have steady income and everything. But then she joins his side to agree that everything is horrible and corrupt here when it's like she flips on a dime. It's crazy actually. And it's just like, damn, I don't like these characters
no,
because
I really
they
did not like really any of. Well, okay, and so here's another thing that is gonna rub me the wrong way throughout the movie as I'm watching it is he finds out actually like right here from his cousin that his wife and niece are both alive. They
Mhm.
managed to get out of Dachau and they are alive. And
They're stuck somewhere in like along the Austrian border and they can't quite make it to America yet, but they are alive. He knows that.
yeah, now he has a cousin who has succeeded mildly successful. He has his own business with his wife making furniture for, you know, local, like just anyway, like upstart small business kind of thing. And one of the reasons that his cousin, like his cousin gives him a place to stay and gives him a job and says like, I'll put you on payroll. You're my, you know, we're going to use my lead, you know, designer. We'll, you know, basically try to, you know, make this work, right? Turn it into a family business kind of thing.
Hmm. Yeah.
For the next, I want to say like almost a full hour, we're not going to see any concern from our main character about how to get anything involving his wife taken care of until like somebody randomly brings up that it is a possibility later on at a dinner party.
No, he
Like
doesn't care.
he does not fucking care. And so that
No,
was
and
really difficult for me to get
yeah.
over is that he seems so much more concerned with making out with whores and shooting up heroin with his black friend in the bathroom of a jazz club than getting his wife and his niece out of Austria and over to join him. Like
Yeah.
it
He
is
doesn't
really off-putting to watch
it
that
is
happen.
off-putting. Yeah, and also like he's more interested in like pursuing his artistic vision than doing anything that is in keeping with the family business that he's been given a position at. He starts making things that they're like doesn't really fit their vibe at all.
Well,
That he just
they reveal to him in this opening sequence that their furniture company has failed in Manhattan, and they've had to come to Philadelphia and open up this small one, right?
Mhm.
Pretending
It
to be
failed.
someone they're not, right?
It failed in Philadelphia specifically because everyone there wanted what was in the sort of magazines. And they didn't want, you know, because his cousin says that like, oh, well, if you see something you like in a magazine, we could build something like that for you. But they were like, no, I want exactly that thing from the magazine, from the catalog, if you will. And so they have to move to a smaller town where people don't have those sort of like trendy, I don't know, consumerist taste,
Expectations,
if
yeah.
you will. Yeah.
And so instead of like, it, basically, he starts making these things. He makes a desk that's like a combination chair, desk, and trunk holder, essentially. And it's made out of pipes and it sort of snakes around. And it looks
Mhm.
strange and
Yeah.
uncomfortable, right?
Mhm.
Like brutalist things tend to look.
Yeah.
Okay. And they put it in the front window of the shop, and the wife who runs basically that side, like the front facing side of the business, is like, what am I supposed to do with that? It doesn't. Nobody's gonna want to buy it. It
Or like,
looks
what do I?
weird.
She says, "What do I pair it with?" like in the display, and he's like, nothing, don't pair with anything, it's good like that, and she doesn't see the vision, right?
Yeah, she doesn't get the vision, and that's a problem. So that immediately establishes the conflict between their two characters. And so,
Because she is going to rather immediately decide to turn on him and accuse him of rape in order to get him out, and the movie's going to be like, because she hates Jews, even though she married a Jew. She got him to convert, but she did marry a Jew, and then this guy comes. But it's like the movie is intertwining these things. The movie is like, he has a weird, new, fresh, unique artistic style and voice and vision, and that she doesn't understand it. And also, he's a dirty Jew from Europe, and so we need to. I don't want him in my house.
well, and what's really odd about that part where like she accuses him of making a pass at her, not even like attempted rape, just like basically like trying to flirt with her, right? Is that comes almost immediately after her husband has forced Adrian Brody, Laszlo, to dance with her against, essentially against his will, right? And okay, I'll put this image up real quick.
Yeah, as we go through, there's a couple key designs of buildings that I want to show on screen, buildings and art and things he's made, so you can get a sense of what the movie is positioning as beautiful and good and cool and awesome because it's new and interesting, even if people in the movie don't really understand or like it. This is one of the first things we get that he builds, right? This is the chair, desk, drawer combo that he builds for this family business that is mostly full of more traditional furnitures.
Yeah,
This doesn't fit with their vibe at all, but it's just a completely new, unique thing. And
there we go. Yeah, I'll try to get as like keep it kind of big on the screen. See it? It's going to take up the whole thing for a second, but yeah, that's what it looks like, and it doesn't look particularly. I mean, it looks neat. I would
I
say
guess okay.
it's kind of a
I
neat
don't.
looking thing if you're, in a Kubrick movie, but it doesn't look particularly comfortable. It doesn't
No, I
look like
don't.
something that I would want in my house. Like
There's
I'd
like
just be like, what the fuck?
darker leather straps and the light wood. That's not an especially appealing combo. Like, where would that go in a room? Why is there like open desk drawers with no top on top of them? Like, what? I don't think I would like that anywhere, to be perfectly frank. Um,
No, like I
yeah,
don't even think like, somebody. It's like it looks like it might fit in an office. I don't like maybe in a Terry Gilliam movie.
it's
Like again, this is good for weird dystopian or like strange alien world sci-fi.
yeah.
It's
Okay.
not something that anybody in their right mind would want to live with,
Well, okay, but here's the thing.
to me.
This sort of stuff did become very popular. Uh, at the time, it was very trendy and faux sophisticated, I would argue, to like this sort of thing. But a lot of people didn't like it at the time. A lot of people have never liked it. And today, this sort of thing is like, we look at this and we go like, oh, that's not especially. There are worse examples in the movie.
That's
This is
what.
just kind of this is kind of impractical and kind of ugly, I would say. And here's the problem: like, so Brady Corbett has talked. There's another thread running through this movie, which is that brutalism is a reflection of post-war psychology. That's something that he's said explicitly, and this is something I think he's right about. Right?
Well,
That
yeah.
that you make something like that if you've gone through it and you're not doing well. You know what I mean? Like this, there's something very sort of extreme about it. And I think sometimes with a lot of brutalism, there's an ugliness that's the point because it reflects a sort of, you know, the extreme things that happened in the 21st century. You know what I mean? Like with World War II and all that
20th.
sort of stuff. And yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. 20th century and all the devastating effects and all the things it did to people. Like, it was rough on people. And I feel like the arts post-war reflect that as well. But like, so that part of I think that thesis is true. that like his story of being like rounded up and thrown into the camps and escaping and dealing with all the hard things he's dealt with, like that is showing up in his art is true, but that doesn't make it good design, especially for public spaces. It's a reflection of his like sort of his perspective and his emotions and what he's going through, but what he's going through is awful, and that's sort of reflecting in the art. This will become especially true for the big building he's building later in the movie. We're later told what some of the inspiration is for the building, and it's quite clear just from looking at it that the whole thing is quite ominous and kind of harsh and bleak on
Almost
purpose,
like a prison camp, you could say.
almost like a prison camp. And it's like, okay, if that was just a painting you did that was reflecting your own personal experience, that would be one thing. But this is art for the public space, and you are essentially inflicting ugliness onto people.
It's more and more like, okay, even crazier than just art for the public space. This is a chapel.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's that too. He didn't want it to be a chapel. We'll talk about all that.
Yeah.
But like, especially when it comes to architecture, not just furniture some guy might have in his house or whatever. When it comes to public architecture, I think this sort of disordered, traumatized mind post World War II, I can see how it produces brutalism, but that doesn't make it good that we made brutalist public buildings. I think
Yes.
that's just
Yeah.
inflicting more harm. I really, I'm not kidding. And so, like, this movie treats it like, well, people hated brutalism because they just hated things that are new, and it's like, no, I think
It's
there
because
was a
it reflects
ugliness.
ugly. Well, it reflects ugly times and difficult and strife. Like that's essentially what it's doing. It's showing you and putting you in the headspace of someone who's been through quite possibly the worst thing a human being could go through
Yeah, like
intentionally.
mythologically horrible. Right, exactly. And so people are pointing out, looking at that thing, it seems rather impractical. It takes up way more space than it ought to. It seems like you can't the drawers there aren't really adding anything, and you can't easily reach them from the chair. Nothing about it seems especially practical. Keep that in mind because that will continue through the entire movie.
I wanted
Um,
to address to Topaz saying brutalism was popular in the 70s. That chair looks like something you'd find in a California home in the late 60s and early 70s. Like I said, no one in their right mind would want to live with this.
Oh, I missed a super chat. Thank you, Hostman's Lounge. Hold on, let me look up. Sorry if I did. Yes, thank you, Hostman's Lounge, for the super chat. Sorry, I was looking at stills from the movie and I neglected the chat. But thank you for the super chat. It says brutalism was conceived by socialist revolutionaries in the Weimar Republic to arouse revolutionary feelings in the proletariat. I don't know enough about the brutalism's history to know if that's true. I can believe that I can, because obviously a lot of these artistic movements are wrapped up in sort of the political maneuverings of the time. I don't know a lot about the history of what's it called, Bauhaus school. I know, but the movie positions this character as someone who was in the Bauhaus school before the Nazis tore it down, and so like obviously it. If that's true, I'm going to take your word for it now. Oh, also, someone corrected me. It was Albert Speer that Brady Corbett compared Trump to, not Albert Speck. I just got that name wrong. But let's say that's true. That brutalism specifically was made by socialists as part of their whole goal of making socialism happen. Um, that is definitely not in this movie. If that is true, he neglected that little bit of the history, but it is telling that someone who is very clearly a socialist like Brady Corbett really likes it and thinks everyone else is crazy for disliking it. Um, I would have to look more into it. I'll trust you for now, but have you heard that, Hugh? I have
No.
not heard that.
No, I was unfamiliar with brutalism overall. I was aware that Washington D.C. has quite a few brutalist buildings that,
So many, dude,
yeah,
and they're all ugly.
I
Ugh.
find them aesthetically interesting when I go walk around the city because I feel like I'm walking through a 70s sci-fi movie when I'm there sometimes. But like again, I would never ever want to live in one of those places. Yeah, like I find it neat to look at sometimes and in particular moods. But other than that, I do find it alien and strange. Like I when I do that, I imagine filming a 70s sci-fi movie about like, I don't know, the the Covenant or the Conclave or whatever it is, the
Yeah.
evil aliens from Half-Life 2, like I imagine that would be their capital city, you know? Like I
Yes.
imagine
You know,
filming stuff like that
you know what this
when
is
I'm
like?
there.
This is I feel this way about like atonal classical music as well, or like atonal 20th century orchestral music as well. I don't actually like to listen to it on its own, but it makes sense in horror movies
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
because it's horrifying, intense. But like I wouldn't just listen to it on a normal day. Typically, I'm not really going to listen to Christoph Penderecki just while I'm doing work. That's not the kind of music I'm going to throw on while I'm like working on something. But like in The Shining, hell yeah. Brutalism. Like I feel like the only use for it nowadays is in sci-fi dystopias because, well, it's reflective of that.
It looks very
So I
yeah.
did from very cursory search. I didn't see anything immediately that it was brutalism was specifically socialist from the very beginning, but I do see that, and I definitely knew this part that a lot of socialist housing buildings in like the United Kingdom and the Soviet Union were very sort of brutalist in nature because it was like common and cheap in the um, in the use of concrete and everything like that. And it was, God, like those brutalist housing projects in the Soviet Union, dude, they're fucking bleak, man. Holy crap. Horribly ugly. It's just like, damn, that sucks. Sorry. Like at least some of our brutalist buildings are relegated to like cities. Like I don't federal buildings, there's quite a few of them, which is why Trump was like, well, if we're building any new federal buildings, they have to be built in the neoclassical style, and I'm all on board with that. It's way better, way better.
Yeah,
Anyway,
fewer
um,
sets for future sci-fi projects that I might have in mind, but yeah, that's fair.
yeah. So yes, thank you for the super chat, Hostman's Lounge. Sorry, I missed it originally. Let's continue. So
Okay, so
he,
he has built the chair and desk combination, and everybody is confused as to what the fuck to do with it, right? But
mhm.
he's working, he's got a job, and he's working, he's doing heroin, he's hanging out with his black friend. What did
we
Brady
eventually
Corbett mean by this?
we
Uh,
eventually learn that the heroin was something he got because he like broke his nose or something like that at some point in the camps, and he was given that as medicine, and then he became addicted to it.
yes,
So that's
yeah,
that's the story there. So one day, his cousin, who runs the furniture store, says, "Hey, a client we've done work for before. He wants to do some built-in work for him. Give him a smile, huh? Can you help me sell it?" And then this is the thing that annoys me. I feel like it's very telling of the movie's attitude towards the relation between like commerce and art. Um, the brother's like, "Hey, this client, he wants some built-in work, and I want to bring you in on this project, right? And I want you to meet him and just help me sell it. All right, give him a little smile, help me sell it." And then Adrian Brody goes, "You're always selling, 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 selling," in a sort of like mocking, derisive tone. It's like, no, like,
yeah.
do you want him to give you money to do work or not? Like this is the thing that fucking annoys me, right? Because Brady Corbett was talking about how we're all slaves to capitalism and everything, and it's just like, do you think that The Brutalist gets made if there's no like giant companies with willing to spend $10 million on a movie like this? The only kind of movies that get made in a communist country are propaganda. Is that what you want, really? Do you want the state to say like what movies get made and only do ones that help support the state? Like, this isn't This drives me nuts. It's like, well, yeah, if you want him to spend money to allow you to do the kind of work you want to do, then yeah, you should, be friendly to him. Fucking God forbid. You know what I mean? Like you should want he wants people want to work with people that they like. So, yeah, part of selling it and part of getting art made is to be friendly to people. Fucking God forbid.
And we get into this is a little bit of you can kind of see the reflection of what his attitude towards producers is starting right from here, right? Like this guy comes in, a client with money, comes in and asks, "Hey, can you help me turn my father's study into a proper library? There are books all over the place. It looks like shit. We want to build it into something nice, where like a couple of places where he can sit and read, and maybe some reading lamps, and tall shelves, and like we want a nice proper library." And this guy comes in, right? Gives him a good estimation, like looks up because you want us to replace the glass in the skylight, it's cracked, gives him a good estimation and gets extra money on the table for it. Like he knows what he's doing because he's been in the architecture business before. Now, I don't know in Hungary before the war, or before the German conquest or whatever it was, how people became successful architects. But I feel like for the most part, you have to know how to work with people and you have to know how to give them sort of what they want. You don't just get to do anything you can imagine with other people's money, usually in most fields, because the people who are paying you or commissioning you want specific things. They don't want to just let you go crazy
Do
making
whatever you want.
whatever
Yeah.
you want with their money, right? They have a goal in mind and they can't do it themselves. So you are the one who's going to do it for them. That's the thing.
Hmm. Yeah.
And so he
Okay,
comes
so
in to do this proper library.
hold on.
Go
Before
ahead.
we get to the library, there's a couple things because there's a couple of details along the way that are important. For one, Topaz Dude says, based on what I've read about Corbett and his set of on-set stories, he's like Lynch/Tarantino camp, but they would rather tank the whole movie than compromise. One big difference between someone like him and Tarantino is that Tarantino is interested in what people like and what will make money, and because his movies are, in a lot of ways, like very obviously sort of populist entertainment where like wild crazy things happen, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
his movies are not like like Brady Corbett is the kind of person who wants his films to get funding even if there's no way to sell them, even if there's no expectation that they'll make money, you know what I mean? Like he just feels entitled to that, and it's so obvious in everything he says. And like, so he resents the idea that you even need to sell a movie. He resents the idea that, you know what I mean, that it's even connected to making money. You should be able to just get $10 million to make whatever you movie regardless, like whatever movie you want. Like, I don't know, man. It drives me crazy because like in that scene in particular, he's like, hey, this we've done some work for this guy before, and he wants to meet you, and maybe we could do some work for him. Will you put on a smile? Will you be friendly for once? Because he's not a very friendly, warm person. And he's like, oh, you're always selling, blah 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 blah. And there's more of this to come, but this is just the start of it. Um, and also, Hostman's Lounge says, actually, A24 is a good studio because they're independent of the Hollywood system. Well, here's the thing. He has said that, like, oh, A24, they've actually been really good, and I really mean it. But then also, in that same TIFF Q&A, he was like, this movie, because the Brutalist was made for $10 million, right? Which is pretty impressive. And then you might wonder how this movie, 3.5 hour long movie, period piece, all these sets and everything, how it was made for $10 million. And apparently a lot of the people who wanted to work on it, like Adrian Brody, Felicity Jones, Guy Pearce, they agreed to work for pretty cheap. And Brady Corbett has said that he made very little money, if any, from the movie because he was so interested in making it. He agreed to not get paid very much. And so he was talking about how, like, if we got more than $10 million, then it would have been the same movie. The only real difference is that, we would have been able to film it instead of filming it in Europe, being able to film it here so people can spend more time with their families and like people would have been more comfortable and like, like they wouldn't have to worry about their livelihoods and everything. But other than that, it'd be the same movie. And the way he says it is just like dripping with resentment. So like I don't really totally buy it when he's like, well, A24, yeah, they've been great. But also it's just like, yeah, if we just had a little extra money, then people wouldn't have been struggling to make ends meet while
struggling to
making the
make me,
movie.
yeah.
And it's like, well, you know what? Maybe the movie didn't need to be 3.5 hours long, my dude. Does this movie need to be 3.5 hours long? No, it doesn't need to. You
No.
wanted it to. And so you're willing to take a pay cut because all you could get is $10 million. And you're like, well, if we got more money, then people might have been able to like live more comfortably and everything. But what's a little bit more money? Like it's just like then it doesn't need to be a 3.5 hour long movie. Like it's just they giving you $10 million for a movie that will only make money if it gets nominated for Academy Awards. Luckily it did. If it didn't, this would have been a total flop, right? But you seem to resent the entire idea of the financial system around making movies, and that even though it allows the making of movies like this to happen, and you feel like you should be entitled to just make this movie for more than $10 million, even if it makes no financial sense to. And I just hate that attitude. I feel like it's so arrogant and entitled to be like, I should be able to get to make whatever $1 million movies I want. And like I shouldn't have to care about like, well, it's their money, dude. Like I hate
You're not the
people
one.
that
You're
have
not the
this
one who's
attitude.
financing it.
I hate people that have this attitude.
You
Like
didn't
there's
come
this
up with $10 million yourself to make the
yeah,
movie. You had to get people to give it to you. Like,
I hate it because like there's this attitude and then there's the people and then there's like Chad David Fincher who's like I don't make movies in spite the people who pay for them. He's like, because you have people like Brady Corbett, I'm sure is one of them. You have people like David Lynch who was like, I'll don't do the movie if you don't get final cut. You need total creative free like control over every aspect of the movie. And if you don't have complete control, it's not your movie, blah 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 blah. And then you have people like David Fincher. It's like I've never have final cut on my movies. I'm just good at convincing the money people to make the right decisions about the product because that's your job. And I'm like, yeah, if you can't convince them that this part is necessary, that we really need to do it this way, even if it's slightly more expensive because it'll be better, then you're not like that is your job. Your job as director is to convince people to come on board to your vision. And maybe sometimes they're like, hey, can we cut here? Maybe they're right to. And maybe it's their money anyway. So like you should be a bit more grateful to the suits, to the evil suits who are always trying to sell and make money from movies that allow you to get to make movies in the first place. I just find it so insulting and it really drives me nuts.
yeah. Well, and
Sorry.
he's about to. Well, I mean, it's not all that random because that's what he's about to start with here, right? Is because
Yeah.
he has the client's job or idea is to surprise his father with a proper library in the house. One with, nice shelves and a good, comfortable reading place, and like somewhere where he can sit and enjoy his books.
Yes, he
And
also specifically I want to specifically mention that he wanted like, oh, maybe a ladder to reach the higher books on the shelf, like you might find in a library.
yeah,
That's
like
what he's
like a
looking
real library, something you
for.
might find in a real library.
Like in Beauty and the Beast. You
Yeah,
can swing along the ladder and sing songs, yeah.
yeah, or in Ghostbusters.
Mhm.
But no, so he comes in and he says, "Well, I'd like to keep the budget at under $1,000, but he also wants it done by Thursday." So he kind of works with the negotiation. He's like, "Well, you want us to replace the glass, you want us to do all this. It'll be 2,000 probably, right?"
Mhm.
And after he says that, he gets basically, boom, there you go. He gets a little like thumbs up, and they're celebrating. They're like, "Damn, he actually got him to bite on the $2,000. I was gonna write it for $895 or something like that, right?"
Mhm.
And he's really happy about it. But they get in to do the work, and what he ends up creating is this sort of empty, devoid space that looks kind of neat from the outside looking in. It would look neat in like a Kubrick movie. Like I'm going to say that a lot. Like the second half of the stream, it would look neat in a sci-fi movie. But he puts like a chaise or a lounge chair made of the same pipe and leather like cord essentially that he made his desk chair out of in the middle with like a little thing for reading. There's no light lamps, there's no lights. It's just a big window, which is going to be practically impossible to read in during the evening if you have
Yes.
time to sit there, because if you don't have sunlight, you can't use it, right? The
Hmm.
bookshelves are these really kind of interesting, cool, like cabinets basically that open up to allow like you to see, like basically to keep the book safe from the sunlight and everything. But there's no ladders to reach up to the top bits because that would be extraneous, right? So like who knows how you're going to get up there. And when the father comes home after this has been completed, he's like, what the hell, you gutted the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put some images up here real quick.
Yeah, but you said basically all the same complaints I was going to say. That's funny. We haven't even talked about it yet. No, okay. So he comes in and he's upset about it at first. Eventually, we'll reveal that Guy Pearce is actually like, you know what? I've come around and actually really like it, and I want you to do more work for me. But let's walk through this slowly while you put a couple images on screen. I want you to first put what it looks like before, if you don't mind. That
I
is an
will do
image.
that. The after is not going to work. It's a different, it's a WebP.
Okay, well, I will get that photo for you. But the before image, we have a little study. There's a desk, there's two chairs and a coffee table. There's big, thick curtains, and then there are open shelving on both sides of the room for all of the
All the books.
all the books.
Some of them are
And he's
stacked
got
on the floor because there's not enough space in these shelves, the open shelving. He wants proper big shelves to hold them all, and he wants a ladder to be able to reach them. He wants, comfortable chairs with nice lights so that he can read even when it's dark outside. Laszlo would be nice.
yes. Okay, hold on. Let me find a good photo of the room like once it's done.
Yeah, and there are
Okay,
a couple
here
people
it is.
saying,
Here it is. Oh, actually, no, that doesn't have the chair in it. Hold on, just a moment.
yeah, there are a couple
There it
people
is.
saying too in the chat, like, oh, the walls covering the bookshelves are neat. If there was a ladder, the room should have more chairs. Yes, yes, and when you see it, you'll understand why I'm like, I spend a lot of time reading, and I
Hmm.
like a comfortable place with a nice light and like a warm, cozy kind of feeling when I'm sitting down. Like I want to turn on my fake fireplace and put my feet up on a nice, comfortable ottoman in my nice, comfortable chair and read a book. That's what I want. I want to read The Exorcist, like that, and have a good time with it. Great,
Yeah,
that's what I want. Wait until you see. I'll put it up in just a second. What he does
with the room.
with the
And
room.
remember that this is complete. What you're about to see is the complete room. We will see it later in the movie when he's brought over to a house party after he's gotten more work from this guy, and the room has not been touched. And Laszlo never says, actually, I was going to do more to it, but if you like it the way it is, then it's done. He never says anything like that. The room is complete in the image that Hugh is about to put on screen.
That's
So,
this is what
you
it
meant,
looks like.
yes. You mentioned some of your problems with it. I'm going to talk through them as well because this annoys me. This is one of the first like uh-oh signs for me in the movie because the movie presents him as a pure idealistic artistic genius. This room fucking sucks. All right, let's talk about it. So first of all, there is one lounge chair. There is no desk anymore. What does that mean? Well, you can't sit upright and read a book if you want to. You can't leave multiple books open on a desk if you're trying to cross-reference things. You can't have like a book and a map open if you're trying to read something like that. You don't have a space where you can sit down at a desk and write letters or whatever else it is you do at a desk. That functionality of the room is completely gone. You see those shelves, those are cabinets. Inside those cabinets are shelves, and there's no good I don't feel like bringing up another image, but if you look inside of those cabinets, you'll see that the bookshelves are actually spaced quite far from each other, which doesn't seem actually very ideal for the arrangement of books. So there's that. Now, this room if it had open bookshelves lining it and the curtains and carpet like it did before, then the sound in there would actually be pretty decent and it might be a relaxing place to read a book. Now it is a room full of giant, flat, echoey surfaces that would just reflect sound constantly. So this is a big, cavernous, echoey room. Imagine sliding that chair at all. It would make the most horrible sound.
It does.
No,
When he pulls it into the center of this
yes.
room in the scene, it scrapes against the floor and echoes. So you can't. It would creak like crazy when you sit in it, right?
Hmm.
For the first
Yes.
bit, and then it's gonna make crazy noise to distract. There's no place for a record player or a radio at this
No,
point. Like if you want to
no,
sit and listen to some music while you read your book, like some
no.
turn on a nice little soundtrack. There's no like you said, there's no desk to do letters or correspondence. This guy is a
There are no
businessman, by the way.
lamps, like you mentioned. So there is no light in here at night. And if you did want light in here at night, you'd have to just bring a lamp and like with the exposed cable just running across an otherwise pristine floor. That would look horrible. So it's no longer functional at night. Here's the other thing. If all those cabinet doors open at once, first of all, I don't like the idea of putting all your books in a cabinet because if they're all on open bookshelves, then you can see them, and they actually help absorb sound quite a bit, especially old first edition leather bound books. But so now it's super echoey in there, and if you open the doors all open at once, that's just kind of how they're designed, right? Here's the thing: when they're all open, you can't actually look inside all of the cabinets at once
Yeah.
because the doors block them. So if you're looking for a book, you need to do way more work to find it. And you can't even install later a ladder that can roll along the length of it because of the way the
Cabinets.
cabinet doors open up. So you need to like physically bring a ladder in there to get to the books on the highest shelf and move it around constantly. He just did not fulfill what he was asked to do. He was asked for a room with a desk. He was asked with a room with some nice lamps. He was asked for a room with a ladder. And even though this guy is paying him to do this, he just gave him something completely different,
Double
right?
the money that he
Double
was,
the money,
double the
double the
budget.
money, and none basic, hardly any of the functionality and actual things he was asked to deliver on. Now, Topaz Dude has mentioned that this, I can understand why a rich guy would like this room and the faux sophistication that it bestows upon him, that he has this cool, very hip, artistic library in his study. But why does Laszlo think this is good? Is he stupid? Yes. Yes, he is stupid because this is an awful room. I mean,
This
it's
is
supposed
also a
to
time where, like, when you read books, you like to have maybe smoke a cigarette and have a glass of wine or whiskey at the end of the day. There's
Sure.
no place for a table to put an
No.
ashtray or a
I mean,
coaster.
you'd have to put one in. You'd have everything you want in this room. You'd have to bring in because it's
Yeah.
not
Well, sorry, I
there.
shouldn't say there's no space for one, because there's plenty of fucking space. Like, you could put things in here, right? Because it's an empty room. The thing is that, and this reminded me a little bit. I went to Buffalo earlier this year, and I took a tour through a Frank Lloyd Wright house,
Yes.
Graycliff, which is one of the ones that he actually did build with input from the people who were going to be living in it,
Yes.
and that made it a lot different than many of his other designs, because, for example, the woman who was going to be living there with her children would not allow him to pig-headedly keep closets out of the design, because she was like, Frank, I need a place to put clothes. There needs to be a place to store things, Frank. We can't just we can't just have nothing and live in a pretty
Yeah.
house. All right.
Yeah.
And I was reminded
And
very much of,
even
like,
and even
he would
still,
come
Frank
by
Lloyd
to
Wright.
visit after
Go ahead.
Frank Lloyd Wright would come by to visit houses after he had built or designed, built, and sold them, to make sure that you didn't bring anything into them that went against the principles of his original design. And he would get very angry with you if you did. Now, I can imagine based on what we're going to see from Laszlo throughout the rest of the movie, that he is absolutely the kind of guy who, if he was in this position, would come and revisit this library. And if, for example, a bar or a desk or a table for my ashtray or a
Yeah.
more comfortable chair was added to this room, he would throw a fucking hissy fit and scream at me in my own home.
So that means when he comes back to this house and the room looks exactly the same, that he thinks it's done. He thinks it's complete as well. Yes. So this is a very, very poorly designed room. There's no two ways about it. He's a bad designer. Like, this is the first major thing he does that's like, architectural in nature. And it's bad. It's poorly designed. It is not functional. I think it's kind of ugly. It's not cozy. It has none of the things you want in a home library study. The other room was better, despite being kind of old and, a little dated.
There's a
Like,
nice
the other
rug on the floor that helps to absorb
Yes.
some of the sound as well.
Yes, and it's easier on your feet if you're standing in it,
Yeah.
walking around in it. This room is hostile to human beings, which is reflective of the general aesthetic of brutalism, I would say. And so when I'm meant to look at this in awe in the movie, I go, ugh, this is terrible. This is terrible. And this guy sucks, actually. Is that what you want me to think? No, it's not what it wants me to think.
No,
That's what I think.
what it wants us to think is what's going to happen, because he gets fired from this job for doing this, because the guy who this is for comes home and is understandably furious about it and throws them out of the house. Now, he's also more upset that there's a black guy on his property that he doesn't know.
Yeah. Well, he
based.
doesn't. Yeah, because stop it. So Guy Pearce is the owner of this house, and it's his son who commissioned this work. So he comes home earlier than expected, has no idea this is supposed to be a surprise, and apparently he hates surprises. So he is not happy about any of this, and he throws a fit and he says, "You guys got to get the fuck out of here." And he's like, "We're not done." And it's like this whole argument happens. But then, eventually they also do damage. They break the like stained glass ceiling piece that was over the skylight. But
and they damage the gutter when they drop that big
yeah.
stained glass skylight piece. But they get kicked out, and then basically the very next scene is Attila, the cousin of Laszlo, coming into his room and being like, "Well, they say they're not going to pay."
Mm-hmm.
They say that they're not going to pay for any of the materials or anything. They're not going to pay for this because this isn't what they wanted. What are you going to do about it? Also, you flirted with my wife. So get out of my house, or get out of my storage space.
Mm-hmm.
You go find another job. I'm firing you.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, now, somebody in the chat had asked, what was the cousin doing during this whole endeavor, right? That, like, Laszlo was free to make this decision on his own and just sort of, like, go crazy with the design. Like, did the cousin think this was...
Well, he was right there with him. He was, like, high-fiving him and saying it looked beautiful, so yeah.
Yeah, so he thought this was in line with what he was told. I didn't think this was in line. I was like, that's not... obviously, he's not going to be happy about that. I don't know why he
No, he's into it.
Yeah.
So he's into it and thinks it's great, actually. He's happy to get the gig for, $2,000 instead of $895 or whatever. And he's like, yeah, dude, do whatever. He seems to really like it. So I found his turn, that is the cousin's turn against Laszlo, to kind of come out of nowhere. I didn't feel like that was well established based on how we've seen him as a character. Obviously, he's upset that they're not going to pay. But then, like, the turn to, like, oh, my wife said you made a pass at her. You need to get the fuck out of my house. It's like, oh, that kind of came out of nowhere a little bit. I was getting none of that from their interactions earlier in the movie.
And then, like, he's gone for the rest of the movie. He's gone.
He's gone from the rest of the movie. There will be later scenes where when his wife comes to America, she's like, oh, I'm going to visit him, and Laszlo doesn't come because, they had a falling out. But that's it. He's gone from the movie. So
And that
he's
it's that also okay. I like the more I think about it, the more I'm actually kind of mad about this, right? Because like that comes a little bit out of nowhere, right? And then Laszlo, maybe he's too proud to come back at least at first, right? But comes his wife comes out of Austria and goes to visit his cousin. This is family, dude. Like you
yeah.
can't put this aside for like to go like you can't eventually like so he'll basically be on the bread lines in a homeless shelter for a little bit after he's been laid off from his cousin's furniture shop. But
Yeah.
Guy Ritchie, the rich man, comes to him after a few after like however long it's been,
He's
and
got a big beard now. That's all we really got in terms of
yeah,
passage of time.
after some time, and he's come around on the idea of the library because he likes how other people think it makes him look, you know. And what he does is he goes, "Oh, here's the money that you were paid. I didn't. It was not my idea not to pay you. Here's the money
Mhm.
you were owed."
Yeah.
Laszlo does not bring that money to his cousin, any of it that we see
Mhm.
anyway. He just keeps it all
No.
for himself and takes his friend out to go make out with whores in a jazz club and shoot heroin up in the bathroom. He doesn't send any of it to his wife in Austria. He
Oh,
goes and spends it on drugs.
yeah.
And we're
So,
supposed to be like on board with this guy.
well, here's the thing. The movie is clearly aware that he's kind of fucked up in a lot of ways. But it's like the movie still takes his side in terms of his principled artistic positions,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
The movie is the movie is clearly not like being like, you know what, this guy's great. Look at him, he's
He's
shooting
a
up
good
heroin.
moral arbiter. Yeah, good person.
No,
Yeah, yeah. No, that's not. It's not trying to say that he's a good person, but I don't. When I see
but he
this,
he is kind of detestable
yeah,
in a lot of ways.
like and the main redeeming quality I think we're supposed to see is his commitment to his architectural style. But for me, when I see it, I don't find it good. So I see him doing this
Yeah.
commitment to something that I'm like, that doesn't work. It's not,
No, what we've already established that he doesn't care about the opinions and perspectives of the people who are financing him and allowing him to make art. He says, "Fuck them. I know what they want better than they do, and I should get to do whatever I want." I find that trait really ugly and selfish and entitled, and so I don't care for that. And also, his designs are kind of actively hostile and they don't take into consideration like their surroundings. We'll get to that with the big building, but I have a lot of problems with the central building that he's being asked to build and his approach to it. But like yeah, his commitment to artistic principles I think comes from like pride, ego and entitlement. And so I don't find really anything about him especially like laudable. It's not just that he doesn't seem to really care about bringing his wife over here. When she does come over here, he's kind of a kind of a dick to her. Um,
yeah, for a while. Yeah, for
yeah,
a while.
and so that
It's
he
funny when she
finally
says that
he
thing about like, haven't you told them anything about me? It's like, oh, he's
yeah,
literally never mentioned you once.
no, because he doesn't really love you, and he's cheating on you even though he knows you're alive now, and he's shooting up heroin, and he's not giving the money to the guy. Well, clearly the guy kicked him out, so he doesn't deserve any of the money, even though that is also his money. You know,
Yeah.
whatever. He's going to
So,
spend it on drugs instead,
so here,
on the
real quick, I
horse.
just want to respond because there's quite a few people in the chat who are like basically saying like, oh, but that's believable, right? I don't think it's unbelievable. I just don't like it. I don't. I
Yeah,
don't like him, and that's not helping me get through
it's
three and
not.
a half hours of movie with a guy who I actively now dislike.
Yeah, and
Like,
so here's the thing about likability, right? Like some of the best characters that aren't good people that are still really compelling and likable. I don't know, just gut instinct is like Walter White, Tony Soprano, and
yes,
stuff like that. They have things about them that are likable. They have aspects of their nature and character that actually are kind of admirable, whether it's a certain kind of like toughness and bravery or a
or
commitment.
intellectual like
Yeah, or
giftedness, something like that's a
yeah,
talent for something like that is Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times when it's stories about criminals, it's like, well, what we do admire about them is like a sort of courage and bravery and willing to like to do things that other people are too scared to do, even if those things are kind of terrible or they're selfishly motivated. We're like, oh, like, but we get to follow stories about them because we want to see how those things play out, right? This guy, clearly, I think the movie is going for, he's not a good husband because he's kind of obsessed with his art, but at least we can admire his commitment to his artistic vision and his desire to make something beautiful and true and good and stick to his principles, all that sort of stuff. But I don't find any of that as characterized in the movie very admirable either, because he's a cunt about it and he's making ugly things,
Is it
ugly, impractical, hostile things that I don't like and don't think are good. So I'm like, what? There is nothing I like about this guy, really. I can feel sympathy for the terrible things he goes through, but there is nothing I really like about him.
Yeah, Evan Seeger, this is an interesting question. Do you think it's intentional that Laszlo forces his vision upon others in the same way he was a victim of other people's visions for a new world, or do you think that's an oversight? I would say that's probably an oversight.
I would say that's an oversight because the director has the same attitude.
Yeah.
And so the director has the same attitude that, like, you know, because there's something that we'll get to later, but Laszlo was talking to the money guy who's trying to find ways of saving money on this project. And he tells the guy who is trying to save money that you, and by extension, people like him, are the reason for everything ugly and cruel in this world. So he's a hardcore idealist, vision type guy. And I think the movie is lauding him for that. Like, he may have other problems, but at least he was committed to his art. And isn't his art interesting and good? And it's like, no, 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 actually, I don't think so.
Also, Topaz, if I had to compare Laszlo to another recent movie character, it would be Lydia Tarr. Here's the thing about Lydia
Lydia
Tarr.
Tarr is a good conductor, though. She's
Yeah.
good. She is good. There are scenes
Lydia
demonstrating how she
Tarr
is good, and she has
believes
good
that she is a
taste.
channel for a art form that is higher than her. She's arrogant about that, but she does have a sort of she has the twisted version of an erasure of her ego, essentially.
Mhm.
Like, she is willing to give herself up to the music,
Yeah,
but she allows herself to become arrogant because
about
of
how she
about how
does
well
that and
she
other
is
people
able to
don't.
do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's very different from this, which is incredibly, like, I mean, comes across as just incredibly self-interested and self-involved to the point that he
Yes.
will actively ignore anybody else's opinions or necessities or struggles in order to
Mhm.
just do something that personally I find to be pig-headed and impractical, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is the kind of art he wants to make, but he wants everyone else to support it and he wants everyone else to like it. And if they don't, then they're the problem. Like what you can like and appreciate about Lydia Tarr, for example, is how committed she is to being what a conductor is someone who gives up their ego. Because the whole thing with her and Mahler in Tar is that she's taking this piece and really trying to understand what Mahler wanted, what he was going through in his life at the time, so she can really like dive deep into the music and serve his vision and not her own, right? She makes fun of other conductors who just do their own like idiosyncratic things with the music, right? She's really trying to give herself over to the art. And then because she's good at it, she develops an ego about it and then uses that to sort of pressure people in her life to, like, because Lydia Tarr is another kind of problematic character, if you will, but there are things to admire about her. There are things to
Yeah.
be impressed by. Like the scene she has with the student who is the very woke student, and her demonstration of like the genius of Bach is a really good scene. And
Yeah.
so I'm like, okay, I like this character. She's got other problems, but she's interesting in that regard. And I just really don't find anything particularly admirable about him. especially his art. Especially his art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So eventually Guy Pearce will come around on the idea of this library that has been designed for him because he likes the way other people respect him for it or admire him for
He's
it.
a man. He likes being seen as a man of culture.
Yes.
Yes, that
Yeah.
is very clear.
And he decides to basically just bring Laszlo into his inner circle, and kind of just like work with him on future projects. He's kind of the movie will essentially imply that he's only doing this because he's bored by the end of it, that he's only doing it because he doesn't like he just needs a project to keep himself busy because you know he doesn't have to work for his money, I suppose. He's not like the typical kind of
Yeah.
American millionaire. He just has passing interests that he like collects. Like there's 10,000 bottles of a particular spirit that he keeps in his cellar, and so now that will be enough for him for the remainder of his expected life. So now he's moving on to something else that he's interested in because
He's a collector, and he likes being seen as a man of culture and taste. And so, like, once he's collected all those things, and he's like, oh well, this guy's kind of on the cutting edge of art, and so maybe I'll commission him to do something, and then I'll be seen. We can make Doylestown, Pennsylvania, into a cultural center. As part of his vision. um, because small town in Pennsylvania, he's like, it's a nice town. The people here are great, beautiful countryside, but it's not really a cultural center, but it could be. That's his pitch. And so he's like, I want to build a community center, a community arts center, maybe with a gymnasium and stuff like that. That's what he wants to build in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. And he is trying to commission Laszlo to build that for him because he actually likes his work. He did a bunch of research on him. This is a kind of a nice moment, I think, even though I don't like his art at all. I like the scene where he did some research into him and finds pictures of the buildings that Laszlo was involved in making back when he was in Hungary before obviously all the Jews were either exterminated or fled. And he shows him some of the pictures, and Laszlo's kind of like, brought to tears. It's like, I didn't think those buildings would even still be there, let alone that there's be pictures of them. And he's like, hey, can I keep these? And he's like, yeah, you can keep them. That's a nice
yeah,
touching
that's a
moment.
really nice scene. I like
I
that.
like that. Yeah. There are good moments and scenes throughout here. Just kind of the overall whole. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But like that's a nice moment. I like that. And if this were a movie that was far less cynical, I think that would be a standout moment for sure.
Yeah. So eventually, like, he ends up having a big party, and he basically commissions Laszlo to build the community center, and everybody like everybody's like basically the son comes in, and the son's a little bit like immediately a little bit two-faced about it, right? Like he
Hmm.
basically is saying like, oh well, like you never know exactly what to feel when his son is in the room, which is a good
Yeah.
performance on the son's part, honestly.
Yeah, I think he's good. He looked familiar to me, but I can't remember where I've seen him. Anyway, continue. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah. So they basically make plans to get the building started, and they start putting a team together of people like creatives in the architectural field who can help them, right? They need to get the materials, they need to get the designs. You want
Oh, he was in The Favorite.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, Laszlo
Anyway.
wants to present some sketches and designs to win the commission, sort of, but like it's basically it's essentially already his. They have a meeting about with Van Buren's attorney about bringing his wife and his niece over. There's a little bit of hope moving forward here. He's given a nice, a home basically to live on the grounds of the Van Buren property while they get started on this. Um, and they sort of tentatively make their plans, and then once they start getting into all of the like commissioning the materials and getting everything, the logistics of it, once they start getting into the logistics, um he starts butting heads immediately with everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Immediately. um
Just one little detail to plant here, because later he's going to be talking about like, oh, they don't want us here, talking about Jews. He's like, nah, they don't want us here. This whole place is corrupt. This whole country sucks. They don't want us here. Like, and then there's even a line where like the waspy son of Guy Pearce is like, "We tolerate you," and clearly he's referring to like his pig-headedness regarding his art. But the movie presents it like, oh, and also because he's Jewish. But there's a scene when they have this party where the person next to um the person next to Laszlo is like, "Oh, we're Jewish too." Like, yeah, like it's like not everyone there is Jewish, but a couple of them are, and there's a clearly friends of this group. So like, they don't hate Jews.
Yeah,
So
well,
like when later,
he
you know what I
keeps
mean?
he's like I did laugh a little bit, right? Because it's just like, oh, this is my friend and my attorney in that order, and I was just like, you're friends with your Jewish lawyer? That's basically like my lawyer's Jewish. I can't be anti-Semitic. My lawyer's a Jew.
Well,
I was like, I felt like that's what he was going for a little bit, but like the practicality of it is right. Like obviously that does happen, that like people just become friendly with
yeah,
people who they work with,
yeah,
and
and
yeah,
like and the wife is telling him this as well. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like we didn't earn the like everyone here just hates the Jews thing
no,
that
we did
which is
not
the
at all.
thing they say later. They don't earn that at all. Anyway, so it's finally time to. Okay, first of all, before we get to the building, I know there's a lot to get through, and I'm probably going slower than I should, but
Well, not really,
um,
because I think that this is the thing about it. Like we've described essentially, right, like the beginning act of a movie so far. We're
mhm.
almost an hour and 40 minutes in.
Yeah. It's yeah, the inciting incident ultimately of the story is that he gets hired to do this giant community building in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. That is the sort of main drama, the main sort of goal that he has, and that happens well into this movie, like longer than longer than some movies
Yeah.
before we finally get to the inciting incident. So that's kind of a chore. I mean, there are things on along the way that are important to that story, but like, damn, dude, this could have been shorter. Um, so they have a they're showing him. They're showing the office at the library at this party, and Laszlo and Guy Pearce are having a conversation. What we learned from this conversation is that Guy Pearce had a sort of troubled relationship with his grandparents because they disowned his mom, and also they once asked for money, and he was kind of ruthless to them about like, well, do you have a plan for what you're going to do with the money? And they didn't have one, and so he didn't give them the money. Right, like he's a very business minded person, and we get a little bit of his character from that, which I find interesting. And
Yeah,
then
well,
he
I
asked,
did find that kind of interesting, and
yeah, me too.
like that made me like almost admire him a little bit more, where
Yeah,
I was just like, yeah, this guy, like, he did end up giving them some money, right? But like he has principles that he sticks to at that point of the movie. Moving forward, things are gonna like really kind of crumble for him, and he's going to be shown to be very flighty, and fickle when it comes to certain things, like realities of projects kind of crashing down around him, uh,
yeah.
which again, I was just like, oh, okay. I mean, that doesn't. I guess they kind of set that up, right? And like not, but it doesn't seem like the behavior of someone who has built a fortune for themselves.
Hmm.
Like you would think that somebody who has built their which now, granted, I don't know if this character, because I don't, I'm actually not sure if the movie ever really makes it clear. We don't know how he got his money, right?
Well, he wasn't born into it, but we
Yeah.
don't know how.
So like somehow he made his money, earned it in a way. But the movie's never going to tell us that. They're going to act like he is basically a trust fund Nepo baby who got
Yeah.
everything handed to him on a silver platter and gets like very angry and throws tantrums when he doesn't get his way. Funnily enough, so does Laszlo, but ignoring that bit.
A
Um,
little bit of projection happening there, I
yeah.
might say.
Like so the movie's going to make us
He's gonna
yeah.
be a full-throated villain by the end of the movie. But
Yeah, full throated and fully throbbing villain by
yeah,
the end of the movie.
So before we get into like him starting the actual big project, there's a scene where Laszlo is talking to Guy Pearce, and Laszlo is asked like why he's interested in his sort of very sort of modernist brutalist art style. And this is Laszlo's answer and the movie's answer for a sort of defense of why brutalism, right? And I found this very lacking. He says, when the terrible recollections of what happened in Europe, like cease to humiliate us, I expect for them to serve instead as a political stimulus, he says, sparking the upheavals that so frequently occur. Oh my God, I forgot about this. You're right. Postman's Lounge. You said this earlier, and I was a little skeptical to believe it, but you're totally right. Totally forgot that he says in the movie that he wants his buildings to spark social upheaval, presumably towards socialism, though he doesn't say it explicitly.
But he does. So he doesn't say it explicitly, but he does say towards the one new whole, right? Which is a very
Yeah.
social, like a very Isaac Asimov social, like federalist kind of thing, you know, big
Yeah, he's
bureaucracy.
vague about it, but yes, he thinks that they will spark the revolution. He says, "I already anticipate a communal rhetoric of anger and fear," he says derisively. And then he adds, "But my buildings were devised to endure such erosion of the Danube's shoreline." So, and then Guy Pearce is like, "Wow, you're so poetic and genius, dude. Wow, you're amazing." So yes, he designs his buildings to spark social upheaval. So his buildings are inherently revolutionary, but then that is kind of dropped from the rest of the movie. It's just sort of accepted that like, why wouldn't people like this? It's like, well, yeah, because apparently you think your buildings are going to spark a social revolution or something. Who knows? But then the other thing is like, my buildings were designed to endure and be timeless, to endure long past the period of derision and hostility and fear of the people have of anything new or strange. And it's like, yeah, well, it didn't. People hate your buildings now, even though they're not new anymore. So fuck off, movie. Stop trying to suck the dick of brutalism. Like, oh,
Apparently, they used AI images in this scene instead of actual buildings.
I've heard that disputed as well. That towards the end of the movie, when we're seeing some of his other work at the end of his life,
Oh,
I've,
okay.
I've heard that some of that was AI, but I've also heard that disputed. So I don't really know which it is. But there is a sort of AI controversy surrounding this movie that's a more subtle one, in that a tool called, apparently it's called Respeecher, was used for the scenes where Adrian Brody has to speak Hungarian, and only those scenes, to help make his accent performance better. So
Oh, I heard
I
that they
don't know
used that in Amelia Perez too, and it just didn't work.
if But yeah, but apparently they used some sort of tool. I don't know if AI is even the right word for that, but they did use a sort of digital tool to fix his Hungarian pronunciation in post for the scenes where he's speaking Hungarian. Um, it's definitely not enough to ruin a movie for me, but that does feel a little lame. It feels like cheating a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah, but whatever. It's fine. I guess it's ultimately kind of inconsequential, but I don't think it's worth like tarring and feathering the movie for, but it is kind of lame, I think.
agreed. And there's his I want my buildings to inspire social upheaval. This prompts Guy Pierce to walk everybody out onto the heath in the frigid cold
To be
to
like,
it.
this is where I'm going to build my new building. And he doesn't tell him ahead of time. So this is a surprise for Adrian Brody as well, for Laszlo.
Yes, yeah. But he gets it, and then he's like convinced, despite it like kind of being jerked around a little bit by the response of everybody involved who will be involved, that he is going to get it. And then they start getting to work, and they start bringing in the team that's going to help make this building come to fruition. And immediately he starts off on the wrong foot with the other, like the guy who's going to help procure the materials, and the like any of the other people who are going to be helping, work on the project. Um, so yeah, that
Oh, speaking of things to cut, we get these long scenes where it's like, "Hey, I need a taxi to get home. What's going on? Oh, someone will help you." And then someone else comes to the room like, "Hey, how am I gonna get home?" And they're like, "Oh, you can stay here overnight in the thing." And then we show him his room, and then we show him getting up in the morning. It's like, we can cut all that.
yeah.
It's not really necessary. Just like, we'll have a place for you to stay while you work here. And then we see him there once or twice. Like, there's this long sequence where it's like he has to like find out what he's gonna do and whether he's gonna get a ride home or whether he's gonna stay here. It's like, is that necessary? No, no, not
No,
in the
no, it is
slightest. So
not.
anyway, they're arguing over the materials, and it's already not going well because his idealism and pure artistic vision is bumping up against the realities of how much this is all gonna cost. Ugh, how tiresome.
Yeah, money. Oh, people who deserve to be paid for their labor. Oh,
He writes a letter to his wife saying, "Hey,
positively
I got a
bourgeoisie.
cool new job, and by the way, I met a powerful lawyer who works for the vice president. He might be able to help you get here." And it's like, "Damn, dude, you didn't care about doing that at all until the opportunity was dropped right in your lap. Almost like you don't want her here." That will become clear later as well. Um, so then he builds this model, and then he goes to show it off to. It's like he's finally showing his 3D model off to the building. Sorry, to the people involved in the project, but especially to God. What's Guy Pearce's name? Do you remember
Van
it?
Buren.
Van Buren, right? He's showing him, and so it's giant rectangles and squares. It's very brutalist. It's all going to be made out of concrete. There's even a scene where one guy's like, "These materials are going to cost a lot," and he's like, "That stuff's not cheap." And he's like, "Oh, we're going to use concrete." And the guy's like, "Concrete's a little ugly, don't you think?" And he's like, "No, it's great," essentially. And it's like, I'm kind of with that other guy actually. What's kind of funny about this movie is that it was made for pretty cheap, for $10 million, and apparently people didn't actually make a lot of money on it and were rather underpaid. But one of the things the director said is that I think is true. If this were about an any more ornate art style, they would not have been able to make this movie. Luckily, it's really easy to fake big brutalist buildings because they're simple and
Yeah.
cheap and ugly. Um, yeah, yeah.
Well, and so
I
his plan essentially, right? Because like he didn't intend for it to be a chapel originally. It's supposed to be a
right. Yeah.
gymnasium, like a reading room for the public, not a library. Although I think he said a library at one point, a gymnasium, a library, a chapel, and all this. So he's like, it's got to serve four purposes, right? It's a community center. Funnily enough, I grew up in a place called Columbia, Maryland, or near a place called Columbia, Maryland, that has quite a few of these things that do not rely on brutalist architecture to be functional.
Yeah.
And they are very popular, and they have continued to be so. Columbia is a very difficult place to get a house. People will outbid you because they want access to everything that you can get in Columbia. So it is possible to do this. Actually, Edward Norton's, I don't know if you knew this, Edward Norton, the actor's grandfather, is the guy who built Columbia, Maryland.
Yep, I
Yeah.
did know that. It was, a
Yeah.
big planned city of which there were actually very few in America at that time.
Yeah, and these kinds of things do exist, and can function and be attractive, pleasing to the eye. They don't have to be what we end up seeing from the inside by the later end of the movie. Um,
Hmm.
but anyway, he goes with his plan, and his
He's
big selling point here, really, his big selling point on how this is going to work and why you should allow this to happen, is essentially that by building it the way he has, the sunlight at multiple times of the day will project an image of the cross on the altar in
hmm
the chapel room. That's
So there,
the big
yeah,
selling point that we see multiple times.
that's a big part of the pitch. Yeah.
Yes.
Did you have more you wanted to say about that now, or we're gonna
Well, I think
find
that,
out
I
for
mean,
later?
because they're very, it's strange how intentionally avoidant he seems to be about showing like the architecture as like in its conceptual stages. so that like I don't. And then granted, I think like his goal is to sort of reveal at the end what he finds to be a particularly beautiful setup. But yeah, I don't know. I think that these kinds of like it's a noble goal, to want to build a place like this for a community and a
Hmm.
smaller community, right?
Yes.
It is very it is a noble thing to do. Um, he instantly makes it about himself,
Hmm.
not about the people. Like he has to convince the people of Doylestown that it is going to be good. They're worried that it's going to ruin the view of the hillside and that it's going to be big and ugly and
And they are right too.
they are right.
Um, so here's the thing. This is one of the things that really annoys me about this movie. I think it's a mistake to compare sort of like revolutionary in their conception art styles with the immigrant experience, which is clearly something that Brady Corbett thinks is a valid thing to do. One of the big problems with that is that like, well, good design involves like fitting in to its surroundings and environment. Like
I would yeah, and
that's
I would
what.
say that like taking the culture of the people who live there and
Hmm.
building a monument to it in a way is also something that a good architect should do in a space that's meant to be
Yeah.
used for the entire community. Like
But
you
to
have
the yeah, so sorry, really quick, to the degree that this is a metaphor for the immigrant experience as well, the movie basically throws out and never addresses the idea of assimilation into the culture of the place you're going. It's never even entertained as an option. And the way that reflects in him building this building is that he never once even has the thought of like, oh, what does the local architecture look like? What kind of stuff do people around here want? What sort of things could I make that would like tie my artistic interests in with the kind of architecture of the place this is being built so that it feels like it's one with the community here and that people will be happy to have it. That is not a thought that ever pops into his head because he's a selfish cunt and he just wants to make whatever he wants to make and everyone else needs to get in line or else they're ignorant rubes or worst xenophobes. And it's like, fuck yourself.
yeah.
Like there is an obligation on you if you immigrate to a new country to assimilate
To
in
some
part
degree. Yeah, it
to
doesn't
some
yeah.
degree, not completely. You don't have to lose all of your cultural and ties to your heritage and everything like that. When you become a person and you enter a society at all, you assimilate. You lose some of your idiosyncrasies, but not all of them. And so finding the balance is like, finding the balance with anything in life. It's not easy always, but like that is the goal. And this movie is just like, nah, fuck everyone in this town. I don't care what they think. He didn't want it to be a chapel at all, but he only did it sort of begrudgingly, right? And does he care about the art interests and the architecture of Doylestown? There's probably a lot of brick architecture in a place like that. Does he want to incorporate any sort of anything to make it feel like it's part of the place that it's going to exist in? No, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb, and it's going to ruin the hillside because it's going to stick out like a sore thumb, and it's going to be a big, ugly, concrete series of rectangles on a giant hill that doesn't fit and that doesn't look especially good and has apparently been designed explicitly to feel like a Nazi prison camp. So yeah, of course people wouldn't like that, and they're right to not like that. They're right to reject you. They're right to push back against you.
Yeah.
Movie.
So okay, so like since we've brought that up, I want to I want to address that because that's essentially what we're going to get by the end of the movie. And I think it was Topaz mentioned this earlier in the chat that he thought that that wasn't what the intent was, that the work had been co-opted, right? That like the his niece reading that on the stage at the end of the movie is sort of like the misinterpretation of what the work was originally meant to be, right? Maybe it's because she says the thing about how it was a monument to his wife that he thought was lost. Um, because we do like she does say that, And my first thought when I heard that was, oh, the wife that he didn't even
Yeah.
attempt to, get out of Austria. Yeah, like, so maybe that's what he's going for. I don't know if that is wholly true though, because I think that speech is meant to sort of give you the perspective of why this particular building should be admired and respected for its design choices,
Yeah.
actually, because it is the experience, like it is reflective of his experiences, and
Yeah.
it will bring that to light for those who use it. Now,
Mhm.
crazy thought, but I don't think people who go to play a pickup basketball game want to feel like they're doing it in Auschwitz. They definitely don't want to feel like they're going to church or a chapel in Auschwitz. So when that is insisted upon, maybe he could change and pivot his ideas a little bit to maybe not make it feel so
No,
much
that
like a
would
fucking
no.
prison camp.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, even if the idea at the end is that like this is being projected upon his work and maybe even wasn't his intention, if you look at it,
It does.
yes, it was.
It looks like when like the thing is too, when she's saying that, right? Am I supposed to feel a like a juxtaposition between that? Like, oh, she's saying that it's meant to feel like a prison camp, and then they show me a picture of what the windows look like, and I'm meant to look at that and go, ah, that's not true, because I don't. It looks like a
It
fucking
looks
prison
like it.
camp. It looks like a
Yeah.
prison.
And I think that is very much part of the whole idea that like the brutalism emerges as like a sort of product of post-war psychology, especially among people who went through everything they went through in Europe, which is clearly something the director believes. It's all through this movie. So, yeah, I think he designed a community center to look in some ways like a German prison camp, and is so selfish and egotistical that it never really occurred to him that maybe he shouldn't inflict that upon a small community in Pennsylvania. He's an asshole. There's nothing to like. There's nothing to like. There's nothing to admire about this movie, especially the art. Especially the art. It's ugly and hostile and selfish and ego driven. And so like so this is the thing that bothers me, right? So I live in a suburb of Atlanta, Georgia, and at least where I live, there are like no fucking rules as far as HOA is concerned, right? Which is liberating in some ways. But one of the downsides is that basically every house in my neighborhood, when this neighborhood was built, it was all like small 50s houses. Like mine is like 1,100 square feet, kind of small, old 50s house, one floor. And a lot of the houses that haven't been torn down and rebuilt into new things look like that. But, in terms of what has been rebuilt on a lot of these lots, can be fucking anything. Like anything goes. People are just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. There's no rules. There's like those giant, ugly, white, new, like painted white brick houses
Oh
with
yeah.
like black trim. Hate those. There are some really nice houses. There's a really nice house in my neighborhood. I was talking to them one time when I was walking by because I'm like, you guys have my favorite house in the whole neighborhood. And so he was telling me about it. The guy who designed it is the guy who owns it. He's a mathematician, and he tried to build the golden ratio into a lot of the proportions of the house. He was very deliberate about that sort of thing. I didn't know any of that when I looked at it, but I'm just like, damn, this is a really nice kind of like
That's pretty
French
neat, actually.
chateau kind of house. And it's a very pretty house. And so you get stuff like that, but then you also get a lot of ugly modernist McMansion crap. And you see some houses, this is one house in particular on my street that looks like the kind of cabin you'd see somewhere out west if you were going skiing. And I'm like, okay, but we're in Georgia. That house does not belong here. Like that house looks so out of place. There's another house a little farther away that is like really bright teal turquoise kind of color that looks like it belongs in like, I don't know, South Florida or maybe Mexico or something. It's like, what are you doing here? That doesn't fit the place
It doesn't
at
fit the
all.
vibe, dude.
No, there's so like I feel like that is a lost thought even for people that like, oh, maybe good design involves fitting in harmony with the actual surroundings. Like for example, let's say I live in Georgia for the rest of my life. Let's say one day I have enough money, I want to build a really nice house here in Georgia. I really like the sort of Spanish architecture of like Southern Florida and even Southern California, like those white houses with the sort of clay roof. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, those houses. I think those houses look really, really
Spanish
nice.
colonials. Yeah, those are
Yes,
big. Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, I like that style a lot. I wouldn't build one of those here because it would look crazy out of place. Like it wouldn't make any sense. Like it matters. That
Yeah,
sort of thing
it'd be a
matters.
little bit like so. This might come as a shock. I am a big fan of like Japanese minimalist architecture. The wood, the very raw like woods, polished woods and nice like dark colors. Right. I would not
Mhm.
build one of those in a place like Fredericksburg, Virginia, where I live currently, because it would be
Yeah.
fucking weird.
Yeah.
Like it would be a
Yeah.
very strange thing to see
Yeah.
like a bunch of colonial houses, brick colonial houses with the columns and everything, and then right next door to that is my like ranch style long estate surrounded by a stucco wall with Asian style like sloped roofs and shingles and everything. It would look bizarre. Okay,
Yeah.
I would not do that. So yeah,
Especially and that even just goes for personal houses. Like I think you shouldn't do that for your own private residence either. I think you kind of have a obligation to I think, because I'm not a big fan of HOAs because they can be like little tyrannies of their own sometimes, but
yeah.
like I think you should be invited to consider how you fit into the overall community. Like but there are places like, where like, oh, if you're going to build anything in the city, you have to use a certain kind of stone because it has to fit the aesthetic of the old historic city.
Yeah.
And I definitely sympathize with that sort of thing because that sort of aesthetic cohesion is really important for places and people. I think, especially in America, those sort of things can be very fractured and disjointed and chaotic in a way that I just don't think is ultimately good. Um, so this movie is a movie that is in celebration of someone who isn't just uh, who doesn't just not care, he actively dislikes anyone who suggests that he probably should care about things like that.
Yeah, well, and
Topaz dude asks, I don't remember by the time it's built and operational, do we see that what the town residents think of it? No, because it's not ultimately finished until years after the main gist of the movie. Because it's not finished. The epilogue mentions that the film isn't final. It lay in disrepair for like a decade at least, and wasn't finally finished until 1973. And as far as I know, there's nothing in the movie to give you an idea of what the people of Doylestown, Pennsylvania think of it. Obviously, people at the
there's little bits where like the other people working on the project, like the money man working on the project, trying to reel in his craziness a little bit, right? Like maybe we don't need the ceilings to be 50 or 70 feet high. Maybe it can just be 40. That's plenty high
Mhm.
enough, right?
Yeah.
Those people trying to reel him in say things like, I field so many complaints from the community about what you're doing here every single day. The least you could do is maybe like talk to me about how we're gonna like relate this to them. And every time he is a standoffish prick, and he insults them and essentially calls them lapdogs and stupid like dumb people, like calls them idiots, calls them assholes, calls them lackeys. It is shocking how much like he does not. So he has this whole thing about like, well, America doesn't want us here because this is like this building represents his culture and his experience and identity. That much is clear, and they don't want just that, right? Because he's not only doing this for himself. This is something that he is putting into dropping into a community and expecting them to just like trust him when they don't know him, and then
Mhm.
complaining that they don't want his designs
Yeah.
because they are small-minded, ignorant people who hate Jews.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
He goes before a big town hall where he gets to field some of the complaints about it. And because people are a little suspicious of it, this giant project, and like, who is this guy and what does he represent? Like, does he want to build the giant ugly monstrosity on the hill, like, for example? Other things you might be concerned about. So he says, some of the questions have been submitted anonymously for the town hall, and he's reacting to those. And he says, questions probing my personal background, my ideological persuasion, etc., my heritage. And he says, as a foreign person and a newcomer to Doylestown, I see a community in need. And this is my only persuasion of relevance. So here's my problem with that. That's kind of like really condescending and patronizing a little bit.
You
That
need
he's like,
this.
you need this. You
And you
need
don't know,
my
like,
art.
yeah, you need this, and you don't understand that you need it, is essentially what he's saying to them.
Yeah, he's not trying to. He says nothing to the effect of like, I, as a newcomer to this place, like I've been hired by Mr. Van Buren to build a community center because he think it'd be really nice for people to have, and I'm trying to build something that the people here would be happy about and would feel good about and would like and everything, and I'm going to do my best to that, and that's all I really care about doing. I want because I think I'd like. It would be nice if this place had a community center, but he's like, as a foreign person, I see a community in need, and so this is like you need this. And it's like, and of course, not only do you, but that's sort of passing the buck as well, because it's like, well, maybe they need a community center. Need is maybe not the right word, but maybe it'd be really nice if they had a community center. But why does it have to look like this?
Yeah.
Is another good question, but he just kind of skirts right around that.
And maybe, here's a crazy thought, Laszlo. Maybe it's not because you're Jewish that they're, like, maybe it's because you are a snooty Hungarian who came over
Sure.
here with his ambitious designs of social revolution through buildings. And they're a little
Yeah.
bit concerned about
Well, of
that.
course, he's not going to say that. He's going to hide his power level on that, if you will. But what he shows everyone is he demonstrates how the light will come down and form a cross on the altar, and that's his like trump card.
And
That's what
well,
makes
and it
people.
works because apparently they get on board with it enough that they can move forward.
Yeah, and it's like okay, because that's an interesting enough idea, because that's the kind of thing you might expect someone to do if they really cared about, building a beautiful place of worship, you know?
Yeah.
But like really, but everything else about the design is kind of cold and hostile and ugly. So like it doesn't seem like the kind of place you'd want to worship, really. It doesn't feel human scale. It doesn't feel, I don't know. Like I mean, it just, it doesn't feel in keeping with the place it's in at all.
Yeah, and this is
Um
essentially where the intermission starts.
yes, we got another what's it called? Um Old film about the creation of steel,
Yeah.
in
Another thing
Pennsylvania.
I think that probably
Intercut from a letter from the wife who reveals that like, oh, we were able to get the necessary documentation to prove who we were and our relationship to each other because she's with her niece, and so immigration wants to make sure that they're actually related and things like that. So that's just kind of like nitty gritty nuts and bolts immigration stuff. Um,
and yeah,
but like,
and the intermission hangs over the photo that's going to bring his wife to America for
yeah,
however long it lasts. But I wanted to just point out too, real quick, that like the steel, the thing about Pennsylvania steel basically being the backbone of America, Bethlehem Steel, the backbone of America. Shout out to all the Mad Men fans in the chat. Uh, that could easily have been cut.
yeah.
It really does not need to be there.
Because really, this is a movie about concrete more than obviously there's steel reinforcements and stuff like that, but this is a love letter to concrete more than it is a love letter to steel.
Yeah.
Steel barely factors into it. The fact that it's in Pennsylvania barely factors into it. So like that just, I don't know. I guess it's I don't know. There's something period setting about it, and they are interesting little things to watch. These like
Yeah. Well, and okay, so here's the other thing that I find a little off-putting about this, right? Like, okay, so we've got an intermission at an hour and 40 minutes, but the movie is split into part 1 and part 2. And that is not where the intermission falls.
I don't know. That's yeah. I
That's
suppose.
I mean, really though, like so essentially we've got a part 1, a break, continuation of part 1, and then we go to part 2 and an epilogue.
I guess
So
this was just the better place to put an intermission, I guess,
yeah, I suppose. I don't know. Was it the best place to put an intermission? Because the part two ends when this construction project fails, basically, for the first time. Right?
Yeah, how
Like,
far into the movie is that? Do you remember?
I do not.
Okay, we'll find out when we get there and we can come back to that conversation. So, post intermission, still part one. Uh, uh, they go to the airport to meet the wife
Train station.
and train station. Sorry, the wife and the niece. And oh, twist reveal that Felicity Jones, playing his wife, is actually in a wheelchair due to the severe malnutrition and all the sort of physical ailments she faced as a result of being in the camps. She thinks it's temporary, but she's lost a lot of the feeling in her legs, and so now she's in a wheelchair. And she didn't tell him this because she didn't want to worry him, is sort of her logic. um but obviously he's a little concerned about that when he sees her, and they have a tearful moment. And then we're introduced to his niece, who is also here. She says like nothing the whole movie. What is the point of her to you? Like
Oh,
what?
the point of the niece?
Yeah.
That's a great question. She says nothing until she decides to move to Israel later in part two, and then
Yeah.
she's
The very,
gone
very end.
until the end.
Yeah,
Uh,
there's a scene where she may or may not, well, not may or may not. There's a scene that heavily implies she was raped by the son of Van Buren, but ultimately nothing really comes of that because she just doesn't speak at all. And there's a scene where they're even like, hey, at first it was, like at first we could understand, but she just doesn't talk to people and people think she's being rude. Can you like talk to her about it? And so like that's such a small element to the story that ultimately doesn't really seem to
doesn't
do a whole
really.
lot.
Well, it doesn't do a whole lot because there's another rape.
Yeah, that definitely overshadows hers. That's for sure. So they get brought to Van Buren for a nice meal, and she gets to meet, the guy who's been employing him on this project and everything.
She finds
She
out
talks.
he hasn't said anything about her. He's still
Yeah,
hooked
she
on the
talks.
heroin, by the way.
Yeah, he's hooked on heroin. He's cheated on her since finding out that she's still alive. He made no effort to bring her here until it was dropped in his lap. Like he didn't even try. But the guy's like, "Hey, I might be able to help out with that." And he's like, "Oh, really? Cool. Maybe I will bring her over."
Shit, yeah,
He
maybe.
doesn't care about her, and so, and then we find out that like being asked about her backstory, we find out that she's a journalist and all sorts of things like that. And then she leans over to Laszlo and is like, "Have you not told them anything about me?" And it's like, "No, no, he
No, he
hasn't."
hasn't. He's never mentioned you once, actually. Didn't even know your name.
um, then his niece is brought to the place on their property, which is kind of a little bit of a rundown house, but it is a place to live. It beats being homeless. Where they're going to stay on the property. And the very first scene alone we get with Laszlo and his wife, whose name I can't remember. She's like, "Are you angry, for me not telling you about my condition?"
Her
And
name
he
is
says,
Erzbet, but she goes by Elizabeth because it's
"Yeah,
easier
it's like the
for us.
Hungarian
Yeah.
Elizabeth." And so she's like, "Are you like?" She clearly senses that something's up, and she's like, "Are you mad at me for not telling you about my condition? Like, why do you seem like you're unhappy with me?" And he immediately goes, "If you want to start a row with me, I might as well work out my English," because they were speaking in Hungarian. And she's like, "Dude, like, what's your fucking problem?" Like, he's so rude to her immediately. She just got here, and he's immediately a cunt about it. And she's like, "Do you not want to be with me anymore?" She's asking totally reasonable questions based on his behavior, and he's like, "Stop this nonsense." And it's like, she just like, and then he calls her a cow when he gets angry at her, and he's like, "We are older." Like, and she's like, "Why can't you say anything kind to me?" And
Jesus,
then he
yeah.
says, "I love you, you cow." That's what he says.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of funny in a way. Like,
No, because he doesn't.
Yeah, that's like if he did, if he like if this was one of those, moments where she's like lying up in bed at night and saying like, "Would you still love me if I was a worm?" Like then maybe, but this she's being very reasonable for given the circumstances
No,
of
she's
everything.
perfectly nice and reasonable for now until she turns on a dime and hates America later. But for now, she's being totally reasonable, and he doesn't really love her. He seems really unhappy about her being here, actually. But then there's a scene that kind of flips that later.
Well, I mean, a little bit. There's the hand job that she gives him immediately right here, right where she says, "I had a vision. I was near death. I had a vision, and I was with you during all the things you did, and I'm not jealous because I was there. So you don't have to worry. You don't have to ask for forgiveness or anything." And he weeps while she's jerking him off. Uh,
Yeah. So
they're
that's
weird. We're gonna
they're weird.
establish they're weird. Hungarian intellectuals are a strange breed. Uh,
Yeah. So like, okay, he doesn't really seem to love her all that much at all. He's very self-absorbed, so I don't like that about him. And so that's another, thing to pile on all the reasons not to really find him compelling or interesting in the slightest. Um, then it's the next morning, and well, it doesn't really matter. Like,
really of consequence what like happening moving forward is the plan is falling apart because he can't work well with anybody else, right? Like
yeah,
we see a bunch of scenes to this effect. It's not going great, but Van Buren is like trying to get her a job in Manhattan, and he's
yeah,
asking
and Van Buren
questions.
is taking the side of the people who are trying to make cuts so that it doesn't go crazy out of budget.
Gee, because he's providing all the fucking money, maybe. Like, yeah.
Yeah. And this ought not to be a vanity project for you, Laszlo. It is a vanity project for him. That's certainly how he treats it. He's like, and so he has a combative relationship with the guy who's trying to the guy who's trying to get him to compromise and like help him lower the budget. He actually is very reasonable.
He puts up with a lot of shit that I don't
Oh yeah.
think a lot like most people wouldn't. Like
No.
he has him come in and like he gets like super angry over 10 feet of beam. And like the people aren't talking to him about everything, so of course he's mad because like, oh, you ruined my vision, you bastards, you're an idiot, you're all idiots. I am the guy. Um who I am the one who was going to make this happen. It has to be exactly what I said. He decides he wants to put his own fee back into the project to make up for the disastrous changes that other people have made to save money, you know? So basically, he's like, I don't even want to get paid for this. And they got like relatively reasonable, but also somewhat threatening because the son has to be a bad guy. He ends up coming to Laszlo and saying like, "Hey, maybe you want to discuss that with your wife. Like that you're not going to get paid for any of the stuff that you're doing here before you make
Yeah.
that decision. Maybe you want to discuss that with the people who currently depend on you to
Mm-hmm.
survive.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should ask her what she thinks." He immediately writes, he's like, "Oh, she'd be supportive of me." Which
Yeah.
like we end up finding out, yeah, absolutely she would because she just like worships at his altar for whatever
Yeah.
reason. She doesn't like.
Yeah, she like I was sympathetic to her at first when like coming to America and finding a husband that like isn't actually happy that she's here. I think there's an interesting drama there, but then she kind of loses any sort of narrative interest for me when she kind of like is fine with it. It's like, oh, okay, well, whatever. There goes that. There's a scene he has with the guy who's in charge of trying to find ways to cut, and he says like, "Hey, man, well, I'm not going back inside until you tell all of us, Laszlo. You tell all of us where you're willing to compromise, right? Like, where are you willing to compromise? Come on, like this is costing way more money than he is comfortable with. Where are you willing to compromise?" And Brady Corbett, I mean, Laszlo says, "Jim, please tell us again what it is that you have built," in a very sort of patronizing, condescending way. And he says, "Okay, I'll tell you what I've built." He says, "I've built a shopping center in New Hope, a hotel in Stamford, Connecticut. You know, like, you
Yeah,
know,
functional
but
buildings.
functional buildings and stuff." And we have no reason to believe that his hotel in Stanford isn't a nice hotel. except that Laszlo looks on derisively at all this. He scoffs at him. And then he takes him aside and he says, "Come here, listen to me." And he says, "Everything that is ugly and cruel, but especially ugly in the world is your fault." And then the guy tries to punch him, but it doesn't, like, the fight gets broken up. And that other guy gets told to leave, even though Laszlo is clearly the one starting the fight. And another scene of Laszlo being intensely dislikable and unreasonable and selfish and ego driven in a way that isn't especially even very funny to me. I just find it like a bit repulsive, actually.
Yeah, well, and it's like he basically is essentially it's that snooty European thing of like, well, I built buildings in Budapest. What have you done? A hotel in Connecticut, Stamford, Connecticut. And I think it is telling a little bit, right? That like he built a hotel in Connecticut, and he's Laszlo is very derisive towards that, probably because Attila's wife is from Connecticut. Which she says earlier in the movie. Like, she's like, "Oh, I'm from
Oh,
Connecticut. Do you know it?" And he's like, "Of course he doesn't. He just got here. He doesn't." And like, nobody knows.
yeah.
Nobody knows Connecticut, essentially. And so he's just like, "For Connecticut." Like, what the fuck did Connecticut do to you? Like, that was. She's
No.
just a Catholic bimbo, essentially, as the movie is putting forth. Like, you don't have to blame all of Stamford, Connecticut for her, you know? You could also, like, I don't know, maybe make amends with your cousin who you haven't spoken to since he got rid of you for dropping the
No, he
ball.
betrayed you, so fuck him. He's gone forever.
Well, yeah, but
Gone.
like he has this like weird sense. It's like, oh, family loyalty should be, like. Does he believe in family loyalty? Because he definitely
No,
didn't give a shit about his wife.
no, he doesn't. He doesn't. He believes in being able to make whatever sort of art he wants, and everything else the universe should bend itself to make that happen for him. That's what he
Yeah, and
believes.
anybody who doesn't facilitate it is dead to him. Essentially,
Mhm.
is like his. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and Laszlo believes that too. So
Well, no, that's what I mean, Laszlo. But yeah.
I know
Oh,
this
yeah, you're the
is me
Brady. Yeah.
making a joke about the director. Haha, laugh, laugh, laugh. So we continue on. We're building the building. His wife is just perfectly okay with him giving up the money that he's getting paid for the project just so the ceilings can be slightly taller. She's fine with that, or I would say no, especially good
It's so
reason.
funny when she asks like why, and he goes, because I want the ceilings bigger." And like she doesn't even say anything like, "Do they like what? Like how big? Like how much bigger? Like what's going on here?" And like make him justify this answer. She just immediately accepts it,
Hmm.
becoming very uninteresting of a character. Like
Oh
almost,
yeah,
yeah.
instantly, basically instantly. Next thing that happens, there's a big train crash explosion that was carrying steel. This is a major setback for the project, and this causes Van Buren to freak the fuck out
He
because,
essentially pulls the plug, and he's like, "Oh, wait, how the fuck did you find the people to transport this material who fucked this up this bad?" And he goes, "Well, it was our train."
Mhm.
And it's like, "Oh, so you have trains? Wait, you have like whole trains?" Like,
He's sort of like a I don't know, because he reminds me, obviously not in actual personality, but like a little bit of Henry Flagler, because Henry Flagler like was an oil baron who also like owned a railroad company and stuff like that. And so like he has his own railroad company, I guess. That's just part of it. He's an old money American guy, and his guys and his train were bringing the steel up, and then they crashed and lost a lot of materials, and a couple people were injured, or were they,
they,
or did they die?
I think a couple people were in the hospital. I can't remember if
Yeah.
anybody died.
Oh, because there's a moment that's supposed to be very revealing of his sort of ruthless character, that he's like, send them flowers and stuff like that, and so sorry for what happened to them. Wait, actually no, don't send that because that might look like we're at fault. Like that's how he plays it. Because we're going to see, the thing about the second half of this movie is that like it just starts piling on the cynicism where it wasn't all there at first. Like it was kind of rough around the edges and things got a little bleak sometimes, but like The whole back half of the movie is just miserable.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Oh yeah.
miserable. Through and through. And it's gonna get worse.
Well, so
So
like I mean, essentially here what happens is the
oh
project
sorry,
is.
really quick, really
Go
quick.
ahead.
Kat says that Van Buren apparently runs a steel company.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that, or I'd forgotten that. So thank you, Katz.
Yes,
Continue.
appreciate it. So the plug gets pulled on the project, and essentially what ends up happening is, well, his wife Elizabeth tries to convince him to go back and like fight for his vision. Go back and like she basically what she says is like, oh, it's like remodeling a kitchen for him. You have to like his whims are going to be to blow in the wind because rich people are like that. You you have to go back and fight for this. You have to go back and fight for this. And he basically just says no. It's dead. It's dead in the water. There's nothing we can do. It's over. They have a shouting match, and what we're gonna do is end up cutting forward to like I want to say like almost 8 years later, where they're like doing something else. Right? They're off. You know, basically off in New York City. But real quick, Wasserman, she's dependent on her husband, immigrant with no friends in country, person with debilitating condition. Is it fair to demand her to stand up to him? I'm not demanding that she stand up to him. I didn't want to. I don't want to imply that I'm demanding that she do that. But like her just capitulating to everything that he wants to do, um, when he's not really giving her really the time of day. It just doesn't make her feel very interesting as a character to me, is all I'm getting at. And I think Jamie would agree. Ask him when he gets back. But I think that like she just feels these points, like she's a highly educated person who had a career of her own. She was standing up for what her own beliefs were at the time, and essentially her character for these parts of the movie is just overjoyed to be back in his presence because she missed even just hearing him idling around in other rooms, even if he's giving her the total cold shoulder and being a total asshole to her. Like I don't
Yeah,
know, that seems
it's profoundly uninteresting.
it just seems uninteresting. I don't think I'm not saying that I demand that she stand up to him in this situation, but I just don't find it interesting that she doesn't have a little bit of something to say about it, But she basically just says, "Well, I guess we could make do on my salary because Mr. Van Buren is helping me to find a job as a writer in New York City." And after we've, the project has had the plug pulled and it's over, and he refuses her cries to her rallying cries to say like, go talk to him, convince him of your vision and get it back on board, like that, like, this is what you want to
Yeah.
do, go do that.
Hmm.
And he says, no, fuck you, it's over. And just like the part ends, we jump forward to them working in New York. He clearly had to have pulled the strings to get her into that interview still for the job that she's working, where she's
Hmm.
writing about lipstick. So it's not like he left them out in the cold. He
No, he
left,
didn't.
he helped them probably find more work and
Yeah.
move on.
But
He just
instead of doing the thing, it's so funny because she says the correct and true thing, and he says no.
yeah.
and then, the movie seems to agree with him. But the correct and true thing is like the David Fincher perspective on making a movie, where he's just like, it's your job to convince them.
Yeah.
If you can't convince them of your vision, then that's you. You failed as a director. That's your job to convince them that no, it needs to be like this. And if you can't convince them, it's either because you need to be more convincing, and you need to learn to do a better job of like communicating your ideas, or maybe they were right. Like that is the truth. And she says that to him, and he's like, no, it's over, it's done. Like, oh, okay. I really can't stand this character. I really can't.
But so they move on. It jumps forward to them working in New York, living and working in New York City. They're in Manhattan. He's working for a firm, basically as a draftsman for an architectural firm. She's writing for a ladies' column in the paper, and they're making do. They've got a little apartment together. his niece and her new husband. She speaks now, by the way, and she's married.
Mhm. Yeah.
And she's having a baby, and they're moving to Israel. They're out. They're gone. They're getting gone. They're going to Jewland.
Like a theme park?
Yeah, I mean that's what I've heard. It's
Yes.
essentially all rainbow. But anyway, they're going to to take some Palestinian land. Good on them. And they at first have a little bit of a struggle over this. They're like, "What do you mean you're doing that? That's not. You can't do that. Why would you want to? Where are you gonna live?" And he's like, "Well, my family lives out there." They go, "Well, I was gonna take care of the baby." He's like, "My family lives out there." Like he has to say this multiple times. Like, I have family too, and
Yeah.
they will help us,
Yes.
guys. Um,
Yeah, and to the credit, this is actually one of the better scenes in the movie
yeah,
in terms of dialogue as well, because I quite like there's a nice moment where, sometimes Laszlo is not just a total unlikable dick. And this is one of those scenes where they both kind of go like, we're sorry. Like their initial reaction is like, no, you can't. Like this is a crazy idea. You can't do it. And then they're like, look, I'm sorry. This is out of selfishness because we want to be closer to you. That's why we reacted like that initially. We're sorry. We're happy for you. And that's like a nice little mature moment that I didn't even think this character was capable of, but there it is.
yeah. It's
And so like
strange though because it is so unique. It never happens again, and it hasn't happened since. And so like it feels mildly robotic to me when it happens. That like it did
yeah.
kind of give me pause when I was like, I don't think I like that very much. Actually, that doesn't sound like a natural resolution to the scene. Like because it just feels like it like yeah, it's the right thing, right? But it
Hmm.
doesn't feel like these two characters are capable of
No.
realizing that.
Not
So,
how they've been portrayed so far, I
yeah.
agree with you. But it is like a okay, they actually have a mature response. They have the gut reaction and they're like, look, sorry, it's because we want to be want to be around you, want to be a part of your family because we're not going to move there. We have work here. So, like we are happy for you, but it's just selfishly we'd like it if you stayed, you know?
Yeah, and they basically say like, well, you'll come visit, we'll come visit, we'll make it work. It'll,
Mhm.
and I'm pretty sure this was a thing that a lot of people did back in the 50s. Was like you could get pretty cheap flights to Israel from America. Like they really like made that possible to strengthen
Mhm.
those ties. So,
Yeah.
it's yeah, I like bringing that in a little bit because I think that is a particular kind of drama that we don't focus on so much right now
Mhm.
for reasons. Um,
Yeah,
and
it's an interesting character scene that makes sense, and this is how those conversations would go at the time,
yeah,
for sure.
and what we get a little bit of is right. The niece is moving forward, going to a new place where because like they
Mhm.
don't feel at home like in New York. They feel like
Yeah.
they're a dispersed people, and so they want to go to a new homeland that's being established for them. And we get
Well, I mean, like, not even yeah, yeah, sorry, just go ahead, go ahead.
well, I was going to say what we're getting is that Laszlo isn't ready to do that because his news that he was planning to announce at the same dinner table is that he's going back to the old project, right? Like
Yes.
so he's reopening that wound of his.
Uh-huh.
Um and they have a
And
little
so
argument
and
over it.
they have a little argument over it because she is realizing all at once that everyone's leaving her.
Yeah.
Because she has a job here in New York, and he's going back to Pennsylvania to finish this project, and her niece who's pregnant, I'm assuming she was looking forward to being near, because she's having a baby and all that sort of stuff. Everyone's leaving her, so she's upset about that, which
Yeah,
you can understand.
understandable.
Yeah.
This is really where her like personality like actually appears and starts to make me
Yes.
interested in her as a character.
Yeah, it dipped away, but it's coming back a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
um because she wants something, and yeah, she wants something understandable, and
Mhm.
like the egos of the rest of the people around her or the needs of everybody around her are in conflict with what she wants, right? So
Yes.
that's something that I can latch onto here. So I'm like, okay, we're starting off strong. I like this, right? And then he goes to visit Van Buren, and they go to gather up the rest of the materials for the job in
They
Italy.
go to Italy, yes. They go to Italy specifically to pick out marble for the altarpiece.
Yes.
I believe that's the only thing they're going to make out of marble, but there's a specific kind of marble that Laszlo wants because it has certain subtle grays and blues that he finds really pleasing. Whatever. He's worked with this guy who mines marble in this remote Italian town. And so
Italian Gimli, we could call him. Italian anarchist Gimli. He apparently lives in the quarry and is obsessed by rocks.
there's a tiny little character moment that I think is nice where Van Buren, who was a wasp through and through, is like, this guy's late. This is why I don't like working with Italians. Like, he's
Yeah.
very punctual and orderly, and he's like, these goddamn Europeans, they're always late. They don't care about being on time and everything. It's just a nice little character detail, and it's sort of, the struggles of working with different cultures and stuff like that. It's just an interesting little moment.
Not
I
just an
remind
Italian though. He is an anarchist who like lives out in the quarries of Italy or of Rome, essentially. And they
Oh, I don't remember him being an anarchist. Did they
Yep.
say that?
Oh, they
Oh,
do. They sure
oh,
do. He is an
cool.
anarchist who the only time he ever left the quarry was to go down and beat Mussolini's body with his own bare hands.
Okay, sure, dude. Cool. All right.
Beware of the Italian caves. They're filled with butt pirates. Well, so they go to the marble and they are duly impressed.
Yes, they look at it and wow, isn't that some beautiful marble? And it is. It is
Nice
really.
rocks.
It's
We'll
a
take
nice
them.
rock.
We'll take them. Here's some money, Mr. Anarchist. Um,
So then, because they came all this way, they're like, "Hey, we're gonna throw a party for you in the mine tonight, and we have a place. We've arranged a place for you to stay since it's such a long journey and everything." And so they throw a party inside the mine, like inside of the mountain. Essentially, they have work lights set up. This is one of those scenes that I've mentioned before, where it's like really underlit night scenes that just feels like a waste of really nice film because
yeah.
it's like so much of it is out of focus, so much of it is just darkness, and you can't really see anything. Or like like you're not really getting any detail in the faces and stuff like that because it's just so underlit. It's just not especially nice.
Yeah,
Feels like a
and
waste
he's
of film.
dancing with some whores and making out with some whores, and Van Buren
Hmm.
is watching watching from a balcony as he does this, and then
And looking on in disgust, you would say,
yeah, he
as
finds it.
he's yeah, he finds it disgusting that he's, carrying on with these women. Like he has a wife at home.
Yeah,
And Van Buren seems to like his wife actually as well. He's helped her get a job. He finds her interesting
he's the
and
main like he
respectable.
finds her very interesting and, as he says multiple times, intellectually stimulating with the
Yeah.
conversation. He also helped her get out of Austria for this guy who is now essentially eschewing her to, as Frank Reynolds would put it, because he likes banging whores. Um,
Hmm.
and doing heroin. He likes banging whores and doing heroin, and he's brought his heroin to Italy. And so
Yeah, and he go ahead. Oh, I'll let you describe it. You seem
Van
like
Buren
you
stumbles drunkenly through the caves and starts calling out for him, looking for him, right? He's like, "We got to go back to our quarters. It's time for us to go to bed."
kind of like a horror scene,
Yeah,
actually.
well, yeah, a little
Yeah.
bit. And then he turns the corner and he finds him passed out on the floor. You know,
There's just like a random mattress there, and he's shooting up heroin.
yep. And Van Buren uh sits down with him and like kind of basically gives him a little.
Well, let's talk about some of this dialogue before we
Yeah,
reveal what
go for
happened.
the dialogue.
He says this to Laszlo, who is zonked out on heroin on this in this weird little back alley of the mine. He sits down next to him. He says, "If you resent your persecution, why then do you make of yourself such an easy target?" And Laszlo's like, "What?" He says, "If you act as a loafer, living off of handouts, what does he say? A societal leech," he calls him. He says, "How can you rightfully expect a different result?" So he's basically saying to him like, well, if you don't want people to think that these are what Jews are, then why do you keep acting like this? Is essentially that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty explicit, and he says you have so much potential, but you squander it. And then he pulls Laszlo's pants down and sticks his penis in his butt,
Yep.
and
So he
he
rapes him.
he rapes him. He rapes him hard.
It's
It's
it
really
is
quick
a
side note. Really quick
bizarre
side.
choice.
It's a bizarre choice. It's a metaphor. We'll get to it. As a random side note, I had a teacher in high school, was a history teacher, and this is in Maryland, but this teacher was from Boston, and he had a thick Boston accent, which I can't do a great impression of, but certain words especially he would say hosses instead of horses and things of that nature. And one of my favorite things he ever said, he was trying to, with a lot of gravitas, trying to like talk about, how slaves were often raped by their masters and other horrible things like that on the plantations in the South and all that sort of stuff. But the way he said it, he's like, and they raped them. They raped them hard. It's just
Jesus Christ.
it's so funny though. Like,
Oof.
and he just had it was so funny that he had a very strong Boston accent teaching in Maryland, and so it just made a lot of his history lessons all the funnier. But yes, so the scene takes a turn, and he gets raped.
Monumental symphony of the immigrant experience, it says on the screen.
Wait, what's
There's one of
oh,
the
from
like
the quotes?
in
Yeah.
praise of the movie. This is a monumental symphony of the immigrant experience, getting raped by Guy Pearce in an alley in Italy.
But then there's some confusing things that he says because he just said, "Hey, you have so much potential and you squander it." And then he says, "Who do you think you are? You think you're special?" He says, "You think you're special," as he's like, "You just think you float directly above all those you encounter because you're beautiful, huh? Because you're educated." And so like that's what he's saying to him as he's actually physically raping him. Um the like, "You think you're special, huh?" He just told him he was special.
Yeah.
So like I'm getting mixed messages here.
Then he calls him a whore, a lady
Yeah.
of the night.
Yes. You're just a tramp, he says. You're a lady of the night. And then he finishes.
Yeah. This scene is bizarre.
Bizarre.
This is a weird thing for the movie to do.
Someone said, "Wait, this is just buck breaking, but for Jews." Ah, that's
uh,
funny. That's a good joke. I like that. So, okay, let's talk about it. This comes out of nowhere.
yeah.
It
This
really
no setup. It's just there.
no, there isn't even really any sort of sense that he fancies him as a love interest or as a
No.
sexual object or anything of the sort. Because he talks with him the same way he talks with his wife, the same way he talks with all the other people that he likes and respects. There's no real romantic or even sexual chemistry there for any of the movie, I would argue. And but he rapes him, finding him like in his like abject, squalor of being on heroin and like cavorting around with Horace, and he's just like he chastises him for being like, well, if you don't want people to discriminate you for thinking you're like this, why do you act like this? And he's like, and now I'm going to rape you. And it's like, what? And then he says, what do you think, you're special? And it's like, you just told him he was special.
You
What
have
is
so much
happening here?
potential. Wow, because you're beautiful and educated. Like what?
Yeah. So, I don't think this is especially well set up and it comes kind of out of nowhere to like be a low point that doesn't really seem to follow on from any sort of major dramatic thread running through the movie. It's just like, and now here's a horrible thing that happens to
Well,
show that he really was horrible all along.
he's reached out to him after 8 years to get the project back on track, right?
Yeah,
Like that they've left unfinished.
which they could have kept building without him because they
Yeah,
have all his plans, but
yeah.
he wanted him back. Yeah.
He wanted him back, and they went to Italy to get his precious marble. And
Hmm.
like now, one of the things that I liked at first, I was like, oh, is he gonna like not want to work with him anymore because he's seeing what he's like in private?
Yeah.
Like he's doing
Hmm.
heroin and having like cheating on his wife, and that goes fundamentally against his principles and everything. And so like the next day, he's
Yeah.
gonna basically like have left and like just abandon him in Italy for a little while so that he has like, is that what's gonna happen? I had no I could not possibly have fathomed that this is where we were going to end up. And that this was going to be what ended up as the resolution of the film by the end of it.
Yeah. It does not feel coherent as a whole with the rest of the movie.
Certainly not a coherent whole, no.
No, not anymore. Been destroyed. So I know from the Q&A that Brady Corbett, I believe Corbett's his last name. He views this as like, oh, he's like the money guy who was trying to possess the artist. Like he's trying to control and possess him because he isn't him, and like he doesn't have that, but he wants to like, he doesn't want to just possess and collect art. He wants to possess the artist himself. And I'm just like, I don't think that's what the suits are like, actually. I don't
That
think.
feels very much like when not Dan Harmon said that watching somebody else make Community was like watching your family get raped in front of you for 13 episodes of a TV show. It feels a lot like that, where it's like that you're being very hyperbolic and dramatic about this, and it
You
doesn't feel,
certainly are.
yeah, like that's
Wasserman, you said it's a metaphor. It really happened to characters. Yeah, this isn't a dream sequence. This actually happened. There's nothing in
yeah.
this movie except for maybe like one or two shots really peppered in that like actually doesn't happen. This happens in the movie. It's a metaphor on the writer director's part to say that like, oh, yeah, because he doesn't want to just collect art. He wants to possess and collect the artist himself. He wants to dominate and control everything because he's a brutal, terrible capitalist, and he wants to possess the artist by raping him because he's a sadist. And it's like, okay, I don't feel like we've characterized him in a way that I believe this actually, based on everything else that's happened in the movie. But sure, I guess he's just a horrible rapist. Okay, I guess that's what we're doing. It's not like, that can't be a good plot beat in a movie, but it's just like, I don't feel like
Not
we've
in this one.
earned
Didn't work
this.
in. It
No,
did not work in this one.
not as far as I'm concerned. So then they leave. I liked what you said better in terms of like, he decides he doesn't like, he's seen what he's actually like now. This has been lingering under the surface. The doing the heroin, the fucking the hookers, all that sort of stuff is not something that Van Buren has seen. And now he's seen the ugly side of him, if you will. But instead of like not wanting to work with him anymore or something like that, or seeing through the facade of this like brilliant artist, he's just like, I'm gonna rape you for it, actually. Like, oh, okay.
And
You
also,
say
you're
so.
coming back with me, and you're gonna work on my project still.
Yeah, we're gonna keep going.
Yep.
But,
And
it's like, it's crazy that he expected that to work. Why?
why? Yeah. Why? Does he expect it to work, or is he like I don't know that he expects it to work or to achieve a goal or anything. It just feels out of place and very much like the director being hyperbolic and ridiculous about how he feels about working with producers.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. But you haven't earned that, especially. with
No.
this character, and especially with the victim of it, you haven't earned that as well, because
Yeah.
he's been entirely unreasonable in his dealings with this project for the most part. So like, I don't, obviously you watch the scene and you go, oh, that's a horrible thing to happen. But fundamentally, I'm just like, it doesn't have the impact because I'm like, I don't really believe
Yeah, I don't
any of
believe
this.
that this happened. I don't believe that this is the logical, like, I don't believe that this is where the story goes based on everything that you've
Yes.
given me. And this is a long amount. We've had a lot of dialogue between these characters. That's pretty much all that we have had in this movie so far. I don't buy that this is the conclusion of everything you've set up. This feels thrown in there, maybe because you don't really know how to resolve the relationship between these two characters in a way that makes actual sense. You don't like, because
Yeah.
what you would do in a movie where the artist, because so we've seen is the architect Laszlo being an asshole to people and like stubbornly digging in his heels whenever somebody comes around to, like challenge his vision, right? And
Yeah.
he's got his like what ended up happening last time is the project got turned off basically because one little thing went wrong and they were already so over budget, mostly because of him, that they couldn't keep it going at the time. They had to, pause it. And so now they're back together, right? They've been through some, like they haven't spoken since then, and now they've got to, like, they're like, well, I think we can finish it. I think this is the moment where we can, finally get what we wanted to do. We can achieve this. But you have to be willing to compromise. Like, I'm going to go with you to Italy. We'll get the marble that you want, right? But you have to be willing to, like take some losses here, to compromise a little bit
Hmm.
on this. And now your
Yeah.
relationship
'Cause
with
it's
your
not
wife is a
your
little, yeah,
money,
because
dude.
it's not your money. And like, it's been a rough couple of years for all of us and everything. And so he in a better movie, this would be like, these would be the moments, like that moment would, of him zonked out of his mind, like living this hedonistic lifestyle, just doing anything he wants anytime he wants, would get him in trouble in a different way, not getting anally raped by your boss, who you
Yeah.
like. It would be like, oh, your boss now sees what you're like, and he maybe doesn't actually
Like or
want
respect you
like
in
or
the same
respect
way.
you at the same way anymore, and now you have to earn that back. And so
Yeah.
that is where we should be going right now. But what we're going to do is, now the rest of the movie is essentially going to be, he is struggling at work because he was raped by the boss, and now he doesn't like being there anymore, essentially. Like, he's stopped
I
going to church, he's stopped, or to his synagogue. He starts wandering his own building site at all hours of the night. He leaves his wife home alone all the time. He's even worse, snappy and angry,
Mhm.
and he is convinced that nobody in America wants him there because
Yeah.
they all hate Jews and they want to rape. And that's like, and how it's going to culminate essentially is that, like, his wife still has pains in her legs from her osteoporosis, and she's out of pain medicine, which
Mhm.
she's been taking. The niece who normally is there to administer the medicine has gone to Israel to, basically feel at home, essentially. And he needs to give her the pills, but they've run out. And so he shoots her up with some heroin and finger bangs her while holding a cloth over her face, which is quite possibly the most blatant. Like, I don't normally notice these in movies, but that might be the most blatant example of a director's fetish coming through that I've ever seen. Where I was just like, oh, that doesn't feel like a necessary
Like
conclusion here. Like, with
like,
this,
why does he do that?
yeah, why that? But then she overdoses on the heroin
Mm.
that he shot her up with, probably his own dose, of heroin. And so this convinces him essentially that he needs to stop. But she gets to a hospital, and or he gets her to a hospital in time. Her life is saved. But he has confessed to her while they were in their post-heroin coital bliss that he was raped by his boss, and that's why he's being such a prick.
Mm-hmm.
And so she goes to confront the boss as he dries out from the
Yeah.
heroin.
Yeah, she goes with her walker because she has a walker now, instead of a wheelchair, and she kind of refuses any help. So it's this big climactic scene shot almost entirely in one take. There's something kind of impressive about that, but the story is so balked at this point. So she comes and she's like, will you sit down with us? We're just about to have dinner." And she says, "No, something is wrong, actually. You're a horrible rapist. Your father is an evil rapist." And they're like, "What? What are you saying?"
Like,
Like,
what?
did something happen? Like, and he's like, and then they get mad at her for walking into their dinner and
Walking
accusing
into
him
their
of
Sunday
being.
dinner and saying your father is a
And then
rapist.
yeah, and he of course is like, he's an alcoholic, he's drug addled. I don't know why he wishes to hurt me, to humiliate me, but I didn't. I've offered him nothing but kindness, is something he says. So, um,
Which was
you know,
true until the rape.
which was true until the rape. So it's like fucking. Oh, it's so annoying. That's
It
so
really well.
annoying.
It's really annoying because he defends himself, right? He goes like, "Well, he's an alcoholic and he's riddled with heroin, and so like you can't believe what he's saying. I don't know why he's saying that, but of course we know that that is not true. He did indeed
Yes.
rape him." And so she starts like somebody tackles her basically and drags her at like she's on a walker and they drag her out of the room. She's screaming shame, shame, shame. He gets up to go to bed, and then like in the intervening time he fucking just like books it out of the house. He disappears and they can't
Yeah,
find him, and it's
his son and daughter want to go find him in the aftermath of this to be like, "Hey, is everything okay? What happened?" But in that time, he's bolted, and they go looking for them, and they go up to the property, and they're like looking in the dark around this like half-built brutalist like concrete jungle. Um, and they go into the underground area where all the water collects and stuff like that, and they're going through all the different rooms. And then they come to the chapel room where there is like a cross on the altar, even though it's not the same time of day he said that would happen. So I'm not sure.
it,
You know what I
it
mean? Because
well it, because yeah.
he said during midday that's when the light would come down and like hit the altar, but it's like early morning, and that
Or
like
dusk,
cross is
yeah.
hitting. And then we pan up to the ceiling, and oh my gosh, the cross is upside down, just like the Statue of Liberty. Oh my God, it's so deep.
Heavily
Guys,
implied that he killed himself, right? Like that's basically
yeah,
yeah.
the implication is that he killed himself
Instantly. Game he
instantly.
was like, "Ah shit, GG."
They got me.
They got
I
me.
didn't
You
think.
got me.
I didn't think. I didn't think that would come back to bite me so quick, but it did. You got me.
It was very yeah, like and he because he was willing to defend himself literally 5 minutes
In the
before.
moment, yeah.
Yeah, but then he was like,
But
"Fuck,
then
ah shit." They're gonna
I
believe
guess
him.
they're gonna believe him. They're gonna believe her, I guess. And so I better kill myself right away. So to say that this movie takes a very bizarre and unmotivated and unexpected turn in the final, like the 11th hour of the movie, is an understatement.
Yeah. This feels insane. Like I don't
Like, 'cause, who likes Van Buren, especially the people in that room, would believe this? Everyone knows that Laszlo's been incredibly difficult. A lot of them suspect he might be like drug addled and a drug addict and everything like that. And like why he's turned on him, even though like up to the rape he had shown him incredible kindness actually. So like who would believe him? But I guess he's just thought like, oh, if anyone even speculates that this is true, that'll ruin my reputation as an international man of business and industry. So I better kill myself in the building that he was building for me because poetry or something.
so yeah, like Wasserman said, like, well, that was easy. Like, or quick, sorry, that was easy. Easy though. The wife is probably like, shit, really? Wait, like
Mm,
that's all it took?
that's all.
Damn.
Damn.
Hungarian rapists really like, they make you work for it.
So now we have come to the epilogue. that is titled The First Architecture Biennial, 1980. Now it is 1980, and we're in Italy, or I think we're in Venice
Yeah, we're
specifically.
somewhere at a conference, and his niece is here. His wife is dead, and he is successful and famous, and he's made many, many buildings that people many admire.
Yes, and there's an architectural presentation called Laszlo Toth: The Presence of the Past, and we see more examples of his work, all of which I think are kind of ugly and garish and hostile and um, illustrative of a sort of disordered psyche, is how I would describe a lot of his buildings. They're chaotic and they're broken. Like they're like squares and rectangles and shapes that have been like broken apart and stuff like that. It's like the opposite of like ordered, sort of solidity. It's chaos. It's disorder and stuff like that. It's like, oh yeah, I'd love to go to church at a building designed by this guy. Not. Okay, so now it's time for the conference, and we're cutting back and forth, even though we've never. I don't know why we're doing this, but we cut to like footage that was shot on like HD video cameras for some
Yeah,
reason. Or like I guess maybe it's not because it's 1980, but it was
it's
very
like
jarring.
videotape. Yeah, it's like videotape janky footage, like art
Yeah.
film from the 80s kind of footage of his buildings as his niece explains their significance to us and shows us the images of the Van Buren Center as Laszlo looks on like proudly and lovingly, which is the main reason, Topaz, if you're still around, why I don't think that this is meant to be like his niece misinterpreting his work, because the vision on his face does not imply that at all. It implies that like somebody's finally recognizing the genius for what it was, you know?
Yeah,
Um
even if not everything she says is true and
yeah,
accurate, a lot of the movie clearly presents a lot of it as true. Like, she's one of the first things she says is that Laszlo Toth was, among other things, a principled artist, which is definitely something the movie believes to be true,
yeah.
even though like that's one of his most obnoxious characteristics. Honestly. Some of the things she says, his lifelong hold on. She says his lifelong ambition was not only to define an epoch, was that, but to transcend all time. That's something he said explicitly himself, that he
Yeah.
wanted his buildings to stand the test of time and live on far longer than all of its ignorant reactionary critics, if you will. In addition to fomenting socialist revolution, of course, who could forget that? In his memoirs, he described his designs as
And
machines with
making
no
you sorry, and making you feel like you're playing basketball in Auschwitz. That was another big one.
So so this is another thing. He's quoting his memoirs specifically. In his memoirs, he described his designs as machines with no superfluous parts that at his best, um, possessed an immovable core, a hard core of beauty, a way of directing their inhabitants' perception into the world as it is. The inherent laws of concrete things, such as mountains and rock, defined them. They indicate nothing, they tell nothing, they simply are. So his designs, by design, in his own opinion, are hostile to meaning itself. They're very sort of like, I don't know, modernist or postmodernist in that regard. Um, yeah, who wouldn't want that in their small
Who
town?
wouldn't want to go there, gather there to, worship on a Sunday?
Yeah, giant, and they're over this. They're showing images of like giant. Hold on. Okay, this is this is a real room that is being presented in the description of how great his architecture is. I don't even know what this room is supposed to be. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the rooms designed for the building in Doylestown that has been the main focus of the movie. So if you could, Hugh, share that on screen so the fine people at home can determine for themselves whether he was actually a genius architect and why everyone should love brutalism, or whether everyone should go, "Oh my God, this is horrible. Why would you do this to people?" In the meantime, I'll keep talking
I
through
I was
those two
driving
posts.
while I watched this. I missed this bit entirely.
You were driving while you watched it.
Yeah,
That sounds
because I
dangerous.
had an hour and a half drive home, and I just did not want to like I wanted to be doing something while I was watching it. So Nikki put it on my laptop, and she read the subtitles if they're when they were necessary, and then I like kind of had one eye on it, which I think was probably the ideal way for
That's
me to consume
for
this movie.
for the second half.
Yeah,
You're talking about, yeah.
yeah. So
So
that's the
yeah, what,
room, by the way. There it is.
if you could show it on screen, yes. And then I'll keep while people, look at that and wonder, you know, what they would do in this room other than kill themselves. I will keep reading the description his niece gives. Let's see. They indicate nothing. They tell nothing. They simply are. Born in 1911 in a small fishing village in Austria-Hungary, Laszlo Toth looked out upon the Adriatic Sea. He was a boy with eyes wide open, full of yearning. New borders would eventually rip this expansion of sea away from him. But never did he stop to try and fill its void. 40 years later, he survived the camp at Buchenwald, as did his late wife and myself in Dachau. His first American masterpiece, the Van Buren Institute outside of Philadelphia, remained unfinished until 1973. The building referenced his time at Buchenwald as well as the deeply felt absence of his wife.
Deeply
So,
felt. Yes, that feels like a lie, but
yeah,
that's fine.
so some of this is derived specifically from his memoirs, which I assume aren't if aren't complete lies, even if they're sort of slight exaggerations for the sake of making himself look good, but they're their own his own words. But some of this, I'm not really sure exactly whether she's writing this biography or not. Like, I can't imagine him saying like his eyes were full of wonder as a child, you know.
True.
Um,
Can you send a screenshot, by the way, of the bits of the building that are referenced when she says this?
okay.
Yeah, 'cause I'd like to put
We're
those up as well.
okay. Just a moment. His American Van Buren Institute, blah blah blah. They're kind of close-up shots of the like cross with the like negative space in between it. It's not a great shot. Hold on. As soon as I get to a good shot, because they keep showing the model and the mock-ups while they're saying the deeply felt um absence of his wife. They're talking about the negative space of the cross. You want a picture of that?
No, there's
Because
the
they're showing
windows
the
that they're
model,
showing.
not
The windows and the walls that they show with the like Dutch angles later. Like,
okay. I'll show you that. I'll show you that when we get to it. So, as well as the deeply felt absence of his wife, my aunt Erzabet. For this project, he reimagined the camp's claustrophobic interior cells with precisely the same dimensions as his own place of imprisonment, save for one electrifying exception. When visitors looked 20 meters upwards, the dramatic heights of the glass roof above them invited free thought, freedom of identity. Yeah,
yes,
fucking
that's
right.
the part that I want you to
Okay,
send
so
me.
this, hold on. And all right, okay.
To
So
Wasserman, who says this reminds you of the set of Brazil. Yes, it does. It looks like the weird,
it's
like
dystopian.
dystopian horror of a Terry Gilliam movie.
So this, to be clear for the fine people in chat, the photo I'm sending you right now, that is the ceiling of the room he just showed you with the clock and the bare gray concrete benches. This is the community center he built in Doylestown, Pennsylvania in this movie. This is not real, obviously, but the movie's logic, he built this in a small town in Pennsylvania, like as a community center. Wasserman asks, are Van Buren's children okay with his portrayal in the movie, or is this all part of a memoir? None of this actually happened.
Yeah, this is not a
None of
real
this.
guy.
This is historical. This is not a real guy. We maybe could have made that clear at the beginning of the movie, but this is not a real person. This is a fictionalized artist. This is not a real dude. This is a person that has been written by the director. So that's the ceiling of the room you just saw with the clock on the wall and literally nothing else. And so we're invited to think that this is a jail cell, except for these beautiful windows that invite freedom of thought and freedom of identity.
The
Fuck
glass
off.
ceiling above.
And it's not even like mostly ceiling. That could be mildly interesting. Like these thin windows. That's the other thing I don't like about a lot of brutalist buildings is that they like don't have a lot of windows and they don't invite a lot of light in. It's kind of like hostile architecture in some ways.
Yeah, it's a
So
little.
she continues. He further reimagined Buchenwald as and his wife's venue of imprisonment, Dachau, on the same grounds, connected by a myriad of secret corridors, rewriting their history, transcending space and time, so that he and Erzabat would never be apart again. See, that feels a little bit like revisionism. Sure, because he didn't really seem to love her all that much, honestly. But here's the thing, we can't write off everything she says as revisionism because some of it is very clearly in keeping with what the movie has been presenting the whole time, and some of it is coming from his own words.
Yes. Yeah.
So then she gets a little choked up. And yeah, he's looking up at her. We see his facial expression. And he's looking up at her with delight and love. So we don't get any indication that he's like wincing at the revisionism in the slightest. So like, I don't even know if the movie really thinks it's revisionism. It's kind of an open question. But clearly, we watched the movie and we know that he didn't actually really love his wife all that much. But I don't know if the movie agrees with that. We'll see. So then it ends. The closing quote of the movie is something that apparently Laszlo said to her. That is Zofia, the Hungarian version of Sophia. And he's looking on up at her with like eyes full of wonder and love. So we don't get any indication that he disagrees with this. Laszlo says, according to her, Laszlo would often tell her, "Don't let anyone fool you," he would say to me, as a struggling young mother raising my daughter during our first years in Jerusalem. No matter what the others try and tell you, this is Laszlo apparently. No matter what others try to tell you, it is the destination, not the journey. And she is looking directly into the camera. And then the movie ends.
The ends justify the means? Is that what we're saying?
No,
That sounds pretty mask off communist to me.
No, he's saying he's saying that like it's not about the it's not about the journey, it's about the destination, which seems to be, we'll set aside for a moment whether we believe he believes this, Laszlo himself. She is saying that like, we suffered a lot along the journey, but we made it. So it is about the destination. Like people say it's about the journey, but sometimes the journey is like a lot of suffering. But if you do finally make it to the promised land, you make it through, it's about the destination, not the journey. But here's the other thing about this quote. Setting aside whether we agree with it or whether we think Laszlo actually believes it or whether this is revisionism on her part later, this has not been the theme of the movie.
No.
Whether it's the destination or the journey, that question has not been even close to the top like list of themes and threads running through this movie. Slapping that on the end here is like, what fucking movie did you think you made? That's not relevant.
You know what's kind of wild to me too is that we don't the building of this center is the central focus of the movie and we never see him complete it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
well, we find out that it was completed eventually.
We find out that it was completed. We also find out that it still has the name of the guy who fucked his butt. So like that's I wonder how he feels about that.
Wasserman says, "Yeah, I thought inconsistencies were because it's about a real person, but if it's a script, okay, yeah, this is all fictional."
Yeah, this is not a real guy.
And I agree with Dr. Metalblood that him being a fictional character makes this movie seem even worse. I think that's true. I think that you made all this up reflects more poorly on the writer director than if it were just a the sort of wild and inconsistent and strange
Yeah.
story of a real person, you know?
That could be too why architects are not a fan of this movie. That was something that I noticed a couple of headlines about. Like, of all the people who enjoy the movie, groups of architects are not one of them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I have not looked into that at all. Did you get anything of the reasoning, or was it just the headlines?
A lot of them, well, I mostly got headlines, but it seems that the big one was that a lot of architects agree with us that it is actually kind of a cold and unrelenting style, and that it really doesn't, like, everything that the movie is saying that brutalism uh it is good for is very debatable, or
Yeah.
debated, hotly debated in architectural circles, you could say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They very little of what the movie posits as true is true, I would say. I think
Yeah.
that's the short version of this movie. I found it to be a chore to watch, despite its merits. I thought it was cynical and ugly and not especially well written, not worth
Yeah.
the time commitment.
I felt it dragged a lot. I was very angry after watching the first half of it, I'm not gonna lie. Once I got to the intermission, I was kind of like, we've had maybe 30 minutes of story in
Yeah,
an hour and 40 minutes.
yeah.
Not that it's like all superfluous, but most of it feels that way.
A lot of
Yeah.
it, yeah.
Um,
And it's all of that is in service of a story that is trying and failing to argue that this guy, despite his flaws, was a genius architect. And it's like, no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. There's very little redeemable about this character. I don't really care what happens to him throughout the entire runtime of the movie. I think of the many themes happening here, a lot of them are just really, really poorly executed. And then I come to learn after watching the movie that all my suspicions about the sort of general anti like antithesis that the movie has towards the people who actually fund the arts and allow movies like this and buildings like this to get made, the antipathy he feels in this movie is reflected by the director, who feels the same way.
yeah.
And yeah, all my suspicions were confirmed to be true when I watched this Q&A. I'm just like, oh, fuck this guy. I don't like him at all. I find him bitter and resentful and entitled. And as someone who would like to make movies, sort of working towards the path of making movies myself, I'm especially offended by people that have that sort of entitled attitude towards it, because I'm just like, fuck you, you don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Like, the only reason this movie made any money is because it was nominated for Best Picture. If not,
Yeah.
it would have been a total flop. And like, and maybe maybe you shouldn't feel entitled to make movies like this, like maybe this is a risk, and maybe you should be appreciative of the people who are willing to spend $10 million
To
so
take
that
that
you can
chance
make
on you. Yeah.
this cynical anti-American dream movie about a guy who gets raped by a movie producer. I mean, his what's the word for that? Patron.
Patron. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
His
so you can get out your grievances about the frustrations you've had with the horrible suits you've had to work for in the past. Everything about this feels selfish and self-centered, and it's like, I don't think you should feel entitled to make movies like this. I feel like you've been incredibly lucky, and a little ounce of gratitude towards the people who allow you to make movies, and the country that allows you this sort of possibility and opportunity of having a career like that is in order. I think you should not be such a cynical dick about everything. Sorry, I watched this Q&A and I like felt actual loathing for him. He's so obnoxious.
unadulterated
So
loathing.
unadulterated loathing. He's so obnoxious, and it drives me crazy. I don't like this movie. I found it quite miserable in a lot of respects. It's going to win Best Picture, but it doesn't deserve to. That's the long and short of it for me.
Emilia Perez, still the front runner.
In your heart.
In my
Yeah.
heart.
Yeah.
I'm begging for the Academy to give Amelia Perez the fucking Oscar now, because it would show people like this. Um Not, I don't know what, but something. And you know what? That's all that
Topaz
matters.
dude.
It's the
Yeah.
destination, not the journey.
Topaz dude asks, what did we all think of the Israel discourse? Well, there's barely any in the movie. Like people can have a discourse surrounding the movie, but in the logic of the movie, there are Jewish characters who feel like they ought to go to Israel because,
They don't
you know,
belong
that
here.
they don't belong here, and that's a perspective some people had, and then he had family there already, and so they went to go live in Israel. There's not really much to say about what the movie feels about Israel as a concept or as a place. It's just sort of there in the background because this is the time at which it was on the forefront of those sort of conversations. And the scene involving the decision to go there is just a normal, believable character drama scene. I don't know if there's really much to say about it in the movie itself. You can have your own debates about
There we go. I
whether.
fixed our background too. So now the Oscar dream has really
Yeah.
been shown for what it is.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry to end on such a sour note, but this movie bothers me. Oh, you put it upside down. I see. Sorry, it took me a while. It took me a while for like it to catch up on my computer. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. Yes, it's upside down now. That means it's wow. We're really turning things on its head. Isn't that
Deep.
amazing? It's deep.
Thought
Yeah,
provoking.
I didn't like The Brutalist or Wicked really,
No, I
but
did. I did
I
not
had more
enjoy any
fun.
of that 6 hours of movie.
I had more fun talking about Wicked, that's for sure. Not that I really especially. Well, I enjoyed watching Wicked more because Wicked didn't like make me angry, and
Yeah, that's true.
it didn't make me miserable. I just thought it was stupid. Matthew Leach, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, Cap, can you read your last retweet? It's great. What is my last retweet? Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. So, do you know who Nick Mullen is?
I do.
Comedian. Comedian man.
Yes.
So,
Comedian. Funny
I,
man.
I, I reposted this because it was amusing. He said, so in parentheses, it says, everyone in the elevator staring at me after I very loudly and visibly fill my pants with diarrhea. And he says, okay, so we need to talk about media literacy.
Oh
That's
boy.
that's the whole tweet. It made me laugh though. It's good. I like it.
It is.
Dr. Metalblood says, sounds like it's being used as another way to say screw America. Yeah, they think themselves profound and edgy for going, actually, the American dream, that's actually not true. It's a nightmare. It's bad and it's horrible and this country is rotten and sucks. And it's like, fuck yourself. You know what I mean? It's one thing to do just as an example, like see, I don't think No Country for Old Men is is a nihilistic movie because No Country for Old Men is kind of just putting forth like, well, sometimes the bad guy gets away. Not the bad guy always gets away, and that's a big difference, right?
Yeah.
This movie is much more like this movie is hostile to the idea of the American dream. Not this movie is not saying that like yeah, it came true for a lot of people, but not everybody. And this is a story about someone who it didn't come true for. Like in the Q&A, he talks about the myth of the American dream, and it's like okay, well, it's not a fucking myth. It's a you know what I mean. This
Yeah.
is a land of opportunity. It's not a land of everyone becomes immediately and incredibly wealthy. It's a land of opportunity. So like yeah, it pays out for some people. It works for some people and
What's
doesn't for others.
There's a line in one of Little Platoon's Dune videos that I find particularly interesting, right? Is the idea of the pursuit of happiness being the second draft of an earlier version that said a right that conveyed a right to happiness. But
Yeah,
that would imply, right, that there was a measurable level of happiness that could be arrived at, and then that the state would be responsible for doling that out to the citizenry, where the pursuit of happiness understands fundamentally that no such thing is possible. right?
Yeah.
You have the right to pursue it, but you don't have a right to it. That's a
Yes.
big thing. Big
Yeah.
difference.
And so, uh, when people be like the American myth, the American dream, it's a lie, man. It's like, no, you're just retarded, and you're just a bit, you're
You're
just a
just
bitter,
fucking poor, dude. You're just
you're
couch
you're
surfing.
you're a bitter, resentful fuckhead. That's what you are, and you blame society for your own failures. And it just annoys me, and because it's not like, because you can tell a story about, like, someone who comes to America trying to make good on the American dream, and it doesn't work out, because of course that happens. But this is a movie that's like, oh, the Statue of Liberty, it's upside down, man. This whole country is corrupt, man. Brutalism is about
They're all gonna rape us, man.
yeah, like the suits just want to rape. Like there's no nuance to it, really. Ultimately, it's a very cynical, I would say, self-obsessed, entitled, like, nihilistic movie, and I found it miserable to watch, and I wouldn't recommend it. That's what I have to say about that.
Yep. I wouldn't recommend it either. I don't think it's worth the time. It's really not. You can better spend 3 hours and 20 minutes watching something.
You could
I don't know.
watch two movies. You could
You
watch
can watch
two
two
good
movies.
movies.
You can watch Lord of the Rings. You can watch The Godfather.
I tell you what.
Unironically, The Godfather is a better critique of the American dream than this is.
Oh,
In a way.
a
Like,
1000%.
yeah.
In every conceivable, along every conceivable metric, yes.
Yeah, like immigrant story, yeah, everything. Like, no, it's superior in every way. This does not deserve to win. So Amelia Perez it is. That's my
Yeah, well, we still got three movies to watch. Maybe
I mean, fuck,
I'm still
Honora
here.
accomplishes this better in a shorter amount of time with a lot more fun going on and more
I mean,
titties. So you know
with
what?
with three more nominees left to watch, Enora is still the obvious and clear favorite for me. It's a better movie than this along every conceivable metric as well, I would say. And it's funny and it's fun and I like it. That's
Yeah.
what I have to say about that. While we're on the subject of things you could watch instead of The Brutalist, of which there are many things, I wanted to briefly recommend a movie that I saw for the first time on television recently. We have Roku, and so Roku has like a classic westerns channel where they just play all westerns all the time. A lot of them are kind of mediocre. It's because, like, it's what you can get the rights to for cheap. But every once in a while, you discover a movie on there, and you're like, damn, that was actually really fucking good. So my girlfriend and I were watching the westerns channel in the morning one time while we were just waking up having coffee or whatever, and this movie came on. The movie's called Gunman's Walk, and we were watching it. And you're like, hey, this is pretty good. And the next thing you know, we're like, it obviously takes a long takes a long time to watch a movie on TV because of all the ad breaks and stuff like that. But we were just hooked. I couldn't believe how good this movie was. There's a movie called Gunman's Walk. It is a western from 1955, something like that. Gunman's Walk. It is a very interesting movie, very, very well executed film, about a sort of like a Western family out in Wyoming, and one of their sons is kind of a bit of a psychopath, and it's kind of like exploring how long it takes them to realize just how fucked up he is, if you will. It has a sort of Shakespearean tragedy aspect to it that I quite like. It's very well directed. It's very well written. I feel like the movie really understands the psychology of all the characters. Very interesting drama. And what's interesting about it to me is that, like, hardly anyone's ever heard of it. I'd never heard of it. Like, it doesn't even have enough critic reviews on Rotten Tomatoes to have an official critic score. And that's crazy for a movie that old. So that's a movie I would recommend you watch instead of The Brutalist. Gunman's Walk. Great Western movie. Underappreciated. Little hidden gem. Highly recommend it.
I do intend to check that one out. Yeah.
You should watch it.
Yeah.
It's really good. I got a. It's hard to find a Blu-ray of it, so I have a German one where, like, the title on the front's in German and everything, because that's all that's really available. But apparently Quentin Tarantino is a big fan of it, and it was a big inspiration for one of the projects that Rick Dalton is in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh, that's fun.
Apparently. Yeah, so that's kind of fun. Quantum Ranger Power says, "Lol, my best friend's mom was an immigrant who is literally a millionaire now." Nuh-uh, it's a myth. It's a myth. Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe they're a class traitor and evil.
Yeah. Maybe they Americanized their name and they lost touch with their Jewish heritage, and that makes them unadmirable and unworthy of our respect.
Um, Kyle R says, I'm surprised with how leftist Corbett is with his target audience, as no one is accused of being stealth propaganda for Israel. Well, some people have.
Yeah.
I have seen some people be like, the movie's Zionist, actually, because, his target audience is very left-leaning, obviously, and so that's hardly a surprise. Some people have said that. I don't think many have said that. Not enough for it to not get Best Picture, that's for sure. Little King says, I'm getting really sick of our yuppity, spoiled, entitled, bratty generation writing the greatest generation. It's not working out. Yeah, there's a bit of that, too. I mean, we talked about how kind of...
Oh, dude, he never reconciles with his black friend after he fires him, either.
No,
I just
he
realized that. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Like...
Topaz Dude mentions Sam Peckinpah. Topaz Dude, I'm embarrassed to say I don't think I've seen a single Sam Peckinpah film, so I will have to fix that. I'll have to reconcile that because I don't think I've seen any of his movies. Would you recommend I start with The Wild Bunch? That seems to be one of his most famous ones. You'll have to let me know. I'd like to get around to some. I've been watching a lot. I've been on a real Western kick. I'm also reading a book called The History of the American Frontier right now, so it's got a lot of Western stuff on the brain right now. Good stuff.
Damn right.
I suppose that will do for the conversation around Wicked and The Brutalist. Thank you all for. This is a long one because there are two beefy movies to talk about.
Yeah. We appreciate you sticking with us.
We certainly do, and we thank you for all the super chats. I believe I didn't. I've responded to all of them. Believe that to be true. Thank you very much for the super chats. Thank you for all your fun and insightful contributions in the chat. We certainly appreciate it. We will be back here roughly the same time next weekend to talk about I'm Still Here, Nickel Boys, and A Complete Unknown. The last 3 Best Picture nominees, and of course we will also be doing a full ranking of all of them once we have seen all 10. In the meantime, I still think Honora is the clear favorite, except for obviously, Emilia Perez winning would be the funniest thing. So obviously
it would indeed.
We can hold out hope for that.
What's the most amount of Oscars ever won by a movie?
Oh, you look it up. I think is it 11? Is it 11?
Okay, Ben-Hur, Titanic, and Return of the King are tied for most wins with 11 each. If Emilia Perez clean sweeps, even if it ties, but if it clean sweeps to become the most awarded film of all time, that would be
the funniest
fucking thing.
It's pretty funny. Little King says, "Oh, Honora better sweep." It won't. I hate to break it to you. It won't. I think it's the most deserving, but it's a comedy, and it's kind of a raunchy comedy, and the Oscars likes drama, like The Brutalist. So
yeah,
I fully expect The Brutalist to win Best Picture, even though it doesn't deserve it. I'm not really...
even though it is directly giving the middle finger to the people who vote on the Best Picture.
Listen, Oscars voters have not watched these movies.
That's true.
They don't watch
them. They don't think about them when they do. So
a lot of I would bet a majority of Oscars voters have not seen The Brutalist. That's an easy bet. That's I'm sure of that. Some of them certainly have, yes, but
they have seen the Emilia Perez tweets.
They sure have, and how. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy Honora was at least nominated for Best Picture so that more people will have heard about it and seen it, because I think it is the best movie of last year that I've seen, at least. So that's always good. And there's a couple of movies from last year that didn't get really any nominations at the Oscars that I'd still like to see, like, is it A Different Man?
Oh, the Sebastian Stan one? Where
yeah. Him and the guy with the face.
The guy with the face.
That looks pretty good, and I didn't get a chance to see it when it was in theater, so I'd like to see that, There's a couple movies that weren't even nominated, I think 2019 was like one of the better years in recent memory for movies, especially at the Oscars. I think that was the year Parasite won, and I was happy about that. But Uncut Gems and The Lighthouse weren't even nominated for Best Picture. So like every year, even a year where it goes to something that I think is quite deserving, like Parasite, it's just like there's still a lot of snubs. It's just the name of the game. Happens every year. It's cool that Anora is even nominated for Best Picture. That way more people see it. I don't expect it to win, and I'm not especially that aggrieved over the fact that it won't.
Yeah.
But so it goes. Honora, I think, wins actress. I could believe that.
Especially
Um,
especially after the whole, opinions on the Jews thing.
Matthew Leach says The Wild Robot got snubbed for Best Picture nom. Animated movies always get snubbed for Best Picture noms.
Yeah.
They give them their own separate category and they pretend like they're really not competing for the same thing, even though there's no reason in my mind that an animated movie couldn't have been the best movie of last year. It is almost never nominated for Best Picture. Has it ever happened?
Nominated?
For Best Picture,
yeah,
an animated film. Oh, it has
many
happened.
times.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they've started
Okay,
nominating
okay.
them at least since 2010. Like Up got nominated.
Okay.
Most of the time, the best animated feature gets the best animated feature nomination or winner gets a nomination now anyway for best feature.
Okay, so it's more common than I gave it credit for, but still, in general, it definitely gets the animated films get snubbed for other categories as well, because it's like, yeah, like best score and best editing, like animated movies have editing too, like those sort of things are often ignored, and that was especially front of mind for me
With
the
Puss in
year
Boots.
whatever. Yeah, with Puss in Boots 2: The Last Wish, which was my favorite movie of that year, and it wasn't especially close. And it was like, damn, that could have swept at the awards. But they, in general, they're getting maybe a little better about it, but they tend to snub animated movies, just as they tend to snub anything that isn't drama. So.
Yep. All right. Well, see you next week.
This has been a long one, so see you next week. Goodbye. Thanks again for hanging out, and we'll see you next Sunday. Toodaloo. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.